Hello, hello. Look at me. 0 seconds on the countdown, and we just go live. Like, you can just do that, you know. You don't have to wait until the last second every time. Who hacking knew? Hello, guys. How we doing? Welcome to another wonderful day of the game that we called StarCraft 2. So today, decided not to go for the PTR Cup, as you can probably tell. Yeah, decided not to go for the PTR Cup because I think the general behind-the-scenes whispering is that the PTR is going to be going live soon. So instead of running a PTR Cup and testing PTR, that is probably just going to get tested on the real server soon anyway, or may even have a change or two and then go live, or whatever. I think we will just cover the Maestros replays, because I do want to get through these. These are great players, great games, I expect. At the very least, these players are the kind of players people click on YouTube videos for, so definitely doing a definitely going to be doing a definitely want to kind of just cast these and get them cast so I can have some YouTube uploads. And we did obviously cast a little bit of the kind of group stage of this tournament on one day. We did cover the couple days of playoffs that happened before this one as well, so just to kind of basically wrap up the YouTube uploads for this tournament, it'd be nice to have the final few series. And I know a lot of people cast these. I know they were probably cast by like 3 or 4 English streams already. But it means that I get a day of content. I know, everyone may want to watch it. Probably a lot of people have already seen these, but it gives us a day of content that I don't have to pay for as well, which is always a big plus. Rather than having to run, throw $200 at the rather than having to throw $200 at a cup. So yeah, we're going to do this today, Maestros of the game. And for the rest of this week, tomorrow, I believe, is Liu Cup, right? I'm pretty sure that's still just a thing. Yep. So then we're going to do Liu Cup tomorrow. And then after Liu Cup, we will do... Thursday is actually going to be a... qualifier for... Sorry, I'm just checking things. Thursday is going to be a qualifier for Team Liquid Map Contest, and then Friday we actually have brought the WardiTV Monday Cup forward because I'm not going to be here on Monday. I'm away Saturday, Sunday, Monday this week, going to watch some NFL in London. So I'll be gone Saturday through Monday, but we'll bring the Monday Cup forward. When we get back next week, we're straight into Team Liquid Map Contest for like 6 straight days. That should be a whole ton of fun as well. So we're going to be busy, lots going on, lots to do. And like I say, we're going to do today with the Maestros of the game. Now, these are best of 7s, and great players oftentimes play great games, so we're going to pretty much go for the vibe of we're just going to go into the next game as soon as we can. I do have to stop to run ads here and there, obviously. The general consensus today is we are just going to try and grind our way through these games, because 4 best of 7s players of this caliber have a chance to go long. And I know the event went long on the day it was on, but also I don't know how much of that was just games being long versus it being an offline tournament, so... there's that kind of element to it as well. As we can hop in game. Now, I'm going to assume they had I presume the one person in this lobby, or in this game, is an observer. Otherwise, I'll start doing some observing. But I'm going to presume they're doing some obsing. They might just be a little slow at the start, because, again, if this was offline, they were probably waiting for the caster intros and everything, and all of that kind of stuff. We'll get the vibe for it as the day goes on a little bit, though. We'll figure out what we're thinking. Yeah, it looks like they've got a proper observer, which is great. That means that we don't have to worry too much about that, and we can just focus on casting some fun games, especially if we've got a bunch of best 7s. My observer's not going to hold up that long. So, yeah, and what a way to start. Look at herO go. He's just going to throw down the forge. Of course he is. Because who doesn't start a best of 7? You fly all the way to Paris from Korea for a best of 7 against Serral in the lower bracket, and you start it with a cannon rush. I love it. This is not a short trip to make, and it's a one-day cup, and it's lower bracket for these guys, so it's a one-series event for, one of these 2 players, and I kind of like it, as this is also a very laid-back cannon rush, right? Like, he's going to build this quite far away, so when Serral's Overlord comes about, he only just spots this now, and that means that he's a little late to see. The cannon will go up, and more importantly, the gateway is going to come online as well, so herO is going to be able to successfully get this online. I mean, we start to build a forward cannon now, and the drones can pull toward that. The cannon not up to play defense just yet, but it will be soon. So soon enough, that will be a little bit more of a problem. As you just see the cannon about to finish. Cannons building a similar on the way. Gateway being built as well. But yeah, I mean, the main thing is going to be what comes out of this gate and what we can get done in terms of this pressure. As herO is going to have the setup he's looking for at the very least. Can he execute from here? Have I already seen the games? No. No. I haven't seen anything from this tournament. I literally went on TL to see if it was still going on after a few hours, and all I saw was that the streams were still live. So I've got absolutely no idea what happens in this tournament. So yeah, for me, this is a fresh watch, which is also why I want to cast it today, because instead of having to watch VODs, I can just watch and cast. You know, I can just watch it while casting. You know, it's like win-win on my side. So yeah, I get to watch the games. I get to see what happens. I get to make some content for YouTubes and stuff as well. Watch today. It's a good middle ground. Once you have this queen is about to pop out, it's going to take a couple of shots. The Zealot and the Probe still swinging their way through this hatchery. Queen's going to be there. The Zealot gets pushed back. Have a couple of probes coming back through as well. As the Roach production has begun. The Stargate is on the way. Extra Roaches in production as well. A couple of those Broodlings are going to step forward, and they are going to go and jump themselves onto the cannon there. So cannon's taking a bit of damage. Warpgate coming through. We got a Stargate in production as mentioned, I think. And yeah, we successfully kill off the natural. Is that the plan from herO? Like, is that it? We kill the natural. We deny a creep tumor. That's nice. Slows down Koreans. Comes to the low ground a teeny tiny bit. Forces 25 more energy up on the high ground rather than down on the low ground. I mean, these Ravages will morph. They will be able to break through the cannons, and Serral will free himself. I think that's where the Stargate comes into play. I think this is a game where you absolutely just want to build Oracle after Oracle after Oracle as herO. Because this is not a game where you're going to have a lot of anti-air production. You know, you're going to be limited to Corrosive Biles and the few Queens that you can only build off of one hatchery right now. So I can't imagine this is anything but Oracles. The only downside to Oracles is you don't have a lot of places to strike with the Oracles. So yeah, I started to unconvince myself a little bit because I was like, well, actually, if he makes an Oracle, where's he going to go with it? So he goes Void Ray. And that's a lot less about being aggressive and obviously poking around for harassment, because where is he going to do that? The Void Ray is also going to keep him safe, where the Oracles are going to struggle for energy unless you could, you know, if you could instantly get like 3 or 4 Oracles here, great. Probably do that. But knowing that Serral has these units on the map and can move out, the Void Ray does make a lot more sense. So I will talk myself out of the Oracle call, and yeah, the Void Ray does make a lot of sense. Let's see if he makes an Oracle behind it. He does. I think it is very much so just this Void Ray provides immediate defense now. Also pushes back the nearby Overlords, which is a problem for Serral. He's playing a weak game where he does not have a lot of production. He does not have a lot of lava. So forcing another Overlord out, you know, that's one lava out of the inject that pops up next time around. You know, these are things that add up and are way more significant in this game than they would be in a much more typical and standard opening. So I think that's one of the big things we're kind of really looking at here and thinking on. As we do see the Oracle already heading across to the upper left-hand side. So a little bit of a push to the top. Laren the Lings coming through, the Oracle and the +1 attack upgrade coming in as well. And that Oracle ready to strike into the upper left-hand side of the map. So Oracle looking to get going. A couple gates coming through, +1 attack on the way. Well, is about to finish. Just gonna see that Ravager morphing through. Little Oracle just playing cleanup, so that doesn't go anywhere. Now you do have the Oracles on the other side. Yeah, he's doing exactly what I thought, or what I wanted him to do in terms of just like at the very least 3 Oracles. And it just was a case of he just wanted to make sure he wasn't in danger from Roach's countering initially. There's a Nidus. Yeah, in that case, you want to keep building Oracles as well, I think, because Oracles are the sort of unit that will just overwhelm in this game. If you just take down the Queens, these Oracles are going to have a good time. So I honestly wouldn't mind to see a 4th Oracle starting. Obviously, that does depend. I mean, he's going to get the Scout as well, right? Wait, where's the Nidus building? In the natural? Oh, he already saw it, so yeah, he already knows. He's not really doing anything to react to the fact that he knows, though. Don't see any building batteries or anything. He does warp in 2 Stalkers. Stargate still inactive. I mean, I feel like he just didn't click on the Nidus. Because there's no reason for these Oracles to be setting up an aggressively placed Stasis Sword as though units are walking across the map. Yeah, I've got no idea what that... And now he starts a battery. I've got no idea. I think he just genuinely didn't click on the Nidus network. Like, he had the Scout on it, but he just didn't realize what it was. Perhaps? As the Oracles dive in, the Queens are off creep. We will very nearly lose one Oracle, but one Queen goes down. Oracle's going to regen a little bit here. Anything we do to buy time is nice. We get a Ravager. It's obviously a huge pickoff as well. Any less corrosive vials hitting is going to be a big deal. First vials do hit double whammy on the batteries, but the batteries will come online still, and they will do some healing already. Wouldn't mind the Oracles taking a step over there and getting some healing too. Obviously, with another Nidus up here, we now have creep spread for the Queens to transfuse each other. It makes it more difficult for the Oracles to remove them from the game and to overwhelm. Ravagers are very much so still stats solid. Queens are going to be there poking. Stalker's taking damage too. A couple more corrosive vials. And again, batteries taking a bit of a beat down at the moment. The Void Ray wants to step forward once again. Roaches and Ravagers and Queens still trying to push into this. Couple corrosive vials landing. It kind of clips onto the Void Ray. The Void Ray very low. Battery's out of energy for the most part here, and units are starting to go down, but have we just done enough? We start to press forward. I mean, this is 4 Queens and 2 Ravagers. There's a Spore Crawler or 2 here as well, and more than anything else, I think they are the things which are going to stop the air units from being effective, but at this point, we're about to have Blink, and herO is just going to be okay. What a weird game. What a weird game. I really wonder. I wonder what herO would have done if he genuinely knew it was a Nidus sooner. Because, like, this was a fine defense anyway. Did it get a little scary? A little bit. Is it scary now? Absolutely not. Not with Blink completed. GG even coming in from Serral right now. What a weird game. herO seeing it but not seeing it. We're just listening to the door. Yeah, what a strange game. It was like he didn't see the Nidus, right? Because like he defended because he was in a good position, but like I don't think he saw the Nidus because he did panic a little bit to it. Like when the Nidus sound went off, suddenly he's like, "Oh my god, batteries and stuff," right? What a weird situation. Like I say, just because it feels like he should have known. I have the replay. I can check herO's view. No, we checked herO's view. He saw the Nidus network. He just didn't respond to the Nidus. That's what I'm saying, right? Like, it's weird because he saw the Nidus and didn't respond, and I was like, was that just confidence he was going to be okay? But the moment the Nidus popped is the moment he started throwing down extra stuff. So I'm just wondering what he would have done if he truly... To me, that means he didn't see the Nidus, or he didn't notice the Nidus, right? Because also he built a stasis ward on the other side of the map. That's the... that would be great if you're defending against maybe a Roach Walk, or I think that stasis was actually designed to catch a drone coming across to build the 3rd hatchery or something. Yeah, I just don't think he saw it, and that led to kind of a little bit of a weird situation for sure. I mean, he was fine, he still defended, and he gets himself to a 1-0 lead against Serral, which is obviously not easily done at all. So, the cheeky little cannon rush opening build, I like it, something a bit different, cranks it out, gets himself a game win. We'll head into game 2 here in just a moment, guys. We are going to take a couple of moments just between games. We just need to run ads, especially early in the day. There's less wiggle room. I've not had enough time to build a buffer for the ads, so hopefully, unless the next couple of games are like super long, we should be able to get through them without ads. But yeah, maybe after game 2 we'll run ads again, and then maybe we can go without ads. But it's just going to be a bit of figuring it out and seeing what we can do and all that kind of stuff as usual. So. So yeah, take a moment or two, jump into this second game, and you fly to France and you crank out the cannon rush. I love it. Yeah, honestly as well, like these maps are going to be in the ladder for a little while longer, but other tournaments are probably going to start using some different maps as well, so absolutely a great time to crank out the cannon rush in a fun little position too. Probably not going to get too many more chances to really utilize it in the bigger, more kind of prestigious events that we have in this day and age, so yeah, I like it. I like the goal. Alright, let's jump in again too. It's going to be on Incorporeal, guys. We can get this one underway and start this off. So, Incorporeal coming up and getting a going. Let's head into this second game right now, as this is best of 7, of course, lower bracket elimination match from Maestros of the game. Shout out to the Maestros guys who just sent me over the replay pack yesterday as well, so we could get right on to casting these games today too. and sink our teeth into them. Obviously, I was away while this was played live. Otherwise, we would have just done the live show of it. We would have had the cameras of the players and everything. But like I say, rather catch up on the replays than anything else. For me, this is still a fresh watch, so it's always a nice little bonus. Let's jump into game number 2. I'll just throw us onto the official observer, guys. Obviously, I'll be a little bit slow going on the intros. It seems like they're doing big long intros for the offline section and getting the crowd hyped up, I imagine. Obviously, we don't need all that time, but if you're just wondering why we're sat on bases for the first minute or two, that's all that is. So, yeah. How's everyone doing? How's everyone feeling today? Like I say, a full week of StarCraft for us, on the weekdays at least. Like I say, I'm not here Saturday, Sunday, Monday, but I'm super excited about what's coming up because we got a lot of cool stuff planned. We've got Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament next week. Obviously, WardiTV Mondays are continuing. We're going to be having the WardiTV Korean Royale coming around real soon as well. The WardiTV Fall Frenzy will also be happening in the near future. And then we are basically looking toward the WardiTV 2025 Championship. So, yeah, it's a day. It's a week. We've just got a lot coming up. Obviously, there's a good amount of cups to cover. The Leo Cup is on. We're just in a fun place, I feel like, in terms of stuff to watch. We're in the full off-season swing. Just had a fun email come through this morning about something we might be able to fund as well, which would be really cool if we could get that together as well, because we were talking about something yesterday that'd be exciting. I'll not elaborate just now, but there's some excitement in the air of what we could do. Matches coming down into place. Just going to be seeing a couple Queens and Lings coming through. Nexus, Cybercore, all coming up. Simulators on the way by as well. We just have our Overlord pushing up into the natural expansion. So, looking to see a little bit of what's going on, a little bit of what's taking place. We've got our Nexus building, Warp Gate on the way in. Hey, what's up? 5 Attack Cats. Thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you for priming us up. Thank you so very much. Hell yeah. Thank you. If you just joined us today and you're on the YouTube channel, don't forget to give us a like and a subscription as well. It takes a couple moments to scroll down beneath the video. Hit that like button. The more likes you get early, the more YouTube likes the video, and the more YouTube's like, oh, we should get more people to watch this. So give it a like or two. I don't know what the viewership is going to be like today, to be honest, because like I said, I expect a lot of people have probably watched this already. Then sometimes people like to just chill and they don't mind watching it again, they just like the background noise and stuff. I'll be interested to see where the viewership gets to today, especially on YouTube, because YouTube is such a YouTube is such a hit and a miss on things. Sometimes I feel like I stream something on YouTube that I feel like it's going to do terribly, and it just like pops off. And then the next day I'm like, rah, some sick games today, and YouTube's like 130 viewers and no more. It's such a weird space to be streaming into right now. It's very, very unpredictable. Maybe it is predictable, but I've just not learned the patterns yet, you know? Like, I feel like I know how my Twitch channel works. I know what's good, what's bad. I have my expectations pretty well set there, but, like, yeah, YouTube is a different beast that I'm not as experienced with, for sure. On a little patrol. Stargate is still building up. The Rotron is on the way through. And get all of that up and started here. A couple of moments. A couple of adepts going to go warping in as well. Obviously, 4 minutes in, a much more standard beginning to this map than what we saw on the previous one. So, right from the get-go, Serral's going to feel a bit more comfortable. And herO. Well, we'll see what herO wants to do as well. We'll see what his plan kind of becomes as the probe sets up onto the third Nexus. The Lings and the Roach are still coming out. The Adepts are going to go for a little cheeky shade down toward the south. Watching Serral play is always good, even when you know the results. Yeah, I mean, I don't know the results, so it's great for me. But yeah, for a lot of people, they just honestly, I think a lot of people like watching games and just getting a fresh take on the games as well. Like StarCraft 2 is fun enough that a lot of the time you can rewatch things, and you know, obviously some games just don't have a lot to them, right? Some games someone just gets ahead and wins, but there's so much nuance in StarCraft 2 that I think a lot of the time you really can just watch and be like, man, I didn't notice that the first time around. This happens to me all the time. Someone mentions like, oh, you know, we're doing this or we're doing that. I'm like, Huh, I really didn't notice that when I watched that game, and I go back and I'm like, man, that's really something that you know, really took place. Crazy. Bane Nest on the way up. A few lings coming through. Ravager is on the way. So this is looking pretty aggressive from Serral. Only 38 drones, and he's getting his aggression on for this next map. No, obviously was a first big sign of this, cutting drones as well. And I think this game, herO just does not have the info. herO's information is super limited. He's not really been super active on the map, right? He's not really seen too much of anything. I mean, he's building a cannon up here, but yeah, he's just blind. He's not seen anything in a long time. The oracles have been, you know, hiding to kind of come in as a surprise factor. Well, great. That's lovely for you, herO. Tell me, how exactly do we defend this attack running into your third base right now? I'll give you the answer to that one, guys. We just don't. I mean, the oracles are going to activate. The other oracles turn back around. The adepts are coming back over too. At the very least, this third base is going down. You cannot possibly be this unprepared and find a defense on your third. Even loses an oracle to the corrosive vials as well, so a major connection there is going to be a major positive. There's 18 dead probes going down so far. The oracle's still active there. Going to go after Ravager now, trying to turn onto some roaches. The adepts getting caught a little bit as well, so a bit more damage done on that. One more oracle going down. The Nexus has fallen. The Ling Roach still looking to try and break through over here and, yeah, maybe break on into the natural in the next couple of moments. Move ourselves into position on that. Opportunities definitely just kind of presenting themselves. A 7 Ravager morphin. I mean, Serral starts droning. He got the lair on the way as well, so he'll look for a transition to this rather than just straight up killing. To be fair, once you kind of go down to 2 bases of Protoss, defending becomes a lot more, you know, simple because you've got a wall off. The Osaic defense also is behind. I don't think that necessarily means he defends this, but there's a reason why Serral is looking toward the future rather than putting everything on the, hey, I need to break through this right now, else I'm doomed. herO supply blocked off, losing the pylon, is probably going to lose another at the front. Oracle gets caught in the biles again. Raining biles magnetized to the oracles. And the oracles are not having a great time because of it. There's another one showing up. He's like, I will dodge these biles. He really has no choice. I mean, this is a scenario where if Serral had probably just built units, he just swarms through and wins. But he's done so much damage that by building a lair and drones, he's also going to move toward victory, right? He's a 3-base saturated Zerg player now. He's got himself the opportunity to tech into roach speed, and he's just going to have so many more units than what herO's going to have access to. Because if herO wants to play this game, either he's got 2 choices. Either he just attacks himself with anything he can find, well, he doesn't have the units for that right now. Or he builds up a bit, in which case Serral's eco advantage is going to kick in. If herO builds up a bit, he's going to have to reinvest in a third base. Because of everything that's happened, he's going to have very late tech. There's nothing that's immediately ready here from herO. Like, herO is a long way off being competitive in a longer game. And that just means that by the time he kind of gets set up, I mean, this might just be the case that Serral maxes and goes. I honestly don't know if he waits that long. He might just go roach speed and bane speed. That might happen just about when he maxes, actually. The rate at which he's producing roaches, that might just line up as well, so I think the general concept, though, is clear, is that Serral is just going to have a hell of a lot of stuff. A bane speed coming through. I don't believe we lost the oracles as well. 5 oracles died. It's kind of ridiculous when we didn't bring any... like, how would we lose 5 oracles when the queens didn't come across the map, man? What is going on to lose 5 oracles defensively? Like, that's almost, like, you almost have to try to lose that many oracles, like, you know? That's genuinely something. These elves are going to have a charge back. That's not going to give you anything. Your sub 100 supply. Serral's, I said Serral might max out as he hits the speed upgrades. Obviously, I was very wrong on that. His supply didn't increase that much recently, but he did a bit of investment into a 4th hatch, and plus missiles started up as well, so it's not just been unit pumping. He's also made lings and banes rather than purely roaches, so like I say, the concept is the same. You get the speed upgrades, you have a lot of units, you're going to attack in and have a lot. You see the Archon's morphing from herO. I mean, that's his only form of splash damage, really, and he needs something, but a couple of Archons ain't going to do it. You know, a couple of Archons and some great Prism Micro against a smaller army can pull off magic. This is not a small army. This is so much Roach Ravager. There are 2 Immortals on the right side as well. I fear for them that they might just get caught by the Lings. They may not get to do too much onto the Roaches. We're not even going to get to see it. Did he really lose... Did all 5 of those Oracles die to Biles? That's really a ridiculous stat, no? But like that really is a bit of a ridiculous stat. If every single one of these oracles died to Biles, maybe he lost like one flying in across the map or something. So this was the first one he lost now? Right, I missed that one. That was the first one that died to a Bile, right? I'm going hunting for info. Is it this one that dies to the Bile? But they're all here, right? So yeah, it's got to be one of these guys just dies to the Bile. Yeah, this oracle dies to the Bile, just sits still. He's on 2 oracles. Eats Biles on both of them. Oh my god, I didn't even see that double kill of the Bile. Wow, that's actually crazy. So that's 3. And then I saw one more get biled over here as well. I think this one dies to Biles. And this one maybe dies across the map or so. Yeah, this one dies to Biles, and this is our last oracle. Where did you die? Did he just die elsewhere? He chased across the map and died, I think. That was actually ridiculous, though. How silly. Yeah, how silly. 4 oracles dead to Biles is, especially, like, double kills as well. And especially when those oracles aren't really pressured. It's not like they're like, crap, we gotta move, the queens are getting us, and you predict the movement. Like, he just sat still. He flew into 1 or 2. That's not what we call a pretty circumstance, to say the least. It's not a pretty circumstance, to say the least, at all. Alright, we're gonna be, jumping into game number 3 here, which is going to be on Persephone for herO versus Serral. Let's get to it, and let's get straight into the third game as it gets tied up then. Obviously, Serral, I mean, we saw that one coming from a while off. Fun to check back on the Biles. The nice part of casting the replays today is we have the time to kind of just sit here and go back through a couple of things here and there, go back through a couple of moments. So, yeah, I mean, that's nice. We are not rushed off into the next game or anything. You know, we can take our time and jump into the next one, so... Awesome. Have I checked the new map pool yet? No. Next week we'll be doing the Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament, so the official tournament for the TLMC. We'll be seeing all 16 of the new maps that have made the finalists in action. And, yeah, we'll see all 16 of those getting played out. That should be a lot of fun. I tend not to look at them too far in advance. I like to look at them kind of the morning of the tournament, just to kind of see what we're playing with and kind of go in with a bit of fun and excitement. But yeah, obviously a bunch of those will typically then make the ladder as well, so should be pretty cool. Yeah, obviously they're not guaranteed ladder maps or anything yet, of course, guys. Ladder maps will get changed. Probably the typical turnaround was we'd have a TLMC, so the TLMC would wrap up in like 2 weeks or so, say, after the tournament. And from there, it's usually 2 to 3 months for new maps, but Liquid Map Contest guys are in charge of the new maps now, so maybe they can push them out sooner. I'm just not sure how much has to be checked on by Blizzard. Like, I don't know if the Blizzard process still slows that up or what the case is. This is our first time having a tournament where we know the map pool is going to be edited by the TLMC guys. So this is kind of a first for everyone. We're all kind of in kind of new territory. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly they come around. I also wonder if they're going to do a full 9-map change. I feel like they will. Surely, we at the very least, we're going to see 7 maps change. I feel like we might see 9 new maps. I think that'd be great. The quality of the TLMC maps lately as well, the last few editions have been so good. You could really kind of just pick and choose, you know, any 9 of the 16 and make a pretty good map pool. So I'd be surprised if they don't feel like they can just go for a full 9-map shift. Be pretty cool. Sweet. You know, some streams allow you to rewind while it's live. Is that something the streamer has to enable? Yeah, so the new rewind feature on Twitch, it's for subscribers only, or if you have Twitch Turbo, you have it on all channels. The only thing is that streamers, A, have to enable it, but B, they have to enable their VODs. So if you don't have access to if the streamer doesn't enable their VODs to be public, then the rewind feature doesn't exist. So, because I guess it's built in based on the VOD, so I think it's turned on naturally if you already have your VODs turned on, but that's, you know, dependent on the fact that you have your VODs turned on. So that's probably the only reason why, because you have Turbo, so you should have access to it on every channel that applies it. Which I imagine, now that that's the thing, most streams will find a way to apply that and produce their VODs or so, I would guess. So yeah, what's the Parabyte 78-month resub, the 69-month streak? Nice, hell yeah, thank you so much. the 69 appreciate it. Queen, I'm going to be firing. Adept takes some damage. Ling coming about, and we will just be seeing our Ling speed on the way through. Overlord, Hatchery, and a couple of Spore Crawlers on the way up as well. So we bring all of that through. The Adept continues to move about a little bit here. And I'm just going to be seeing the Oracle is on the way. Trying to boost out the Stargate. Yapping on over the first 3 minutes of this game. It's not really too much happening. There's some little bits and pieces. I ain't no Hostum. I don't care if this Adept stepped across the map 1 second later than usual. I'm in for the grand scheme of this game, and to me, this is just nice standard. Guys poking around for some damage. Always fun. We talked about this when we casted herO Serral last time they played, which was in this tournament as well. They played in the upper bracket, right? But yeah, it's actually kind of fun because you talk about herO and Serral, and you've got these two guys that are beasts, but herO is one of the absolute best players at getting damage done with his oracles. Meanwhile, Serral is one of the absolute best players at denying damage in the early game of his EVP as well. And so you have this real kind of heavyweight duel where it's just, you see the expertise of someone who's usually kind of making, mince meat of all the drones on the map early. Meanwhile, Serral is holding him to 2 or 3 kills here and there because his queen position is so good. He's so active with where he needs to be. Very nicely done in that regard. What's up, Game Stooley? Thank you so much for the 10-month resub as well. Let's rewind. Thank you. Appreciate it. Rewind feature is just good. Nothing to complain about there. Big plus. You want to give the gift of rewinding to more people, by the way. It is September. For today and tomorrow, still, if you gift 5 subs, there is a guaranteed 1 sub bonus. So if you gift 5, you get to gift 1 extra on Twitch. And of course, sometimes you even get more than 1. It's a little bit of a lottery. Sometimes you get 2. I've seen 2 so far. We haven't seen too many, but yeah, if you're feeling generous and you want to give the gift of rewinding this September, give 5 and get at least 1 gifted sub free. Anyways, back to this game. Because things are heating up. herO is on the map. A couple of Adepts want to poke forward. The Oracles are overhead, and they will check in to see what they can do. The Zerglings are going to try and play the wraparound, but the Adepts will just not shade. The Lings, they don't want them to shade, otherwise they would have hidden he would have hidden the Lings and then kind of shown the Lings as the Adepts shade in. He's afraid that if he's not surrounding the shades preemptively, then he might end up in a position where the Adepts get into a little bit of a gap, and it becomes more of an issue. So he'd rather just these Adepts not commit in at all, shows the Lings on top of them, pushes that back, means they're in great position. If the shade does commit, it's an instant surround as well. Blink finishing soon from herO, and that's the main thing here that's going to start making this interesting. So yes, I'll flip the guys top and bottom on the scoreboard. I'm yapping on and not looking at that, so didn't do it already. Let's see, a few Zerglings going to get turned around by the Stalkers, by the Adepts. A couple Stalkers going to fire, the Zerglings already taking damage. We do have the charge and the +1 upgrade building up from herO, so we get both of those upgrades coming straight into play as the Roach speed, the Roaches, the Lings all continue to come out, and Serral preps himself off 68 drones to start just cranking units. Obviously prepping to deal with this first round of blink pressure. I don't think Serral, is Serral going to be committed in this game? He's got an Evo Chamber that he's not using yet. I guess seeing an upgrade on that Evo Chamber would tell us a little bit more about what to maybe expect here. Right now, just cranking units. I suppose we can put that down to just the fact he's playing defense against these Blink Stalkers. There's the Adepts. Not committed in earlier, going to come in now. At least 2 drones will go down here, and it takes a little while to get the damage going, so we're going to see 3 or 4 drones. 5 now in total. Not all of them were from the Adepts. I think 1 or 2 elsewhere, perhaps. I don't think those Adepts were the culprits of all 5, but maybe they were. Maybe I just lost track of 1 or 2 of those shots, as the Temple Archives will finish. And herO will get a whole bunch of additional gates on the way with that Fleet Beacon, and just continuing to look to the later stages of this game. Infestation Pit coming down from Serral, starting to look to tech up then, adding a drone or 2, and we get confirmation that he does in fact want to play a bit of a longer game here, rather than potentially going for the kind of the earlier, more aggressive route, which is, again, just what I was kind of thinking may have been the case, just because, 68 drones, there was nothing else kind of, future-proofing this game coming online. The Evo Chamber that hadn't started upgrading, like, yes, you built the Evo Chamber, but maybe you just decided crank units out and not upgrade. Obviously, none of that was true. It is just going to be tech now. This was just a defense against the Stalkers at first, and now on we go. It's a massive run by. Classic herO, nothing in the wall, or not enough in the wall, and these Lings and Roaches are going to get into the main base. In a hot second since I talked about herO's wall not doing its job, and Unfortunately, that's going to be the case here, and that opens the door for him to be just out of position for this fourth base attack as well. So Serral doesn't really do much in the main. He hits a lot of pros, doesn't kill many, but he cancels the fourth with another group of units, which is a very meaningful play because there's also nothing there to immediately rebuild it either. So it really does keep heroes at 3 base prowess for a significant period of time, and Serral is just cruising through to his future tech. You see that hive on the way up. So you've got a hive coming up, you've got that lurker den coming down. You can see all of the bits and pieces that are just on, a couple of infestors added on too. Not that herO is not teching himself. Sleepy can finish and he gets himself a mothership added on. It looks as though it will only be the mothership for the moment. Doesn't look as though we're going to get anything else alongside that. So just the mothership for now, plus 2 attack about halfway done. Stalkers and Oracle still pushing around on the left-hand side. One more stasis ward dropping straight into place. And a few zealots gathering over on the right. So the zealots join up together. Mothership still building, plus 2 attack. Finishing very soon. Gateway in the Nexus coming online for now. Double Hydras building as well. Still got the Vipers, still got the Lurkers pushing on through. And Mothership just joining up. A couple of Oracles are right there. The Stalkers are moving around. And we just have everything kind of gathered up. So, yeah, I mean, Mothership just pushing up. We're going to do a crazy recall. I mean, it's the only reason you're moving the Mothership like this, right? But yeah, we're going to try it. Stasis Wards on the high ground. Time Warp on the ramp. Fungal Growth came down preemptively. Now the Storm's come down. Serral was a little bit aware of it. He started moving up. The Stasis Ward catches and blocks the ramp. What a play from herO. Man, it almost felt like such a daring move already, but look at him go. herO with the absolute moves. Now in this main base and controlling. Look at him go. Storming on those lurkers. This hive. It takes some nibbles. I mean, this has worked out so far. Serral just about dealing with some zealots that are elsewhere on the map, but otherwise still kind of a little bit concerning of a situation. Another storm coming down, and these units are kind of beaten up. I mean, Serral's actually losing to those zealots on the other side as well, so the zealots are doing a lot of work, and herO really has made a great play. And obviously, you win in this main base, and there's so much of the tech available here. That's why it's so important for Serral to defend this location. Your main holds so much. 5th base has fallen. herO has to recall out, loses 1 Archon while recalling. I was not believing that that Mothership was actually going to be able to make that play. But it really worked. And it worked because of the setup. Because he went for the stasis on the ramp. That really helped it by time. He time warped the ramp as well. So he really had... It wasn't just like, oh, I'm going to recall in your main and see what happens. He had a way to force that play to work. You know, it wasn't just like one single move. It was the extra little touches that really allowed for that to see success. Serral drops down in supply. He's less supply than herO. Never a good sign for a Zerg player to be trailing on the supply counts. As herO rebuilds a Mothership, we'll get another Stargate online. I imagine his intentions soon have to look toward Tempest because he knows there's lurkers out. He saw the lurkers as Serral played defense there eventually. So he knows that the lurker count is going to become a real problem for him soon. And so to me, it can only really make sense that in that situation we start to get the Tempest out. And obviously the second Stargate suggests that. And there it is now in the production tab as well, as alongside another Oracle. As I did lose 1 or 2 of his Oracles before. And Oracles are going to be very important because you're fighting against the lurkers. Anytime you're fighting against these lurkers, you need to see them. And Oracles and Revelations are the most reliable vision you can have, because once the Revelation is down, you can't lose that Revelation mid-fight until the timer is gone, right? So you know exactly how long you see those lurkers for. You don't lose an Observer 6 seconds in, and it's like, oh god, I'm halfway, committed to these lurkers. It's a massive fungal, by the way, on those zealots. Jeez, herO. He may be a little bit crazy with those, but yeah, the TLDR... on my point is just that, Revelation is going to be necessary. You need a lot of them to make sure you constantly revelate in those lurkers as well. There's going to be a good cleanup on this left-hand side after that. Yeah, scary fungal on the right. Didn't actually get too many zealots in the end, just softening a bunch up. Did push the big chunk of them away and maybe opens the map for Serral if he wants to move around a bit. But as we've seen so far, Serral struggling to kind of take the fights that are going to really succeed for him. One more revelation to that right side. Lurker is going to take a little bit of a tap. Again, as long as they're revelated, you're going to constantly see them in this situation where it's just... Yeah, I mean, if they're revelated, then, you can play it. I don't think the Mothership's going to be allowed in a second time. As it comes around the left side, obviously recall on that guy should be on cooldown. We should be able to go again, but, yeah, I don't think the Mothership is doing much anytime soon. Serral seems pretty darn prepared to make sure that doesn't happen twice. Couple cannons, batteries coming through, storm coming into place as the Hydras get pushed back. The Zerglings gathering up here, the Lurkers join together. That's, again, always a scary army that is joining up, but it's also a scary army that herO arrives with 2 Storms, and Tempest will do that too, as we are going to see the Fungal land on a few High Templar. We have to storm defensively for the High Templar now. Serral kind of tries to commit, doesn't get much out of it, just ends up eating Storms. I think he knows he needs to get some good catches here, and that's why he's playing a little bit loose. You know, that was a pretty kind of daring, risky move for Serral. I don't know if he necessarily makes that unless he's in this position right now where he kind of has to make things happen, you know? And that very much so is the case at the moment, that kind of got to make some things happen here sooner rather than later. Cannons are going to fly a Nidus network. Will be going down. The Lings are going to get caught in the storm right there. The Tempest continue to push this back. Lurker's still taking some shots. The Mothership playing a recall. Nidus across the map denied by the cannons. We'll try another Nidus nearby and see if we can maybe get the Lurkers out there and maybe try and siege up that base and that static defense. There's going to be a lot of effort to kind of break through because there is just a layer of cannons, right? So there's a lot to do to really push yourself through that position successfully. And that's definitely one of the bigger issues at the moment as we see a couple of cannons still poking around. Lurkers taking a few more shots. Those Tempests get back to work. Spore Crawler taking a few hits of damage as well. A little bit more damage being done. See the Tempest continue to move. The Hydra's trying to come around on both sides. The Tempests are a little bit stuck, surrounded. Gonna have to escape down toward the bottom side, but then the Hydras can actually give decent chase, and the Lurkers are covering on the ground, so the Tempest really stood outside of the safety zone, and herO is going to lose all of those air units and give Serral a wide open opportunity. Compared to what this was, looking like, Time Warp comes down, hero's scrambling a little bit here, needs to buy time. Hit by Lurkers on the left-hand side as well, as Serral continues to try and find ways for himself to chip on through to get some work done. herO just getting too happy with those Tempests, a little bit lax on them, and just getting caught a little bit there as 3 of those Lurkers make it out. The final one will go down as the Observer gets in reach, and that Nidus should go down too. But once again, we're cleaning up on the left side, and Serral is already making his next move. The beauty of Serral's play is that fluidity from one side of the map to the other, going from one direction to the next. And in this case, you're going to see the Lurkers burrowing up, the Hydras are pushing down, cannons and batteries continue to take a whole bunch more damage there. A couple of Tempests shooting in and hitting the Overseers. There's 2 armor coming up. There is the Overseer overhead. The Hydra is still building on in. And the Zerglings are going to join up with everything else as well. So bringing all of that through. As you all can see, the couple of Archons are going to get there. The Lurk already going down. The Zealots are still chasing. Hydra's getting pushed away. The rest of those probes coming back up together. And the Hydra's still joining up over on the sides just for the moment. Couple of Tempest shots. The Hydra's taking some damage. And you are going to be seeing the Corruptors obviously on the way. Serral preparing for more and more units here to help out. Trying to get away in the Nidus, but it does go down. As that Nidus goes down, we see 3 more Void Rays in production with Flux Veins as well. So we're prepping for the Corruptors, giving us an opportunity to kind of get something out that can fight against the Corruptors, which are again kind of essential on the other side. So playing around that very nicely as these Zealots charge through. A couple drones already begin going down. 4 workers killed. More of them may be in trouble. The Zealots are going to run by at this point. Maybe even let those Zealots just take these units as far away as possible. Not that herO is really looking to take advantage of positioned units, and he wasn't really looking to take advantage of his Zealots there either. He's busy over here clearing up another Nidus attempt. He does get in for a couple of drones in the end. But yeah, there's a lot more going on to just than just that Zealot run by, so no wonder that he's not necessarily paying attention to that exact location. As the Tempests get back to work, a couple of Immortals still punching on through. +2 air weapons coming up, +2 shields. We've got +3 armor. Really are just seeing fantastic upgrades for herO, and Serral not quite reciprocating. He's going to be on 2-2 as herO heads in towards +3, +2 on further tech units as well. Obviously, Serral is going to say not really any air upgrades yet either, but he does have +1 fire attack starting, so he's moving towards something that can help these Corruptors out. As the ship attacks in, we're going to see the Corruptors wanting to come in from the left-hand side, but they don't commit. Decide not to go for that move just yet. Another storm coming into place. Parasite coming up, by the way. Burrow on the way through. So just bringing all of that online is you are going to have. I mean, this army is so far just been uncontestable. You can see Serral on his way to the Neural Parasite, and that might be one of the real ways in which he can still kind of have a chance to fight this. Turn some of the Protoss units against each other. Difficulty is going to be keeping those Infestors alive long enough for their Neurals to stick. Especially with so many Tempests up in the sky, having the range, some target firing available could be a big factor onto those Infestors once you have detection on them. And in general, you can just see herO. He's done with kind of breaking down the left side base. Now he realizes there's bases on this right side we can grab, and some serious damage we can put in over on this direction, and that's exactly what he begins to go for. +3 air weapons, +3 armor, +3 shields. We'll continue to come through here at the moment. You see the Knights still gathering up. Pylon in trouble, Cannon in the battery in trouble. Just going to see the Voids going after the Lurker. We're going to see this Nidus network is indeed going to go down, so that will be a kill. Nidus on the left side in reach of a cannon, so that one will probably not come up with much health left on it. Serral. Look, a Corruptor settled on the right side. I mean, at this point, it is still herO's army that's the one that's moving around, looking to find the opportunities and the moments to move in. Look at the base count. Obviously, Serral all game long has not really had creep on the map. He's not had control. The only control that's really come for Serral is through the Niduses, and he's put them in very conservative positions so you can guarantee some units get into position. But yeah, currently a 5-base Zerg versus incoming 6-base. Well, basically incoming 6 bases for both players. So equal base count is not exactly great for Serral either. Like I say, just trailing in those earlier stages is starting to really cost him a little bit as the changelings gather up there. So a lot of units from herO on that far right-hand side. Extractor goes down. A couple of drones will be killed. Hydra Lurker still wanting to press forward a little further. That Revelation was not really it. The second one was a little bit better. A couple of Lurkers here. Do we have vision on them? Yeah, we have an Observer too, so space just goes down. Serral is just running. I mean, when you see the Zerg just retreating like this, refusing to commit to the fight, giving up bases, you know it's not pretty. We commit in right here. We do get a Parasitic Bomb off. Storm's already covering the Corruptors. And the Parasitic Bomb was good. We get all the shields off the Tempests. We gotta follow up, though. There's still Storms available. There's just no way. This army is not what it needs. It's way too kind of unit-heavy versus spellcaster-heavy. That said, the counterattack is doing a lot of work, and herO lost 33 probes already, so if there's a way... I mean, if we can just get through this army one time, it just doesn't feel likely. Yeah, I mean, hero's supply dropped a lot. It's just his army that remains is always so much better than what Serral has remaining, and that obviously makes a big difference right there. GG. And herO will retake a lead in this series, so going to go up 2-1. Obviously, initially was on a 1-0 lead as well, so Serral is kind of the guy that's falling behind in these games so far. As we'll head into a game number 3 in a couple of, sorry, game number 4 in a couple of moments, guys. We'll just run 2 minutes of ads and we can go. Go. Perfect. It's going to be Golden Wall up next. Obviously, this map pool for the Maestros was not the standard map pool. They did change a couple of the maps, brought some old maps back. Resvan, Golden Wall, and not necessarily an old map, but Sandworm was one of the maps we were using in WardiTV events for a little while before the new map pool came around last time around. So, yeah, well, that one's kind of part of this as well. We might see it later in this series. I think they're playing with 9 maps, and this is a best of 7, so there is going to be some of the, there's definitely going to be some of these maps that I've just mentioned that will make appearances throughout today, unless we're very unlucky, unless, like, you veto one each and it's always Game 7, we never get a Game 7, but it's fairly unlikely, I would say. Yeah, Golden Wall up next, and that's always a fascinating one in terms of what builds you do, what sort of approach each player takes. There's never a guarantee on Golden Wall in terms of how it's going to turn out, right? So, with that in mind, let's get to it, and let's see what Game 4 of this best of 7 has for us, as herO holds a 2-1 lead in the lower bracket against Serral right now. Best of 7, so we're not kind of, nibbling at our fingertips or anything just yet for Serral. Again, this is lower bracket. This is an elimination series. And Serral in that bottom left is looking to tie us back up to 2-2 if you can grab a win here on Golden Wall. While on the other side of the map, the red Protoss player is herO. And he has a 2-1 advantage. And that entire last game kind of really just stemmed from that first Mothership recall play. What a fantastic option, as herO just finds the opportunity to come in, look good, deliver. Yeah, very nicely done by herO. Very cool stuff. Because like I say, from that point on, he really controlled a lot of the game. And he had a fight or two where I was like, uh-oh, feels like he's losing a lot, but he was always having enough economy to build back out of those situations. So, played it very calmly, played it very responsibly, I would say, as well. Did a great job overall, like I say, of just keeping everything kind of where it needed to be. Some good stuff. Big fan of that. Yep, Golden Wall does have this gold base. So we're going to opt to take that straight away on this map. It's not difficult to defend gold. It's forward. It's obviously... The worst part of that gold base is typically the bottom side of the map becoming under attack. If a couple of adepts get to the other side, you can deny a lot of mining there if you don't have a way to kind of get through and to deal with those properly. So I'd say that that's typically the larger factor more than anything else usually. Drones just going to transfer over, get those gold minerals mining, and we get to work. Sorry, just reading chat. Does anyone know where I can find a replay pack of these games? I don't know if it's released. I got these directly from the organizers to cast. It might be they only sent them out to people who supported the crowdfunding for this event. I'd say that's the most likely situation. So, yeah, I'm not sure if the replays are easily available. So just because no one else answered you, that's the most information I can basically provide myself. So hope it's I know it's not really useful, but better than to sit in silence, I guess. Am I casting this all in one go as well? Yes, this was about 15 minutes ago, but yes, we're gonna just cast everything today unless it's super long. Like, you know, we got 4 best of 7s. I'm thinking maybe an hour and a half-ish each on average. So if it's 6 or 7 hours, we're good. If it's like 8 or 9 hours, then we might cast the finals another day. But I don't know. I did absolutely zero research on these games, so I just know that they happened. What round is this? This is the lower bracket. So it's top 4. The lower bracket is Serral versus herO, and the winner bracket is Clem versus Reynor. And the loser of that winner bracket plays the winner of the lower bracket. So it's top 4, but this is an elimination match, whereas the series after this will be a winner bracket final. So there's still a second life for those guys up in the up in the upper bracket. Dev's gonna recall home. We did get some drones, so you see that kind of exact thing I'm talking about. But Serral gets an access into the middle of the map as well, because he got rid of some minerals on that left side, and so you can access the bottom side, and hence the Lings are able to force the adepts to go back. And now herO has an opening here that he may need to protect. The Lings get in for a probe. Oracle activating, so herO's not gonna let Serral stick around for a better surround on those adepts. Anything that takes more than a couple seconds to kill, these Lings don't really want to be a part of it, right? So just making sure that that is very much so the case. The Evo chamber comes up. And yeah, Smoke Roller drone on the way through, adding on a Queen, Nexus building into place. Oracle and the Warp Gate all coming online as well, as we continue to settle in just for the moment. Oracle's going to activate 3-4 drones going down immediately. It's going to be not too bad. The couple of Queens are going to be right there. The Oracle's going to push back the other direction again. Well, the upgrade building, we do see the Queen, the Lings, the drones all continue to come through then just for a few moments. Take a few opportunities on that. The Lings still gathering. The Adept's going to get behind the mineral line. Gold mineral drone's going to pull away. The Queens are going to be right there. The Adept's just going to fight. 3 workers going down. There's actually going to be some good damage, right? I mean, 3 workers, a lot of lost mine time. The Adepts get caught, though, and that can't be good. Oh, this is going to be a full surround. Adepts go down way too easily. What they were doing was nice, but they needed to kind of get blocked up a little bit there, not let a full surround go off. or have the support of the Oracles. The Oracles were just back over in the bottom right. And now they come across, and now they're out of position almost. There's only 2 Stalkers there. There could have been a moment where you just run into the main base and cause some chaos, because the Oracles were still chasing you, so it's not like the Oracles are preemptively just popping their pulsar beams and zip-zapping you down the moment you run in. It would have taken some time to catch up, activate, and start clearing out the lanes. So maybe there was an opportunity there for, you know, Serral to find a little extra of those lanes. Now here it comes through with these Oracles, loses 1 on the gold, doesn't get anything out of it. Okay, he gets a Queen in the end, but it costs him a lot more HP on that Oracle as well. Can't really say that I love it right now. I think herO is having a little bit of a rough early stages of this game. He's here on Golden Wall. Wings, melee upgrade coming through. The Oracle just getting pushed back once again. Couple of gates in the Forge coming through. Look at that blink coming around, going to be finishing very soon. So just going to bring that online, get that all set. Folks going to move about. The Link's checking up. Link coming into play in a moment or two. Still got the gates, the probes. Simulators coming around. The Link's looking for a wraparound on those Stalkers. Oracles are going to activate. The Zergling's taking some damage. I mean, the Link's just kind of crushed this. herO is kind of losing at pretty much every single opportunity, I feel like. That said, resources lost is fairly close. It's like 800 difference, but it's also like 2.6 to 1.8k. I mean, Serral's word count is also not great either, but he has been operating off a gold base, so his income is probably better than you'd expect considering that. You can see the income's kind of even. Has been spikes in herO's favor as Serral pulled away. It's kind of weird. Like, I feel like Serral's dominating, but the numbers suggest he's not. But I wonder if Serral's also about to just surge through as he hits Hydras and gets +1. Bane speed, Groove Spines. I wonder if that just becomes a moment where Serral is just like, okay, here it is. This is why I actually do have too much stuff. And he just waltzes across the map and has a fantastic time of it, right? Like, I feel like we're on the verge of that happening. Obviously, he drones up a little bit with the 4th base now active and available to mine from as well. Still want to try to keep this gold base mining, though. So we need to try and do as much as we can over here as the Stalkers poke around for a couple of moments. Revelation coming down. Feelings getting caught. The Stalker's going to shoot the Queens. Can be right there. We actually send the drones back to mine, so Serral's confident he's going to clean this up. The Hydra's starting to get on top of the Oracles. One goes down. We're continuously building Oracles, which was fine when this was a Ling-heavy defense. Now there's Hydras involved. Those Oracles are not going to do much. I think the quality of the army is starting to become apparent as well, especially as Hydras show up. Like, herO is playing with baseline units. There's no tech in play. It's just not going to be good enough at all, as Serral has absolutely convincingly won that previous fight. And now comes across to look to kind of push in. No Hydra speed yet. He obviously went Groove Spines first. Is going to go for the Hydra speed second. Again, that Muskoldman's going through. Bane Hydra all coming about. We're just going to start diving in here. The Banes are going to crash forward a little bit. The Ling's getting forward as well. I mean, hard to really be excited about this fight because there's just no way that herO holds on against this, right? The Stalkers are blinking back. What is exciting is it means that Serral's going to bring us to 2-2, and that means that, if nothing else, we're guaranteed 6 maps of this series. Not that I was really worried about that. Serral, it's hard to believe Serral's really losing even when he's down in the series, right? So, kind of always expect him to bounce back to some extent. Yeah, this one was... herO just lost too many of the fights at important points, right? And not even really fights. He lost too many moments where he tried to get something done and he just lost his units instead. The Adept's getting cleaned up way too easily. The Stalker's getting cleaned up a couple of times over. And yeah, there were aspects of it where it was like, well, maybe Serral's supply doesn't look that great despite that. And then you think about the reality, it's like, oh, well, Serral's getting onto better units. He's getting onto a better composition. Meanwhile, herO is still building everything, or throwing everything he has into building Stalkers. You know, we're 10 minutes in game. This is a point in the game where we're talking about storms, immortals, tech units, and everything. And because herO's been losing throughout, None of that ever came to life in this one. GG's, and Serral ties it 2-2 in the B07. Exciting stuff in this lower bracket matchup. Like I say, obviously lower bracket. Loser is out. I'm going to have to run ads, guys. Obviously that long 20-minute game kind of ate into some of the ad buffer that we had, so I'll just run 3 minutes here. What year was this map on the ladder? I want to say it was in like it was in the year of like the ESL Open Cups in full swing. I want to say like 2020, 2021. I will check. 2020. This was a COVID map. 10th of March to the 1st of October. Yeah, this is a COVID map. We played it right through the COVID lockdowns. That makes sense. That's what I was kind of thinking of, but I didn't know if it was like the tail end of that or like the second round of lockdowns or so. Doesn't feel that long ago. I know it's like 5 years ago. People still very, very fondly talk about Golden Wall as well, right? This map comes up all of the time when we talk about old maps people want to see again. It comes up all of the time. You know, keep the games rolling, guys. You got ads running, but that's PvZ. hero's already cannon rushed at the start of one game. Surely he wouldn't do it again. Okay, look, if he cannon rushes, we'll pause for a second for the ads to catch up. But I think the ads are mostly going to block out some nothing build orders, because that's a lot of what PvZ is for the first couple of minutes. Slight adjustments, slight changes, but for the grand scheme of things, setting up towards that Stargate play is the majority of what we do. herO in the top left. Serral in the bottom right. Game 5 of our best of 7. A fun series so far. Very similar kind of vibe. Obviously different games, but similar vibe to the first series these guys played in this tournament in the winner bracket, where it did have that kind of... I mean, that series was actually really crazy. There was a lot of really wild turning points and so on. But that series also had a lot of, like, very different builds. Like, Serral tried to mix it up a couple of times. herO was not afraid to mix it up a couple of times. It was a series where, yeah, every game had like a different feel to it. And this has been very true in this series as well so far. We've had that long game on Persephone. We've had some early games where, you know, had an early game where herO dominated. A couple of games which are quicker that Serral has been very good at just kind of taking advantage and showing up with too much stuff. And I mean, Serral's 2 wins have been in very different manners as well, right? Like, you know, the first game he showed up with Roach Ravager attack that, you know, herO had zero idea was coming. The second game that he won, he's really just taken advantage of herO showing up with armies that he's jumped on, taken advantage of, and eventually has pushed across the map with a convincing number of units with, and just taken the game from there. So it really has been, like I say, a mixed series so far. And obviously this was played offline, full best of 7 in Paris. It's happened this past weekend. So it's happened on Saturday. It's Tuesday today, so I'm casting it's 3-4 days late, just in case you want to know exactly how long ago these games were. Obviously not played on the PTR or anything, because this is part of a bigger tournament that started well before the PTR was a thing. Most tournaments are not going to just switch to PTR midway through themselves happening. Stalker about to finish. The Warp Gate in production. Link speed, queens, and drones continue to build on through. So we get all of that brought online. The single Zergling heading up to the top of the map. I'm just going to go for a little bit of a poke in as the Stalker going to head on over and tackle the Overlord for a couple of moments. Overlord already taking some shots. We get cozy. Just gonna see that link speed coming through. The drones on the way. Hatch coming online. A couple stalkers heading down through the center of the map as well. Gonna make themselves a chance to get straight across to the other side for a little bit. A little bit of pressure on here, and it is just stalkers, so at least no sentry. early Adept, so a little bit of a different kind of set of units that come over, and for example, this Overlord would not typically be in trouble here. In this case, it will be, as the Stalkers do have to take a moment to fight off the Lings, though. They want that Overlord, and they're going to get it. The Ling speed finishes up, and do we lose a Stalker for it? Yes, it was the Queen shot that just about got us there in the end. Just about did what we needed it to. Good job on that one. Oracle still building in, the Warp Gate coming online. Nexus reducing, Adept building, and the Oracle flying back over, down to the center of the map. Well, the Adept's turning back around the other side, so again, just go the other way for a moment or two. Nothing too crazy just yet. We're just going to activate, a couple Lings take damage. The Adepts are going to try and shade their way through in toward the natural, maybe up toward the main base. Oracle still activating through for a couple of drones. Going to find 3, very much so looking for 4, but not going to find that either. And the Queens are going to be there. We push this back away. Roach Roaring on the way in with the lair building too. Drones and Lings producing. Twilight Counseling Gateways coming up as well. Add a Nexus on for good measure. And we are looking good. That's going to shade. Lings look to get a wrap around here. First Adept getting caught. Queen holding on that ramp for a little while to see a few of those Lings still chasing through. Adepts taking damage. 2 more shots continue to come around as the Adepts make their way into that mineral line. We'll see a couple of those drones beginning to go down again. So, herO committing. I mean, how many do we get, right? Okay, up to 4 now. Yeah, finds a low HP drone there. 1 Adept shades away, but should just get caught in the low ground. 5 workers is not bad. herO giving up. I mean, his Adepts for this, right? 6 Adepts and a Stalker, but you also got a ton of Lings as well. Stalker obviously was earlier in the game, but yeah, I don't hate this attack. I feel like this is pretty reasonable for herO. It keeps Serral in a position where you have to, replace a lot of stuff. Doesn't the drop a Lord morphing in, but the Oracle is chasing those Lings already. It's not going to get a chance to load them up immediately, but maybe now the Oracle gave up on them. The Lings can go back the other way and get into that drop a Lord. And Serral can look for a way to try and deal some sneaky damage here as the Adepts try and shape, but the Lings actually pulled all the way back. Just going to guarantee the cleanup on this Adept, but not before 1 more drone goes down, and herO really has found his way to get damage done in this one. That's the drop load then. So he did get that into position. Like I said, he's going to try and grab some damage. Roach is behind this from Serral. No drones just yet, sitting on 64 drones, so maybe could do a few more of those. Lings run in, force an instant warp and little pullback. Push from Serral, from herO, sorry, finds Serral's 4th base. And Serral will lose that, having to cancel it instantly. He's building into the bottom left corner as well, which might be an easier base to hold onto, as the Stalkers threaten the idea of a blink into the main base even. It's a risky play. Just going to start blinking them up though, and we are going to bring them all in. So, commitment in from herO. We're not in a bad choice either. I feel like the Stasis Ward could have come down top of the ramp a little bit sooner. Now you give it a chance to maybe be targeted. A few Lings get caught, the next one gets popped by a Queen. Good Stasis Ward management from Serral. That's going to be what keeps him alive here. If a lot of those Roaches get caught in a Stasis, this is absolutely an opportunity where those Stalkers can push through and trade with those Roaches for quite a long time. One of the charge building up. Temple Archives are starting, the cannon's still on the way. Our Stalkers retreating back over to the left side for the moment as well. So Stalker's going to find this hatchery bottom left, so I mean, you keep on killing these bases, Serral can't mine off a 4th, and that's going to become a problem as the few Zealots take their chance to step in toward the Roaches. The Oracle's going to be there, try and hold those Roaches off a little bit as well. As you see the Broodlings popping out, and this hatchery going down, so Serral still a 3-base Zerg. Trying to expand back up. We're just going to run through Stalkers. He's going to deal with this. I mean, Serral trying to get damaged on the other side while he's been the one that's been really heavily bullied by those Stalkers. This is his opportunity. There goes the fourth base of herO. No cancel on that one. That's just a kill. So herO losing his fourth. Ooh, Tunneling Claws turns on right there as well. So that's going to be something we can see as we drop the Revelation down. He misses the Roaches. I think he knew Tunneling Claws was there, but yeah, he missed it. So now just going to see those Roaches moving about. And the Revelation is not active just yet. We are going to get cannon on the low ground. That will help. It's the main army you've got to deal with as well. And Serral just has a lot of units. And bringing all of those units forward right now as we crush on into this Nexus. You're going to see this Roachling force really looking to push through, jumping onto this base, trying to get the wrap around onto these Stalkers. The Roaches, I mean, taking a good fight, but as reinforcing Stalkers show up, that's when it's going to become a bit more questionable. You can see Serral is agreeing with that concept as he tries to make his way out and, retaining some of these units, if at all possible. The Stalkers still chase. A few of those Roaches still getting pushed back and pushed down. A couple of probes in some trouble. Here's the Roach pings in from that right side. We'll get a couple more workers still, so hero's been taking damage as well, continuously in those mineral lines throughout this. And +2 attack building, infestation pit coming up, Hydras in production, +2 missiles, groove spines, all being added into play. Storm is coming up with a few cannons on the way as well, +2 attack. Part of this also. Hydra just joins up and we'll split a little, go a couple different directions, get itself settled in there. We do see the cannons continue to come up and online as the Storm and the +2 comes into play. Cannons in the gateway all producing online. See those three Oracles continue to join up together here. Again, that Storm and the +2 done. Look at Den. 5 Blings and Hydras coming about. Muscular Augments and the +2 missiles coming through as well. The Stalkers do take the Watchtower and we'll just kind of clear up. Holding map control as herO. It's funky because he really did such a great job of keeping Serral on 3 bases, but man, Serral's counters really did so much. And herO was not in position to deal with them. The Burrowed Roaches caused a lot of trouble as well. And that's kind of opened the door for Serral to kind of step up in this. I mean, we do have High Templars now available. It's going to be a big difference to before when we were just reliant on the Stalkers. But yeah, we do kind of need them to step over here and to find something. Oracle goes down, we drop the first Storm. I appreciate the High Templar maybe not find the Hydras as clumped as they wanted, but you got to start fighting this. Roaches on the left side once more. Fourth base from herO is a no-go because Serral is there and he's jumping on it. herO's going to try and warp in for the defense. I'm not sure if he'll get it as the Oracle does go down. Nexus is surviving for the moment. Okay, now it's being cancelled, so the fourth base does go in the end. It survived a while, but yeah, Roach just cleaned up the warp in. Still pushing though against this main army, and you can always say that if herO has this force right now, there's going to be a chance. Ling Hydra Roach trying to produce on the other side, but Serral needs to gather everything up together. He's causing chaos. He's making it difficult for herO to just kind of full send this and fully focus on this fight, because he's still running around on the other side of the map, and he's making sure that herO is as all in as he possibly can be with this push to this side. First Storm was actually not badly placed. It didn't hit immediately, but it's exactly where the units wanted to walk into to come and fight these Stalkers. There's going to be the drone pull as the Roaches step through. The Hydra's still trying to chase. It's a lot of Hydras left, and we're not exactly hitting the Hydras down easily. And I think Serral kills off this Archon. I think he's making a very good case as towards this game being a hold and a defense for him. See a few Roaches coming in underneath the ground, a couple of Zealots and Immortal coming back over there. Two more Stalkers blinking away one more time. Lurker and the Queen still gathering. You have the Hydras and the Roaches joining up. Stalkers blink down. +3 attack is going to be done fairly soon as well. A couple more Roaches still building. As you see the Stalker Immortal still pushing on through. Lurker taking a few more shots. Immortal's firing onto the Roaches. Immortal is going to be taken out right there. The Archon going down as well, perhaps. And there's just enough Hydras. And with the support of a couple of Lurkers, this one is no longer competitive. 45 supply of herO. He got Serral down to 110 supply, but yeah, I mean, like I say, it wasn't the smoothest ending kind of sequence from Serral. He did take some shots, he did take some storms, but he has clearly significantly more than herO coming out of these fights. herO will take a moment to fall back, regroup, and go one more time, perhaps. Again, he just never got to a fourth base. He did such a great job initially of denying the fourth, and the Zerg took back what was done to himself. At the end of the day, he said, "You deny my fourth, I deny yours." And that ends up being a real big problem at the end of the day. Yeah, that's something that herO just never really recovered from, as one more High Templar warps in. 5 Lurkers coming through, the hive is halfway done, and drones producing. If Serral wins this game, it will be the first time he's leading in the series. He's always been trailing, always down that map. He lost, and then he drew, and he lost, and he tied it up again. This would be his first chance to take the lead, and it would be then first chance at match point in this entire series for either player. So this is coming back across, the hive is still gathering up, it's going to come pushing forward for a couple moments. Yeah, the seismic expanse coming about, the Hydra's all coming through, plus 3 missile upgrades starting. Serral is just kind of picking and choosing what he goes for now, getting lurker upgrades as well. He's not pushing because these upgrades are going to make his life, better for himself. So yeah, just kind of staying away from that. I think we can, for the most part, see where we are heading to. Is still currently, an Archon and an armor upgrade coming in. I mean, herO's obviously getting time to build up himself, but Serral also knows that herO's been a 3-base Protoss player, and that's not sustainable. We're 15 minutes in game, so he knows fine well that herO is struggling along in this game, that he's fine to kind of give him a little bit of time for him to build up himself. Serral's, moments to kind of build up will go a lot further than herO's moments, because Serral's just going to be building off of so much better from the start. On Storm, I just get pushed back. Overseer's taking damage. Gonna try and fight this left side army. It's the right side army showing up. That's really going to be the death of herO here. Serral is walking through storms, and if that ain't a sign that you should probably get out of the game, losing your entire army probably will be. GG, says herO, and Serral will take his first lead of the series to make it 3-2 in the best of 7. One more map, and he is through to the lower bracket finals. Would be top 3 guaranteed if you win through this one. As that is Serral taking, again, first lead of the series. He's always been trailing and having played to tie it up so far. And now we're going to be going to game 6, which is actually going to be on Sandworm. So we are going to get Sandworm here for map 6. I like it. I actually really like this map. I was kind of sad it didn't make the ladder, because I actually thought this map was kind of cool. Players seem to really like playing on this one. I'm glad it's still getting used in a tournament here and there, because I actually really enjoyed Sandworm. We used it for a few weeks in the WardiTV event, so yeah, excited to see it back. As well throw the ads on. We'll take a moment. Like I say, these games are 15-ish minutes. Keeps us busy, and keeps us kind of coming back around to our ad timer. So, again, if we get any shorter games, there will not be ads between every single one. I mean, really, we might even be able to go to the end of the series without ads from here. Obviously, we do play a little bit cautiously, just in case there's a long game. Serral, herO have absolutely played some long games in the past, so it's maybe not quite a Serral classic where you're expecting it, but there is that possibility, right? As we'll just take a moment, give it about another 30 seconds or so, and we'll kick off into game number 6 here, Sandworm. Sandworm. Let's do it. Let's do it. 4 best of 7s. I should probably stop talking as much between the games. And get my voice through the day. Especially if we're getting some nice good series. I mean, this is a great series so far. What a great way for them to open their event. As we get into our first match point of the day. In the top right side, our blue Zerg player is going to be Serral. Taking on the red Protoss on the bottom left, it is herO. herO on a new team, by the way. Didn't bring this up. herO joined SKT1. What? An old Casper Pro League team picking up a player. That is amazing. herO has not been on a Korean team for a long time. Maybe since he joined since he was on CJ Entus. Since then, herO's been on Root. He's been on Dragon Phoenix Gaming, which was a Chinese team. Went to Weibo Gaming. Obviously, was just on Twisted Minds for a long time as well. Most recently was part of... was most recently part of Twisted Minds after leaving Weibo last year. Yeah, he's been on a Chinese team for a long time. He was obviously a big part of the WTL victories that Dragon Phoenix Gaming came across before they rebranded across as well. So, yeah, crazy team. Back on a Korean... I mean, we don't really have Korean teams either anymore, right? Which is maybe even the bigger news. Like I say, SKT1 picking up herO. Some freaking awesome news. That's really cool to hear. One of the better things I saw on Twitter over the vacation I took last week. Ashcast pool coming around, gateway coming up. You see the extractors coming about as we get ourselves settled in. Is the Nexus going down straight away as well? Just going to put that straight into position here for a couple of moments, get that on the go. So before building along, the simulator coming up as well. We just have a couple queens coming through again. Early game, peaceful in the PvZ at least. Obviously, after this as well, guys, just to reiterate, this is the lower bracket kind of semi-final. So after this, the winner advances to the lower bracket final. They play the loser of the upper bracket final, which is Clem versus Reynor. And then the grand finals from the winners of those matches as well. So that's kind of what the bracket visualizes as, if that helps. I know obviously we're not linking the bracket because these are replays. If we link the bracket, it'll have spoilers on it, so let's try and keep you guys up to date with where we're at. If you're unsure, feel free to ask. I'll try and paint a prettier picture if necessary, but that should get you covered. TLDR right now, the loser of this is out, and the winner goes to the lower bracket finals. We'll be guaranteed top 3, and we'll play against the loser of Clem Reynor. It's actually interesting because Serral has not had a good track record against Reynor lately. Arguably should have lost to him at EWC. Got trounced by Reynor in this tournament after he beat herO in the winner bracket. Serral then went on to play Reynor in the round of 4 of the upper bracket, and it was an absolute beatdown. Absolute beatdown. It's pretty crazy, actually, as the Adept wanders over. So yeah, if we get a Serral Reynor rematch, that'd be cool. If we don't get a Serral Reynor rematch, we're going to be watching Serral Clem. How can you complain about that? Well, you can't. And hey, if herO plays against any of those guys, those series are always pretty cool as well, but herO will have to win 2 in a row now against Serral. Can he take this one? One game at a time, right? It's fast fleet beacon, huh? Okay. Obviously, 4 gas already suggests something interesting was going to be taking place, and we're going to go fleet beacon early. What do we build here from herO? A second Stargate, and we go 2 Tempests at once. Yes, it is. So probably is going to be a couple Tempests at a time. There is a world where you can build 2 to 4 carriers and then transition into kind of the ground army afterwards and go towards Storm after you've already established the carrier count. That is one way in which you could maybe play out this series. The Lings do break through that Stalker and they break into the Natural. Problem for herO here, because these Lings can absolutely go through for the Scout. They're going to finish off that Adept. And, yeah, Serral is already in the main base with 1 Ling, so he already split 1 away, as he's going to get quite a few probes here as well. So an Adept and a Stalker, 4 probes. Some of the Lings even get out alive, and he got a full Scout in the main base. This could not really have been better for Serral, as he knows exactly what is going on. What is he going to try and do about his opponent's units? Oracle showing up. Queens are going to be right there, pushing that Oracle back. Oracle into the main base, but doesn't stick around too long, taking a turn out of there for the moment. Yeah, Rotron and Lair both still continuing into play just for now. So just getting a lot of that up and rolling here. You see the Oracle dropping the Stasis Ward down in the back. A couple of those drones going to get caught. Okay, it's continuing through. Queen's going to hit that Tempest, push that back a little bit further. Going to be seeing the Tempest obviously going to come through, and a good position to start off with. Get the Spore Crawler. Starts to put some initial damage on the Queen already as well, so getting some work in early. Not a bad start. Tempest doing what they're meant to do. What you like to see is the Queen's going to transfuse each other up. Going to step on forward, chase down those Tempests a couple of moments. Spore Crawler going to try and relocate toward the back. Obviously, these Tempests have the range to kind of pick away at the Queens, and that's exactly what you want to do, but don't step into range just to fire at the Queen that you were getting close on, right? You just want to take the Queens that are closest to you, keep hitting, force the transfusions. Don't get greedy, because you do not want to be losing these Tempests. You need to keep them alive, and ideally keep them healthy. Time is ticking for these Tempests to make an impact, though, because the Spire is about to be done, and the moment that that Spire completes, we are golden. We are good to go at that point. And then you make some Corruptors, and that's where you get into trouble, as the Tempests in the back do follow up with a kill on the spawning pool. Depths are going to show up now, so last chance to really make an impact here. You're seeing the Hatcher taking a few more shots. The Depth's going to come back over as well. A few more hits continuing through. And actually get rid of the hatchery. So not bad. We get a hatch in the low ground as well. Debs are going to shade through, looking for some more drones. herO trying to absolutely maximize what he can get from this, and I love it. I love that he's just getting a little extra just as it was about to be time running out. The other Corruptors, we're going to recall now. We will lose one Tempest only. Yeah, one Tempest only. That's actually sick. Such a good job from herO. He's getting so much out of this. 14 drones going down, and Serral is suffering. Now, that all said, work count is still going to be okay for Serral. Losing the hatchery is maybe more impactful than anything else right now. A couple of Stalkers continue to come through. The Void Rays overhead as well, going to help to have, push back those Corruptors. That's one of the main things we're going to be aiming to do right here. So definitely something we're looking toward. They're going to go the other way. Stalkers and the Tempest coming back across. Playing +1 armor all coming through. The Stalker's going to shoot. Corruptor taking some damage. Just about going to escape out of there. Still have the Overlord speed coming up as well. Blink coming through. The armor upgrade coming about. The Sentry's coming around. But this is a cleanup on the Corruptors too. And just can't really feel like... Usually when you kind of play against these builds, the Zerg succeeds when they push this back and they clean up a lot of it, right? And it starts to feel very good for you because you get the clean up and things start to look good and you start loving it. It's obviously just not the case here in the slightest, so... Not ideal as our Stalker Void Tempest moves toward the upper right-hand side. The Ravager are going to come through. The Queens are going to settle here. And step forward as the Stalkers go back around the other way. And again, Robo Facility Gateways all building up. Just going to be seeing the Roach and the Ravager coming through. The Corruptors, of course, spraying down a Nexus. Hey, imagine you're going to get some use out of these boys right here. Love to see that. Nexus will go down. Robotics Facility still building through. The Stalkers get underneath. They go after said Corruptors, chasing them back up to the top left-hand side as the melee upgrade and Roaches and Lings also will continue to come around. Get the armor upgrade going. Tempest there after the Overlord, knocking that down. Roach Ravager still showing up. We're not going to see the Stalker Void. Going to be right there to try and push this Roach Ravager back the other way. And the Roach Ravager does indeed go back the other way. Just for the moment as herO regathers himself. Still Serral on that supply lead. Only 60 drones, no upgrades for Serral yet against 1-1 ground army. Like, I like herO's force. I look at unit tab and I'm like, okay, it's a Roach Ravager Corruptor against someone who's playing, like, mostly just Stalkers. I mean, to me, that's good when those Stalkers have an upgrade lead to play with as well, for sure. Robo Bay and the second Robo Facility coming online. We had an Immortal up. +2 attack upgrade coming about as well. And the Stalkers just peel around over to the right-hand side. So they're just going to step on over in that direction and get a couple of shots off. A couple of creep teamers going down. Roach Ravager will continue to step over as well. Roach Ravager going to be there. Storks get pushed away. Let's do attack. Still coming about. Next is going to get put in place. herO going to work through these rocks that give access to the gold minerals. Something that Serral did not expand towards is those gold mineral lines. Let's get that piling going down. Just going to knock away at these rocks, so we'll take those out. Open up that space around the top side. Stalker Void going to be there, and again, just good defense for the moment, pushing that back, stopping anything else from really happening. Hive on the way through, Bane Nest coming up. We got a couple of Infestors still building as well. Drone laying Bane. Hive coming online for now. Again, a couple of Disruptors building up with a +2 attack upgrade. Not far behind everything else that's currently on the way. The Wilds drop. Stalker's coming through, just going to be seeing this army continue to gather together. A couple of Disruptors will join up. As the Hive is about halfway done, the Ling Roach Ravager will step forward. Disruptor's going to be right there. A couple of Biles coming into place. The Stalker going down. A couple more Biles. Ravagers actually biling themselves. Stood in a couple of the Biles there, I'm pretty sure. Some friendly fire. Fourth base of herO in trouble from the Lings, but they pull back and the Nexus goes low, but it will not go down. This may be a concern for the future from herO. I like herO's army, honestly. I still feel like Serral's just missing. Like, if he gets to this Bane speed, melee and Carapace upgrades, etc., you know, that makes this army so much better. But we're not there yet, and herO is already knocking on the front door. That Disruptor shot, yeah, flies real close to that army, forces it to step back at an awkward angle and in toward that mineral line as we continue to push through. Just use the Disruptors to push units back. That means a ton of time where you're just running here as the Zerg, and a ton of time where the Stalkers are hitting you, but you're not really hitting in return. These Corruptors take out the Tempest. They're going to get the Void Rays too, but what are the Corruptors going to do about this ground army? Absolutely nada. And that's the issue. If you're not doing anything at all about these Corruptors, about this ground army, that's what's going to be winning herO this game if Serral can't stop him. More Lings and more Roaches on the way out. I mean, I do like the Lings. I think the Lings getting in on top of these Stalkers could be huge. If we have enough Roach Ravagers to still back up the Lings at that point, that is going to be the big question mark, right? Just going to be seeing the Stalker, the Disruptor continue to fire. A couple more blinks back. Corruptor's going to turn their attention straight onto the Nexus right there, as you will see the Stalkers and Disruptors pushing up once again. Coming straight forward just for the moment. Disruptor shots go bam. We continue to shove it up right now as the Roach is trying to come through again. Drones pulling forward. 5, 6 drones going down. The army clearly has not been good enough. The Disruptors have done enough. The Stalkers have held their ground as well. I think the upgrades had a lot to do with this. 2-1 Stalkers have been absolutely beast-like. I mean, Infestor comes in from the left side. That's a cute idea, but also remember that Serral's supply is also caught up in Corruptors, so a lot of what's remaining here is just nothing meaningful at all. herO is going to take Game 6. We're going to get an ace match in the very first match of the day. This lower bracket matchup turns into an epic as we go to Game 7 between herO and Serral. And I think we can go pretty much just directly into that Game 7 as well. So, without any further ado, let's go to Tokamak. Both you guys, we might be able to slip on in there nice and quickly. Right, Game 7 coming up. Tokamak it's going to be. And we are going to get into one final map between these two players. This is such a tense one because one of these players is done for. One of these players is going home. Their tournament ends here in the top 4. They got all the way to Paris for no further purpose. In the top right side, the red Protoss player here is herO, taking on the blue Zerg. In the bottom left, we are going to have Serral. Game 7 of the best of 7. Very exciting herO, Serral. They've been coming up with some great games, man. Every game really has just been different. We've had such a variety of ways of things playing out and happenings. Been absolutely great so far. herO really finding a lot of opportunities when it's like the last sliver of hope as well. Like that last game is really a case of like, you know, you got to start getting aggressive there because your fourth base is in trouble. The Corruptors will start, you know, spraying down your bases. It was very much so about making use of the army that he had right then and there in that moment, and he did exactly that. He really did come through and do a great job of it, so cool to see. Again, Hatchpool coming about here, just going to see the drone on the way up, Cyber Core and Nexus building as we go. Probe just with a couple of nibbles onto the mineral line. Drones take some damage. Not damage, sorry. Drones take some very minor lost mining time here and there. Just some back and forth that you may as well pull off for a little while. Ling is going to go in after our probe. Listen for a little bit. Ling's be coming through. Queen coming up. You see the Adept negotiating about for a little bit there. The Nexus will crank out a Chrono Boost onto some probes. Stargate about halfway done. And yeah, the Adept still shading down to the bottom left-hand side. Going to try and get into position to see a little bit more of what we might be able to get up to. Adept going to be right there. Queen going to fire. Adept is going to shade straight in toward the main mineral line. Try and find some opportunity. Try and get the drone from the high ground is a good idea, but just doesn't really play out. I think Steve's not far from finishing up, and you know, Oracle, Warp Gate, the Adept, just a bit of everything still coming through for the moment. The Queen's going to be right there, going after the Adept as well. And just get ready to pop down the third base. At least that seems to be the idea. Oracle will be there to protect very shortly, so don't think this is much of an issue. The Adept is not getting home, though. As Serral Hadling's in a good position to play catch. And they will be able to take that Adept down as their prize. Just going to hang on to that Overlord. You see the Adept there, pushing the Lings back the other way. And again, the Stalker and the Oracle just going to be there, pushing the Lings back. Next is about halfway done. The Oracle's halfway through. Gate's still building. And yeah, Lings, Queen, the drones continue to come by. Continue to get that settled in as the drones transfer to the natural. Oracle's take the chance to just get rid of a couple more crew teamers. The Adept's down the bottom. Still got the Rotron coming about. Lair building. Drones and Ling are still building through. The next is about finished while accounts on the gateways continue to produce. Those Lings still chase about a little bit. Again, Twilight Council on the gateway is still building. We have the Rotron, the land, the drones building through. It's taken a few moments. It's been a hectic series. There's a few moments of calm. And just little bits and pieces are happening. Gotta savor them because this series has been anything to go by. We're likely going to see more madness coming up soon. See the extra gates from herO going to 5 gates. No Forge just yet. Wondering if that's going to be a sign of just a little bit more kind of, you know, commitment to the Stalkers. Things went through, gonna try and get a catch on those two Adepts. I was gonna see a couple of drones already going down. And Stalker's building up, Blink on the way. Oracle on the left side, just going to grab a drone for the moment. And try for a second stasis ward there. It was fun when you go for the back-to-back. Gets a few drones, so still pretty quick at noticing what's going on. There's that forge now coming in. So not the fastest of forges, but we'll get there in the end to start upgrading those stalkers. Are going to be making up the army for the blink play in the very near future. Going to drop another creep teamer down. See the Hydra reducing. Serral obviously has played the Ling Hydra before in this series already. It's scary because if you don't do much here as herO, then Serral starts to feel the freedom to tech up Hive, Lurkaden, and really get those kind of more annoying setups to deal with kind of on the board. herO going to be pushing here, but using the time to set up his future. The +1 charge on the way. The Temple Archives producing behind this as well is going to be an important part of it. The Stalker's still hitting the Lings. The Stalker's returning fire. Another stasis now into the front as you just see the Lings setting them up very nicely so far. Oh, it's a fantastic job. The stasis ward's really not doing much of anything. So great job by Serral, ensuring that those are not going to be worth the energy investment from the Oracles. Well, the Oracle's going to really do much else, and you still kind of want to have the stasis wards there as a bit of a retreating pathway, but yeah, Serral just negating them as best as he can, giving himself opportunities. It means that running into this army now is a little bit more viable than before. This time, a few more of the Lings get caught, but we've got enough Hydras already because we've bought so much time. We will push this army back. The Stalker's chased all the way back down the ramp to the middle of the map. Serral infestation a bit behind this, so we talk about the future tech. If you're feeling comfortable, Hive tech, Lurkaden, you get that online, and that's really going to be where Serral wants to aim for in this game. He wants to get that tech online. He wants to feel good about it, and I think he's getting there comfortably at the moment. The stasis wards coming down now very defensively as Serral has successfully pushed all the way across the map. Here's the thing though, right? You push all the way across, you've got to be very confident about this because all it takes is a few steps too far and then you're being chased down by too many Stalkers and then your Hydras can't get home in time and they just die. So you're playing on a very fine line right now as Serral. You're playing a very dangerous game and you do need to be a little cautious, I think, right here just to not end up on, like I say, the wrong side of things. Else trouble really is just right around the corner, basically. So definitely a little bit cause for concern as the Hydras once again find themselves retreating away. Hive and the Lurkaden continues to come up. The +2 missiles coming out. Lings and Overlords producing through. Hatch drops down into that bottom right side. Just going to get that put into place. So Stalker coming about. A couple High Templar joining through. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers joining back together. And again, get the Hive, the Hydra producing now into Lurkers. It's looking good for Serral in terms of getting to where he wants to be. Now, hero's not in a bad place. He's got Stormers available. He's got Stalkers. He's got Charge. He's got a lot of what he wants. What I don't feel like he has is a lot of the buffer units and the kind of the real tech units that are going to stand a bit stronger against this Lurker count as it grows. I'd love to start seeing some Immortals, right? I'd love to start seeing a couple of Archons as well as just the High Templar that are going to be storming. Right now, I mean, herO comes across the map looking to push, and he ends up kind of whacking his head, his head straight into this army of Serral. Queen Hydra going to be right there to push these Stalkers back the other way. Now, a couple of Queens do end up going down. Oracle's still overhead. The Stalker's going to be there. The High Templar's underneath as well still. Joining up as we see the Zealots are going to go down the right-hand side and make another little bit of a push. Hydra's attacking. Stalker's dropping. Still got the Hydra Lurker force pushing on forward here, getting a little bit more chasing done. The Zealot's going to get back down to the bottom side of the map, going to go straight onto our hatchery. And yeah, just get back to the Hydras for a couple of moments, getting a little bit more damage done again. Storm onto the Hydras, another good connection. The Hydras take a whole bunch more damage once more. Fleet Beacon and Stargate all building up. +1 armor upgraded, powder complete. And the Zealots again just once more trying to push on in here as the Lurkers continue to be in position to just chase this back the other direction. Good defense from Serral, and the thing about a good defense is it opens up a good offense, because now hero's not on the map, and that gives Serral the chance to potentially get into good positions with the Lurkers and force herO to fight into preset Lurkers in a bit of a rushed scenario where he feels like he must defend, because a lot of what's going to start happening now is going to be that Serral sits just outside of a base or between bases. And if herO doesn't defend, he does genuinely end up in trouble. Like, that is a very accurate representation of what is going to end up happening. The Lings and the Hydras coming through. Feel as though still taking damage. You see the Lurkers taking a few more shots. The Lings caught in a stasis as well. And we look to push a little bit further forward right here, as our Nexus once again going to be in a little bit of trouble. The Zealot's coming around the bottom side, jumping onto a few of those drones. Lurker pushing, Pylon falling, Hydra's killing. His base is in trouble, and I don't think herO's going to make a play to save it. Serral gets himself right across the other side of the map. herO on his way to, Mothership about to pop. Tempest is still building. He's getting the right ideas on board. It's just the quantity of what he's got. This time, oftentimes we say, well, he's got the quantity but not the quality. This time he's got the quality but maybe not the quantity, because he doesn't have what he needs to truly stop this army. He needs a few more Tempests. He needs to be a bit scarier. He needs more Storm available. Like, his Storm availability right now is low. We're going to run into this fight, so he commits in quickly, and it's only going to go well because Serral is still joining up with the rest of the army off the right side. I don't know what's hitting those High Templars still, but we've got to be super careful. High Templar walking into Lurker range. Lurkers are going to start hitting the High Templars, and they are dying, so they're not even going to become Archons. We pop the cloaking from the Mothership. Time Warp comes down as well, and that might just be a saving grace for herO here, as Serral sits out on the front door of herO, still just in front of that base location. Plus 2 attack upgrades still coming up. The extra Tempest on the way in. We add on a few more Hydras. The Spire all continue to come on through. 25 dead probes behind this as well, so herO just loses so much economy, and I think this series may just truly be about to slip away from him. Coming down to this Game 7, this really was anyone's for the take, and the way they've played today, herO's had a lot of good positions. This game, nothing's really clicked. The Stalkers never really got themselves going. I just don't feel like he's been as scary as he's been in some of the earlier games. And I don't think he's going to ever end up, like, in some of the early games, he was scary even if he was on the verge of losing. Whereas in this one, I just don't feel like there's anything that's really threatening that army of Serral that's sitting strong, tight, and tidy. I just don't think herO's in a position to deal with this in the slightest, actually. It's looking rough as we are going to see the Stalkers coming up. The Hydra stepping through the Mothership overhead. herO falls back for a moment or two. Serral will disengage. He's splitting some units over to the left-hand side once more. Just taking 2 more shots. Going to be seeing the Zealots coming over. Lurker gets burrowed up. Mothership's going to be right there. So, herO's going to try and push. Serral's just expecting it. A, he's got a counterattack that's going to, again, guarantee that herO's all in. And B, I was going to say, I feel like he's got enough here to defend. Right now, it's looking a little scary. With Storms coming down, that army might actually be in a bit of trouble. Storms do drop as we have 1 or 2 Lurkers still kind of holding their ground for the moment. Gets rid of the last Tempest. The Lurkers all gone on this side, though, but there's 19 Hydras on the way. Is that going to be enough? Like I say, Serral is forcing herO to be all in with the unit of commitment on the other side of the map, still finding damage, still finding the opportunity to push herself further ahead. With a Storm on the high ground, Hydra's taking damage again, High Templars still coming through. herO, you know what? He's found a way to at least, like I say, be scary and competitive towards the tail end. He actually gets a Viper there with the Mothership. Motherships have had some great plays in this series today, and I don't know if it's going to have more. But it's helping, though. This army's still kind of holding tight. Parasitic Bomb, though. Mothership's going to go down. Tempests are probably going to be not comfortable enough. The Parasitic Bomb was kind of nice. Those Hydra Vipers doing their jobs. hero's hanging on for the final moments, but he storms kind of on top of his own army as he morphs in Archons. I think he was just trying to get rid of Lings, but he helped himself to kill his own Tempests. And Serral is a moment or two away. A couple of unit kills away from, I think, herO just saying GG. He's going to fight down to the very last unit he has. But that really was that Archon. Maybe he's got something on the other side. He does not. GG, well played. herO taps out. Serral gets the 4-3 victory, wins this series. herO came so close to getting Serral in an offline situation. It's been that way so often in herO's career that he's been so close. He's been so capable of taking Serral down. And he just doesn't quite get the dominoes to fall in his favor in the final couple of moments, in the final game or so. And this is going to be another one of those defeats where he goes all the way to the 7th game against Serral, all the way to the final map that we can, just for Serral to look a little bit too good at the end of it all. And to advance to the top 3 of the Maestros of the game, making this an all-European and an all-Terran and Zerg affair. Now, we already know what our upper bracket final is. Obviously, that was preset, so we know it's going to be Clem Reynor. We're going to be getting into that in a couple of moments, guys. So I'll run some ads and we'll get ready for some Terran versus Zerg, Clem versus Reynor, and we do now know roughly what's going to happen. So Clem versus Reynor, the loser then plays Serral, And then the winner obviously advances through to the grand finals to play whoever comes out of that Serral matchup in the lower bracket. So up next will be the upper bracket finals of, like I say, Clem versus Reynor coming through. Obviously, we'll take a second to run some ads. I don't want to go get a drink. Probably want to go get a drink. We've been talking a lot, yapping on. So yeah, give me a couple moments, guys. I'll throw us up to a break screen just while I go grab a drink. We come back. It's going to be Clem Reynor up next. So we'll go Clem versus Reynor. And like I said, we know we're going to get another Serral series after that as well. I mean, it's going to be a combo of Clem Reynor and Serral. If you don't enjoy that, then I don't know what I could give you that you'd enjoy. So we'll be right back. More StarCraft coming as we cover the Maestros of the game's final day. Yabby. Hello guys. Welcome back, how are we doing? Got myself a drink, powered up, ready to resume, get back to the StarCraft. We got 3 more best of 7s to get through, and that was a pretty lengthy first one, so let's, without further ado, jump into some Clem versus Reynor action. Let's get it on the go. I like it. You know, I don't just like it, I love it. What a great series, Clem Reynor. Best 7. This was played offline in Paris on Saturday. We're catching up on the replays in case you just joined us and not sure what's going on. This is the upper bracket final of this $20,000 event. And in the top left-hand side, repping Team Liquid will be the blue Terran player, Clem. And he takes on the red Zerg on the bottom right side, Reynor. Clem playing in front of his hometown crowd. And this again is an offline event. It was a packed bar, sold out. As always, the French community showing the passion and the, strength of their community. Their community is absolutely bonkers. It's always amazing to see what they've been able to sustain for so long over in France with the Comeback TV, the old gaming guys. It's always amazing to kind of see what they are constantly able to conjure up and do and fund as well, because again, this whole thing was a crowdfunding initiative that has absolutely been successful. So fantastic stuff. Clem vs Reynor, game 1 of this best of 7, and it is going to be a 2 racks opener from Clem up against a pool first from Reynor. So a little bit of a funky opening on both sides. Multi-rack sweeper versus a fast pool. See how that pans out in the next few moments. I mean, Clem's got to be smiling a little bit. Reynor's got to be smiling a little bit too. I feel like herO was the bigger threat to Clem and Reynor. I mean, Reynor's had a great history against Serral lately. Clem, I think, is going to feel a lot better about his TVZ than his TVP. So I think they're both going to be happy with that previous result of Serral coming through and getting that victory, getting that W. I mean, no one really wants to play Serral either, but at the same time, like I say, I think they both kind of feel like Serral is beatable for them, right? So, yeah. Well, Reaper's on the way then. Let's see what is going to happen. Rotron on the way from Reynor, so that fast pool, early pool, could already be kind of showing what's going on. We're going to shoot a few shots off. A couple of Reapers coming over, Command Center coming through. We have ourselves the link speed building up as, like I say, the gas is there to build the roaches. So Reynor just going to open aggressively in this series. They've probably played since then, but the last time I think I casted Clem Reynor was in that finals of the Krakow event straight after EWC. That was a banger that featured a lot of the aggressive builds from Reynor to give a lot of opportunity and to give a lot of fun situations, honestly. That was a fun series. It was a full 7-game series. Clem just about inched him out in that one. It's going to be that. Actually, going to do a lot of damage on that queen. The thing for Reynor is he's kind of okay with this as long as these Reapers don't see the roaches and as long as the preparation for Clem back at home is minimal, because Reapers aren't going to do anything against roaches, right? And we do push the Reapers back a little bit right now. Just the roaches start to move across the map. So this is very well executed from Reynor. He's scaring the Reapers off. Now Clem might have just glimpsed it there. Well, it was very close as the Ling's still trying to chase for the Reapers. Now he definitely sees it. So now the Reapers know for sure that roaches are on the equation. And yeah, that was the first time he spotted it because the bunker only just comes down now. Instantly double bunker. Wall at the front is scary because it does mean your add-ons on your depots are going to be pretty exposed here to the roaches and ravagers. Zergling's still coming up. The ravager about to complete. Couple balls, we knock at that depot. And just continue to try and punch through for a little bit more damage. Depot's going to get low. Obviously, you're going to aim for the SCVs with the biles. Going to get a couple. Access is given. Do we want to go through? The problem is... yeah, the problem is you see the double bunker, right? And that's kind of the issue right now is we just see the Roach Ravager going to be swinging up at the barracks. I mean, that's going to be one barracks going down. I mean, that's already a success story. We can now pick away the rest of this as well. Again, the Ling's pulling back, Ravager going down. Just going to be seeing the Ling still trying to steam on in. I mean, if you're going to go for this as Reynor, you're going to go for it. He's still nothing but build units behind this, so he still has to commit at some point. I actually worry for him in that regard. I think this might have been better to build up off the back of. I mean, it's a very committed attack. It was only ever 19 drones, but I feel like right now you can kind of see just the amount that Reynor needs versus what he might get attacking into double bunker is feeling tough. Last couple corrosive balls coming down. We started to get some SCVs. The first bunker is not even close to going down. Tank popped out. Isn't really even needed in the defense as much as we just needed sheer number of units to push this back. And Clem is going to get a defense at the front. Another corrosive ball going to try and come into play there, but not going to really reach for too much just yet. Not going to be able to do too much for now as the Heli Marine Stim all building. Another couple of biles coming down onto the tech lab there, the barracks as well, taking some shots for the moment. Couple of bars. It's going to come straight through onto the depot. Barrack's going to lift off. Siege tank going to hit the Ravagers. A couple of biles. Rack's taking some damage. Just seeing the Ravager's going to be right there. A few more shots still coming through. At this point, obviously, Reynor's just gearing up to go again. But if he didn't break through before, I really kind of doubt in the breaking through this time. You can argue that maybe the tanks can be taken down with some biles and you can maybe try and flood in. But the odds are really stacking up against you here, right? I mean, this bio army is getting a bit stronger. The double tanks is good. The double bunker is still very much so alive. There's always times where, like, the Terran is not prepared for the follow-up wave, but in this case, I just think Clem is, right? He's constantly fighting for this wall-off, which is not coming easily at all. There we go, we get it down again as we try and stream through, but the tanks are going to do a lot of work here. And this one should be ending in favor of Clem, as the aggression of Reynor is not going to work out here, as we opened up on Grezovan, which is one of the old maps brought back. Might be one of the reasons Reynor tends towards some aggression to open the series, just because maybe he doesn't feel... I mean, this map is actually a really good Terran map later in the game. I would not be surprised if Clem picked that as map 1 of this series, because this is the kind of map where you oftentimes end up going into, you know, 8 racks is super powerful, longer drawn-out turtly games are very powerful as well. So yeah, it's not really... I can understand Reynor's choice to be aggressive, basically, is what I'm saying, and yeah, it didn't work out here, but the idea was good. I mean, there's always going to be that chance it works out. This was not meant to be the case this time around. Alright, we'll head into game 2 in a second. Give it about 30 seconds. We'll kick this off, guys, as we continue through these replays from Maestros of the game that happened this weekend on Saturday. That just passed by. We're playing catch-up because I wasn't here. And just getting, we're trying to get a little bit back on track. Alright. So, game number 2. Map is going to be Persephone, so let's see what it looks like, and let's see if Clem gets to a 2-0 lead, or if Reynor will fight back and start giving us some more back and forth action in our second best 7 of the day. In the top left-hand corner, we'll start things off with the Red Terran. He's going to be the hometown hero today. I can only imagine the venue was going wild anytime he was on the screen, doing well, introduced, winning, whatever. In the top left, our Red Terran player from Team Liquid is Clem. Up against the Blue Zerg. In the bottom left-hand corner of the map, we have got Reynor. So again, to game number 2. Kick this off and see where we're going to go, see what's going to happen, see what the players are going to get up to here for our second game of this series. Clem obviously opened 2 racks last game. He will not do the same this time around, just a single barracks coming in initially here. Just committing through to a little bit of a cheeky 1 racks opener for now. Take a couple of moments, get set up, see where we're going to go. See coming down, here's just the Reaper opening. It's very standard so far here for Clem opening up. Wonder if we'll see any mech from him in this series. He mech'd a little bit against Protoss lately, so he's a little bit warmed up toward that concept. Really crazy either way. I mean, it may just depend how the series is going as well and how he's feeling for it. There's again a couple of Queens and a few Zerglings already on the way out here initially from Reynor to bring those all up to life and into play. The drone pulling across to the right side a little bit. The Reaper hops into the main base, and again, a chance to see a little bit of what's going on. Lings is going to go after that Reaper. Lings is going to get taken some damage. Reaper going to fight, and we get a drone. It's never bad. As the hatchery is down in position, it's taking that forward third. The SCV is blocking the bottom side of the map, so forcing the triangle here, forcing the expansion toward the Terran early. As the Reaper backs it up. Command Center about to finish in the natural. Factory ready to swap on over to the barracks as well. Starport building, Hellions on the way. Just see ourselves, the Queen going to be there to threaten the Reaper. If it gets a little bit too close, and it takes a step forward right there, so a moment of back and forth. Queen's going to get back onto the Reaper again. Crypt Human very nearly went down, doesn't quite. As again, Command Center, Starport, a couple Hellions continue to come online, a couple of drones in the link speed building as well. So far, so good. To Queens and the link speed all coming up, so all of that coming through. Reaper Hellions still on the way through there, and actually going to try and dive forward. This slow Lings, the link speed not finished. Actually saw that one of those Hellions take quite a bit of damage as they get through, so they will have a chance at some drones, but not for long. As we get into the main base, so the Queens won the low ground, so these Hellions are low. Still opportunity. The drones can pull. I mean, the problem is the Hellions have already lost their HP, so they can't threaten and jump onto the drones if they pull near anything. Which is the only reason why we don't lose more, probably. 4 drones is still not a bad start, though. The extra Hellions into the natural now is Clem looking good early in that kind of mobility around the map and that chance to kind of open up the map and just run in for damage. I was going to say it's going pretty well, but then it does get shut down. The Lings got the surround in the end. Nice cleanup. Lings going to chase. Reaper getting pushed back for the moment. Actually, Lings are really trying to get to towards those couple of Hellions as well and keep on fighting. There's a Banshee showing up as well as Clem looks to continue the aggression here. Cloaking on the way, over halfway done already, and if we can get that cloaking up, obviously opportunity for these, opportunity for more drones to just keep on going down. So a lot of opportunity and chances there. As again, the cloak comes through, the Banshee and the stem coming through, all of that coming around for the moment. Get 2 more drones going down, so again a good job of kind of coming through on that one and just getting a couple more kills for the moment there. Again, Clem just causing chaos. The thing is, we might not have seen too many workers go down. It was still good for an early game dive. It was a lot of pulled workers, right? There was multiple mineral lines pulled off from mining multiple times over. That income graph you can see is already trending heavily in Clem's favor. He's already ahead by an SCV over Reynor. Alair is only just finishing. Bayness is only just finishing. Like, it feels like we're going to have a moment in this game where Clem's going to fight with Stim and Medivacs. And Reynor's probably not going to have Baneling speed yet. And that's going to be a very scary moment. Especially as these Banshees coming in look to get even more damage done into the natural of Reynor here. Bottom side of Persephone for this game too. Reynor, like I say, I imagine this is his map pick, but it's not starting the way he wants it to. It's definitely not going how he would like. And maybe that map pick being Reynor's as well kind of encourages Clem a little bit in terms of how he plays. Maybe in this map he does want to then be a bit more aggressive with the Hellions and the Banshees because he knows he doesn't want to let Reynor get set up comfortably on the map that he wanted to play the most out of the maps that remained in this series when Veto System came through. So a lot of little things to kind of really keep in mind and to think on here. There's the 1-1 upgrades, the Stim Pack all coming through, Medivacs and Marines coming about as well. Bring that online and getting that all settled into place. That Baneling speed still coming over. Going to bring that straight through then, get that online. Aerobase, Baneling speed. Again, there's the Hellions and the Medivacs joined up together. The few Marines coming across too. 1-1 upgrades, Combat Shield coming about. Melee and Baneling speed all coming online as well. So a lot just getting set up right now. Hellbats are going to be right there. The couple queens in some trouble. The Zerglings looking for a wraparound, but yeah, like I said, medevac attack with stim before Baneling speed is ready. It's always going to be super scary, and Clem's going to take another nice advantage from this. Another very effective and efficient trade that's going to push him into another, stronger and stronger position here for now. As Marine's still stepping back as the Lings and the Queens threaten to come forward. There's a couple of Banelings that obviously want to try and come through as well, so they're also trying to make their moments. Like I say, with no speed, it's going to be rough, and then the Banshees show up, Overseer trails behind, so it takes a moment or two to turn onto those, and the Banshees actually make a pretty good go of it, getting some good damage dealt, and again, increasing their situation in this game heavily. Let's just see the stem up, the Banes are going to go down, man. I mean, you just don't recover from this right now as Reynor. The Marines are still stimmed, the Banelings are not morphed, and we're going to start losing Banelings before they are ready. As they pop out, I don't even think we can roll those toward the Marines, it's just unrealistic. And that is Clem taking the little things early. That kind of, when we talk about Clem games, are not little things, they're kind of big things. When he gets into those mineral lines, denies that mining, comes out in such a successful way, and does it so repeatedly and convincingly. With the Marines in the mine. Set up one more time. Hatchery is about to fall. Reynor is kind of out. Like I said, this game was not lost on this attack. This game was lost 4 minutes ago when those Hellions started running in, and Reynor did not get the pristine defense necessary to kind of carry him through. It gives Clem a 2-0 lead. Convincing 2-0 as well from Clem. Very solid from him kind of coming into the start of this. Very nicely done to begin with. We'll just go straight into the game 3 then, guys. Keep the games rolling. With our game 3 being Pylon. Lovely. Get this one started up. How to beat the Swarm, bring bigger Swarm, or just stop Zerg having big Swarm, right? I mean, that's what it comes down to, I think, at the end of the day. Clem really did succeed on those Hellion run-bys. He did stop Reynor mining. He did affect the income. He did affect the economy. And when you're as good as Clem and you're macroing very well behind all of that micro, you're just set. You're just set to have a good time. And that's pretty much what happened. As Reynor sits in the bottom right side, he's our blue Zerg player in this best of 7, down 0-2. Definitely feels like it's time for him to rebound a little bit, otherwise this is going to continue to be a very difficult uphill battle. Top left, our red Terran player is Team Liquid's Clem. Game 3 of the best of 7. Like I say, Clem, gotta be happy with the bracket at this point. TVZ the rest of the day for him. Whether he wins or loses here, there's only there's only Zerg players remaining, so. Pool first again from Reynor. Obviously, pool first in game 1. Got aggressive off the back of it. May not be bad to pool first and then maybe show aggression or not show aggression. There's a lot of, best of 7, there's a lot of time to build up a storyline. Not just for us as viewers, to build up a storyline for your opponent and what they are seeing game to game as well. Get them to kind of change how they're responding and change how they are approaching things heading into the, next steps of the games as well. So, definitely interesting. Let's just have, the SCV heading down the bottom. Let's take a moment here while the scout comes off. Just again, remind you guys, if you're watching on the YouTube, do consider taking a moment to scroll down below the video and to give it a like, give it a sub. If you're enjoying the content and you want to keep on seeing more of it here on WardiTV, appreciate you. If you're on Twitch, don't forget to follow the channel if you don't already. And don't forget, it is September for 2 more days. Today and tomorrow is all we've got if you want to take advantage of the September deal. Bonus gifted subs if you gift 5. There's also reduced pricing on subs if you are not already subscribed, I believe, and an extended sub, or on monthly or multi-month subs, so want to check out those offers, make the most of it while you still can. Help us get back on track. We're running up back up toward 500 subs. So yeah, you can check that out. Support us if you're feeling generous. And we can get back to casting the game because double CC in production means triple command center build from Clem. We are going to have ourselves the Reaper and Queen just going to fight each other. Link speed coming about, drones in the Evo chamber on the way through. We're just going to be having the link speed about to come up as well. So Link Speed going to be finishing shortly. Queen going to fight the Reaper for a couple of moments. And we do have ourselves the starport building from Clem back on the other side of the map. If it gets taken down, it's going to be having, obviously, the Lings on the map. The SCV is going to retreat from the low ground. There's no follow-up to this, though. The bunker is not really necessary. There's no roaches or anything coming up in this situation here. Starport just switches across to the attack lab, get the Banshee on the way. And we can start getting into the Hellion Banshee, which keeps you very safe. And this, because Clem doesn't really know what's going on, Hellion Banshee is a very good way to just give him the best possible chance of being set up nicely. Hellions join up, a couple of Queens, Evo, drones, Carapace. Again, a little bit of everything coming through at the moment. Let's just have the Hellions heading down to the right. Third hatchery coming online. These Hellions are going to be arriving in a couple of moments, and we can take a chance to, again, poke about a little. Obviously, the third hatch is not super fast yet, so Reynor is not exposed. He's being very safe and cautious and slow going this game. Wants to guarantee that he gets set up, rather than taking damage, which results in him kind of falling behind and dropping off. Especially after the first two games. Obviously, game 1 he initiated the aggression, game 2 Clem does. Neither of those early scenarios have played out well for Reynor, and it feels like this time he wants to almost guarantee himself a route through to a mid-game so we can get going from there. Hellions pull back, Queens gather. I see the cloaking coming up, of course, so the Banshees will have that. We've seen a little bit of speed Banshees lately as well. Not sure if Clem's going to crank that out today. Obviously, new PTR patch makes a lot more sense to speed Banshee on, but we saw a couple of players going speed Banshee lately. Oftentimes in TVP, but it could be a thing for TVZ. Obviously, usually you speed Banshee into kind of battle mech, but just bringing it up because Hyperfly Rose has kind of been on my mind lately, like I say, so it's been something that's been kind of here and there every now and again. Keeping a thought towards it. Hellion Banshee commits through then, and we're going to start making some moves as we just have a couple of drones go down. The Lingers try and chase this off, trying to pressure this away right off the get-go, so doing what we can to try and ensure that this does not get out of hand. The Hellions doing a good job jumping on those Lings though, and trying to get back toward that mineral line. Clem always trying to find as much as possible. Resources lost though favors Reynor, as he is the one to, well, kill a Banshee, kill a couple of Hellions. Only 2 drones and only 7 Lings lost, especially, I think, is very impressive in this situation. I am genuinely kind of surprised by that, because I really would have thought that the I really would have thought that we would have lost a couple more Zerglings at the very least to those Hellions, but not the case. It's obviously great to see, great to know. Yeah, that's a good plus for sure. Upgrades, the stim pack, building by for the moment, so again we get settled in for a little bit. See a few Lings going to run through and actually look for a little bit of an opportunity, jumping forward, trying to get a wrap around down the Hellions, and we actually do push this army back, so Clem not going to succeed as he sets up aggressively, and Reynor is going to find himself a chance to push this back and clean Clem up. One upgrade's about to complete, so Clem will have those upgrades now, but Reynor was able to take that fight with a little cheeky upgrade lead as well, so nice to be able to jump onto this. And you're going to fire a couple of drones, are going to take some shots there. Combat shield will build, the Banshee is on the way. Going to see that coming out, again +2 attack, combat shield all coming up. Marine Medevac barracks on the way through. We had a couple of Widow Mines on. And we'll just see our commands end up building up as well as we bring that over toward the 4th base in the near future. A couple of infestors still building, get the melee upgrades going. Hive on the way. Reynor, with that earlier cleanup, really gives them a bit of freedom to be a little bit kind of, you know, just quick to move on through. And obviously he is playing without that Baneling Nest, playing straight into this Ling Infestor style, which we obviously talked about yesterday with Hearthstone. We saw it in the WardiTV Monday Cup from Shin. Just Ling Infestor, skip the Banes. Who needs Banes if the Terrans just target fire them down anyway? And you get to very fast ultras and you kind of just go from there. Medivacs trying to sneak through. Marines just going to get turned around. The Adrenal Gland still building up. Get that Ultra Cavern building. And the Marines unload onto the low ground where we see the Zerglings able to come across, wrap around, and again get a little bit more work done. We lift up once again. We relocate again. And now we go down the left-hand side. Marines getting underneath. Overlord going down. And once more, the Lings are going to come running straight across here, looking for a wraparound on those Marines. And they're going to start to find exactly that now. Once more, Clem just forced back as Reynor continues to defend. Supply not super high for Reynor, but he is also banking to get ultras out. He's obviously very tech-heavy right now. This is a game where I actually don't mind the supply being a bit down for Reynor. Oftentimes I feel like that's obviously very bad for the Zerg, but I think his composition is okay with being in that sort of position. As long as he's not like 20 supply down, it's just like, you know, give or take a little bit of supply here or there. Yeah, I think this is pretty fine so far. Now we do see these Marines still trying to find a little bit extra. The Marines are going to stem down. We're actually going to get rid of this hatchery, so Reynor going to let that fall. But he's got plenty of bases. He had very good creep spread for the most part of this as well. Just going to see the bio turning back into this. Just going to be seeing the units getting pushed back once more. Nice fungal growth. Going to catch a few of the bio units. Medevac's going to lift up. Retreating away. Fungals do have to be good here to try and help maintain this army from reaching you. We're so close to the Ultras, they're going to make our life so much easier, and I actually do think Reynor's done enough to justify getting to the Ultras. He's going to threaten the counterattack as well, which pulls Clem back a little bit, and yeah, that's a good counterattack too. He's going to jump right on top of some of the tech units over here. Good split against the Widowmine as well, by the way. The single Zergling splitting apart last second there. The Ultras running up, they don't have kindness yet, they don't really want to get involved before that upgrade is done. It's so impactful for them. Imagine you get 5 SCVs out of this. Obviously, a fair few Lings going down, but Clem is no longer aggressively placed on the map. Reynor can continue to reset himself. He is still on 81 drones. I love where Reynor sits right now here in this game number 3. It's really looking like a good turnaround for him after games 1 and 2. I'm just about finishing his +2 armor upgrade. Can start +3 if he realizes it's done already. And again, Bio and the Libs just going to make their way back around the left side. Again, the Spire coming up. The couple of Ultras still building through. We've got Ling still in production. Ultra's going to dive onto the planetary there. So that 4th base not going to be allowed just yet. Wouldn't mind you to do the majority of cleaning up. Bottom left base of Reynor will go down, but he's rebuilding the right side. He's still maintained 4 bases of his own. If he keeps the Terran on the 3 base, which he's done so far, that's fine. This planetary going down is important, but this fight down here, kind of important as well. And to go back to it as they see the Ultras starting to get in reach, and there's just not a great answer to Ultras yet. We're trying to get to some Libs. We don't really have the revenue to kind of build Ghosts at the moment, so just going to try and get Libs as kind of a stepping stone to Ghosts. You already have a reacted starport. Libs can kind of build off of there. You don't need more Medivacs right now. Corruptors, Lings continue to build on through here. The 3-3 coming about. Marine Marauder, Liberator continue to produce on in. Bringing a lot of that straight into place as the Lings on the left side will go down. Liberator going to put some work on. Ultra's going to be there. The Medivacs load, but they're going to escape away. The rest of that bio still coming about as we drop another depot down. Pulling down that supply actually repairs that depot. Reynor's all over this though. I mean, he's diving on the left-hand side once again. He's looking to kind of connect on the right. Yeah, the issue right now is the Liberators do force Reynor to maybe slow down a little and be a bit cautious. He's already got the Spires, so he'll build into Corruptors. That really is the only saving grace of Clem at the moment, is that he's buying himself some time with those Libs, which is why the Libs were a good idea. They were probably the correct thing to build into at that point in time. And they're definitely giving him a good opportunity at this point, as we see 12 SCVs still going down. I say good opportunity, like, they're giving him a chance. As Reynor kind of dives in with everything, you can see that may not be enough, especially because the Libs were unsieged here straight up. So they weren't even really ready to protect against these Ultras. The ones on the right side already, they are sieged up, but the entire army that was on the left is going to end up falling. As you see, a couple of units escaping into Medivacs. The base, it's not going to die, but obviously it's kind of low, and it's still going to be an open area we can attack into again here as Reynor wants to get healed up and built up and ready to go again. He's 170 supply. He's got a little bit of money in the bank. He's not going to be maxing out again anytime soon, but I'd say there's a pretty reasonable chance of him running through and just kind of, again, sending it into that army sooner rather than later. I don't think you want to give Clem too much recovery time. You're still starting 83 workers. You've been killing SCVs, so generally you're going to rebuild quick, go again, and just try and keep Clem pinned back and pinned down. There's a run by onto the natural. Is our observer going to take us there? He's just waiting for that Widowmine to fire an Ultra on Burrows. Yeah, Widowmine is there, but let's go look at run by. Yeah, Bling is going to surround Ultra chomping. It's not going to do too much. I think it's just another one of those scenarios where you're just going to scare this, you know, kind of scare Clem, keep him back, make sure he's not running across the map at the moment. +3 armor still coming through. The melee upgrade coming up on the side of Reynor. Lings and the Ultra still building. Queen being added. +1 flyer attack coming in as well. Bioforce is heading down to the south. They're going to get sieged. We do see the Queen just about living there. The Bio going to step through. Corrupt to Ultra. Going to get chased away. The +3 melee coming up as well. +1 flyer attack also coming into production. Pongo comes down. Liberator going to get grabbed. Those Infestors getting a little bit cheeky right there. Medivac's in some trouble. Medivac's dropping as we do see the Lings continue to go. The Bioforce being chased away. A lot of SCVs go down. I mean, obviously Clem got a few drones behind this, but the reality is that Clem does not really have a way to survive his economy being ransacked again and again. Reynor's obviously stuck to this very kind of... It's a very scrappy style, right? Where you're always looking to run in, you're always looking to trade, do damage, and all the rest of it. And that's exactly what we continue to do. Just time and time again, continue to aim for that exact kind of goal. It's worked because he has kept it scrappy. He's caught, you know, he has denied Clem's economy. 45 workers is not a sustainable position, especially not when the mules keep pulling off the line to try and repair. Right here looks as though we will save the planetary fortress, though. For a moment or two. Infestor's looking to try and get some fungals now. That Widowmine's going to shoot. Lands on a couple of Lings. You can even just see that Clem's running out of Medivacs, right? Just, you know, he stopped to build Liberators for a while. The Corruptors came out. They actually got to start killing Medivacs. So now you can see the Bio army is hurt and not being healed. And with a 100 supply lead. It looks like Reynor will get onto the board in this series. And we'll start to push back a little bit against the Clem dominance that came through on that Game 1 and that Game 2. Very Reynor game. Fast-paced, all over the place. Great defense, great attacks, great run-bys. Like I say, he really excels in a lot of these scrappy scenarios, and he really shows us exactly why in this one. GG's. Reynor gets himself a map win, and it's 2-1 now. And still in favor of Clem. In this best of 7 fighting back and not letting this be a 3-0 gap makes this feel like a winnable series still, I think, for Reynor. You go down 0-3, and obviously that's not pretty, right? Like, that's not where you want to be at all. 1-2, it really does feel so much more doable from that one. Did they remove that the supply drop fully heals the depot? Nope. Supply drop does fully heal it. It doesn't heal it until it finishes dropping. So it looks a bit weird because it will drop on and it will still be damaged, and just there's like a certain trigger point where it fully heals. We actually did see it in this game. There was a cooldown depot that actually did heal things up. So yes, it definitely still exists healing. Just you might have just seen one dropping down and it didn't heal straight away. It's when it attaches itself and provides the supply that it counts rather than the moment you click on it. So Game 4 going to be Tok and Mac. Get into this one. This map with a lot of good tank positions, a lot of good places you can just put tanks, try and drop toward high grounds, try and bully with that. Saw this a lot yesterday with Bjorn versus Shin, actually. He really was trying to be very abusive on this map. And yeah, we'll go into it for game number 4 of this series. Is in the bottom left. The blue Zerg player who will trail in this best of 7 is going to be Reynor. In the top right side, our red Terran player. It is going to be Clem. T-Rex on the low ground again here from Clem's. Going to get those both set up. Second barracks on the way, Reaper's on the way. Obviously, that's going to be a bit different to the first game of the T-Rex Reaper because Reynor is not pool first and not going to be aggression. Full finish, obviously, get the couple of queens on the way. Reynor going to identify the T-Rex Reaper now. It's not something you're looking to react to a lot of the time preemptively or anything, right? Just seeing this now, you know it's coming. You can prepare your queens and just figure out how you're going to approach this defense. Reaper will shoot. Just gonna see a drone going to take some damage. Ling speed coming up. A couple of Lings, drones, the Queen all on the way through. Just gonna be seeing the Queen firing. The Reaper takes some damage. So a few shots on the Reaper, taking some hits going the other way. He's going to fight. Reaper going down. You see the other Reapers coming up. The Lings are going to be right there. And there is one Reaper going down immediately. So a couple of shots. Reaper gets through. A couple of Lings will continue to chase for that Reaper for the moment. So again, looking to get some work done. But the scouting does not make it out though. 3 Reapers, 1 Ling and 1 drone. It's a very good defense for Reynor. That's absolutely ideal so far. Speed will finish. Put Jumbo on the way. At the drone. At the Overlord. We just got the Hellions and the Marine coming up as we speak. It's just bringing a lot of that through. Stimpak is on the way. Starport still building. Currently about halfway done for the moment. Again, a couple of Hellions popping out in a couple of seconds here. So maybe seeing the Hellions pulling back to the side. A couple of Lings getting jumped on. And it's coming back down. Creep Tumors, Queens gathering up. We've seen the Creep Tumor. I'm going to take a little shot or 2 of damage. Living the Marine. Stim on the way. A couple of Hellions building. Those Hellions going to go around that left side. The Queens are going to be there right off the bat. And it's going back through the center, heading to that upper right-hand side. And Stimpak is going to be done very shortly, the extra Marines. Just continuing through a couple of depots, Tech Lab on the way, Combat Carapace coming up, Lair on the way. As Lib gets down to the bottom, Hellions will come through. A couple of the Creep Teamers again picked away at Queens. They'll stand right there. He's going to go running, looking to get the wraparound. It's going to be seeing the Liberator sieging up. Lings is going to be there. Going to be seeing the hatch coming down as well. Hydro Den still going through. Nice clean up on the Hellions as Reynor takes a little bit more control for the moment. See if he's going down. The few Marines going to go running down the bottom side as well. Looking to jump on that hatchery, so a little bit of counterattacking damage comes through. That Liberator is going to go down to the Spore Crawler, but it's still going to be a good distraction. It has stopped mine time. Things running across. Marine's going to get lifted back into the medevac. 1 upgrades coming through. It's going to be seeing the +2 carapace, +1 missiles coming about. Infestation Pit coming around as well. The medevac still coming back over. And still stepping forward. Cryptium is still going down. Just going to be seeing the attack coming through. Clem is still pushing forward. Getting Overlords. No scan is a shame because he could have had a bunch of creep spread there and just denied that. Marine step back, look at Den is coming up, so Reynor surviving through to get to those lurkers, going to be a much more comfortable stage of this game. Marines do get a stimming, getting a few creep tumors. Tech Lab about to come up on the factory. Let's just see, again, a few Marines coming through, the medevacs and the tank coming about. Load in the top right there. +1 missiles going about. Hydra's on the way. Obviously, again, that lurker den being online means we can start getting sizing spines up. We can start working towards those lurkers and again start making this a much more difficult situation for Clem. Clem is building into the 4th base. His 2-2 upgrade starting. He's going to have to play against Vipers as well. I mean, this really is the scenario where you just want to get toward Ghosts because at this point, Ghosts are just going to be so useful across the board. You know, they're going to be good for sniping lurkers, EMPing and sniping down Vipers. These, Ghosts really just used to catch everything at this stage of the TVZ, so... Whereas the Ghost Academy now building, Clem identifying that Reynor is on his way to that kind of stage of the game, and he's going to put himself in a position to do something about it. Brings load back into the medevacs. Lurker still building, +2 missiles, +3 carapace coming through, seismic spines. It's going to be done shortly. Tank's going to siege, you're going to be seeing the bottom right, the Ling's going to be there, medevac's pulling away. 2 upgrades coming about, +1 vehicle weapons coming through. Just going to see the Ghosts still producing by. A couple tanks on the way, vehicle weapons building. Have our lurkers setting up right there, as well as the bio joins together. Marines and the medevacs joining up. The creep team is going down, Vipers overhead. Parasite bomb onto the medevac already, as you just see both those able to split away. We actually get rid of the hatchery, so Reynor going to lose a base. And Clem doesn't lose too many units in that process, so he still has to with 2 full medevac. Super low HP, but they do get away, and that's big. So he gets the hatchery, Reynor building 2 new hatches right now, so definitely not in a comfortable kind of base setup. Clem's aggression to those bases have been successful, as we just see the Ling Hydra Gathering out the front. Lurkers out. Obviously, Clem has been well on his way towards answers to those. The ghost count is starting to rise. Ghost popping already. Upgrades looking good. And Reynor just now adding the Baneling Nest on, so he's going to have a while to kind of go before he gets Bane speed and stuff as well. It's going to be that to deny a couple of units. Like I said, it's going to make it much harder for Clem to just run around with just bio. At this point, you need to start moving around with bigger armies typically. Especially if Reynor's just kind of left alone, he can just kind of spread and defend with, you know, with a few lurkers here and there. So you need the bigger armies to kind of force more of the lurkers showing up together, and that maybe opens the door for more of the smaller drops to then be effective once more. So there's definitely a couple of ways in which you can make all of that work out. As the melee upgrade, the +3 carapace, all coming through. The Trinal plan's halfway done. As well for now, I'm just going to get that hatchery building. Both corners of the map. And that is going to be done very shortly here. E3 coming online, Command Center's building. Hydra Lurker just going to knock away, and those rocks going to take some more damage. You get the massive Overseers coming up as well, so detection for days! And also the ability to cloud the skies to make it a little bit more difficult to click through to the units on the ground a lot of the time. See how many more Overseers he wants to make, see if he wants to go full rogue and truly mass the Overseers or not. My concern for Reynor is that Clem's been comfortable in this game for a long time. You know, his base count has not been hit. His army count has just been fine. He's been the one kind of making the moves and making things happen. You know, it's been good efficiency for Reynor, but Clem has had value out of that efficiency by denying bases. Coming through, a couple of engines go down. We're going to get to the top left. Nothing going to be over there. 6 command centers still building. Fusion core coming up. The starport coming through. Engine moving about. A couple of mules coming in. Still see the Overseers gathering as Lanebane Hydra joins as well. Top side is Nidus into the main base. Hydra Bane looking to come through. The bio going to be right there. A couple of units chase the other direction. Going to be the Nidus popping up, and it is going to be unloading a couple of lurkers. Yeah, the first ghosts were too close. They were going to get their snipes cancelled, so lurkers going to be annoying, get a few SCVs, and Reynor going to force Clem to be really far back on the map in this moment. You know, in a game where Reynor obviously has decent creep spread out to halfway, he can very easily jump onto bases if Clem has to overcommit to the main base playing defense here, taking him a long time to work through these lurkers. Twins doing their thing, transfusing and making it take even more snipes than originally intended. More lurkers show up, and this main base is still going to be sieged. SCV's going down, and Reynor making a big bid in this main base. Couple more snipes coming through. Lurkers getting hits. Hydra on the right side going to come through. Blinding Clouds coming down. This is a couple of, not just the base going down, but some of the replacement base is going to drop as well. 23 SCVs now killed. That Nidus in the main has really opened the door for Reynor. Clem is going to be down on supply, not much money in the bank. Base going down as well, so losing his 5th. What a great move from Reynor. And I really felt like that Nidus was fairly well controlled. Like, Clem was in position to deal with the units as they came out, but Reynor managed to get it in such a way that he actually able to really make use of the units as they popped. Fantastic stuff. And like I say, definitely gives Reynor a good moment or two. A game here where Reynor is trading better than the Terran is a very good sign. Especially now as he starts to get so many more of his bases up and online as well. Because it means that he's really got the mining to just to kind of, you know, stick in this game and to really look good. Oh, you're running again. Reynor just kind of going. A lot of the Lings in the front. It feels like the Bane Hydra is kind of lacking behind. Finally comes up the ramp now to kind of continue playing chase. Bane's going to threaten the Ghost, force them to run away. Lings are cleared to get on top of the tank, and Clem is just not recovering. He's going to even say GG right now. Crazy. GG's. Reynor going to take it to a 2-2. What a slick sequence of events. I really felt like Clem... I mean, I don't just feel like, I truly believe Clem was in a great position. Because he hadn't been attacked all game. His base count was good. Clem was so well set up. And that Nidus just pulls him apart. It took way too long to deal with the Nidus up in the main base. Everything kind of falls apart for Clem around that happening. That is going to be a GG for Reynor, and we get tied up 2-2. Damn, that really swung. That really swung around a little bit. All right, 2-2 tied up. Clem, can he get back on track? We're going to be heading to Sandworm for map 5 of this series. Getting this set up in a couple of moments. Alright, I'll give it 30 seconds. We'll jump into game number 5, guys. All tied up, 2-2. Again, some good series out of this tournament, huh? Some good matches. Clem Reynor tied. Again, the loser of this must play Serral to avoid elimination. The winner gets to just step straight into the grand finals, which is obviously a pretty sweet deal. Very exciting. All right, yeah, let's do it. I think Clem, obviously the buildings of Clem didn't help, guys, but I think at the same time, Clem probably looked at it and was like, it's fine, I'm just going to step back, reposition and snipe anyway, and then the queens came out, more snipes were needed than expected, then more lurkers came out just as he was about to clean it up. It was just very well done by Reynor, who took advantage of Clem not getting right on top of it straight away, and really ran that into his favor in the end. GG's. Like I say, we're tied up 2-2 now. Bottom left-hand corner, the red Terran player from Team Liquid is Clem. Top right side from Basilisk gets Reynor. And we get Game 5. Winner of this gets onto match point. And will be a map away from a grand final appearance. And avoiding Serral. For now, at least. Coming up, Iraq's on the way down. There's going to be that earlier gas as well, so Reynor will have access to that. Maybe some aggression on the table for him once again. Hold on, the Reaper still coming through, gets set up. Just have the match joined together. Oh, man, good games. I'm starting to understand why someone asked me if I was going to do the whole thing today. Earlier on. I was just like, yeah, easy. Of course I am. Why? Well, because the games are sick, apparently. Looks like coming, a couple Lings, Queen coming about. We're going to hop up. Queen is going to be there. A couple of Lings are coming around. I'm just going to be seeing the Reaper taking a few shots as the hatchery is about to finish up. Factoring the reactor still coming through. Again, Reaper joining. He gets settled. Just seen triple CC from Clem, no surprise there. Reynor not doing much with that early gas, right? Link speed on the way. He mined up to another 100 gas, but not doing anything with it yet. I wonder, is there like a fast lair possibility here? Is there still just kind of saving up for maybe... Okay, Evo chamber coming down. Cool. couple Lings and the Queen going to be there. Reaper taking damage. Shots coming through. Oh, let's see, Reaper was not destined to survive that, so Reaper will go down. Nothing too wild, though. I'm just looking for some info. Lings do get onto the map. Slow third hatchery from Reynor again, just kind of playing this kind of slower third. Prioritizing the Evo chamber initially. As he gets to 150 gas, I guess we saw Carapace, and we probably look to play a bit of Ling Infesta here again. With that Carapace being such a quick kind of investment early, that seems to be kind of the go-to kind of commitment. We're mining very slowly. He only had one worker on gas, so it's been a very slow approach to 150 gas. Carapace still coming on through. As the Banshee, the Hellions, the Marine all continue to come about. Just going to be seeing the depot, the orbital coming through, the Hellions gathering. Seeing the few Lings and a couple Overlords joining up as well. 18 Zerglings in production right there, bringing those straight through. Just a lot of Lings. Again, the Banshee's going to have Cloak. Again, Hellion Banshee is going to keep you very safe as Clem. But maybe he doesn't really need the Banshees this game to keep him safe. It's only going to be Lings. Not really necessary. Again, that fast Carapace upgrade will give you some options as Reynor. We'll see how he gets aggressive, and we'll see if he can deal with the aggression of Clem as well. Obviously, Hellion Banshee can still come through and kill a bunch of drones, so that's one thing Reynor has to be very turned on against. Just making sure you're not, you know, leaving a gap opening. It doesn't take much for Clem to run through and to absolutely devastate your mineral lines at the end of the day. In fact, it takes very little for Clem to run through and to deal a ton of damage, so that is something you 100% want to stay completely on top of if possible. Lings get through, Marines go down, SCVs and the Mules in trouble, Banshee firing. Some more of those Lings getting picked away at. SCVs in trouble right now. A couple Lings really do just keep on taking a beating as the Hellions come across. 3 SCVs going down. Cloaking coming up. Engineering base dropping down. Stimpack on the way. And they're still building through. A couple of drones. The Zerglings all coming up. The Hellions are going to be right there to fight against the Queens. And we'll have our 1-1 upgrades all building by. The Banshee's going to get a couple shots off from Queens as well as they run back. Force transfusion. More than anything, just trying to stop some of this creep spread coming through the front. Stop some of that creep. You can look very nice for yourself. Hellions going to run through. There's the opening we're looking for, but a few Lings are there in the main base. That is going to catch and stop those Hellions for a couple of moments, and that's all we need to take the deadliness away from this. Is Clem diving for only 3 drones in the end. That's 5 Hellions down. But not really that much. Banshees do catch one more drone right there. That's pretty much the big win we're going to get for the moment, it seems. Now the Banshees turn back the other direction. Still just seeing the melee upgrade coming through. Adding on the drones, adding on the Queens. I mean, Reynor just recovering from that very nicely. I say recovering, he actually just dealt with it in the first place very nicely. And now has a little bit of freedom to just drone up. Doesn't need more Zerglings. He knows the Hellions are gone. For now, he is very much so safe. 4 bases coming up. Creep spread pushing forward onto the map. And the position in this game just, yeah, very comfortably improves for him. Gets into a nice spot. A couple medevacs do pop out of that medevac. And they are going to be able to come out to the front as well as the 1-1 upgrades and the combat shield continue to gather. Melee and the +2 Carapace coming in as we do see a couple of hatcheries, a couple of spores, all being added on. Banshee's got a creep team in now. Banshee's getting Queens. Good damage done again as the Marines come up. The medevacs are going to be there. A couple of creep tumors. Hatchery going to be in some trouble as we do take a stim into this. A couple of Zerglings immediately in some trouble as well. Fall back, a couple of Zerglings going down. The Queens are going to step through again. That was a nice fight from Clem. Reynor apparently not quite ready for the actual just Marine army. Gets the hatchery in the end as well. And that is a kill, not a cancel. So minus 275 for Reynor, who is then going to be not happy with that. I mean, that was just Clem coming in and showing up, and just, like I say, just Reynor was moments away from being ready, I guess. Position was obviously good from Clem too. Helped him out a lot. There's a Banshee still poking on the right-hand side, just trying to find still some extra bits of pieces of damage here and there, if at all possible. Marine medevac tank coming up. You see the Lings running through. The Marine's going to load back in the medevacs and run away. Load back into the center. Hive on the way. Infestors on the way. 2-2 upgrades coming about as well. Additional Zerglings coming about. Tank already in the front. The Ling run by, though, looks dangerous. We obviously do have a second layer of walls up into the main base, but that doesn't save the SCVs on the natural, obviously. Clem just running forward. He says, if that's enough, so many Lings on that side, what if I just run through? Do you have enough? Infesta shows itself, looking for the fungal. Clem's only lost 11 SCVs on the other side. Honestly, felt like that could have been worse. Took a while to get toward 11 as well, so herO did lose all those Lings. That's just not being effective enough, because Clem didn't pull back to deal with it. He's kept on pushing, and herO is clearly suffering from not having enough stuff here to really stop Clem at all. He needs a massive fungal. It's difficult to get those fungals when the tanks are sieged and zoning you out. Your gold base in the front could go down here as well. That would be, herO push back to 3 bases. That fungal hits a spread group of Marines, so it's not really all it's made out to be. It's not that great for you. Here we go again. Ling's running forward. Tank shot's still good. The Marines firing back, and we see a couple of Queens trying to hold their ground as well, but that's not quite happening just yet either. He's going to fire. Banshee just going to help it onto the gold base. We're only like a fungal away from so many of these Marines going down. The medevacs are completely out of energy. And in the end, herO will push Clem back, force him to lift up and fall back, at least to the siege tanks here. The reality, though, is you can probably just see it, is that herO's supply is absolutely terrible compared to where you want it to be right now. And Clem with super low HP Marines, I mean, that's how little herO has. He's running forward with super low health Marines, getting rid of an Infestor, forcing the Zerglings to run back into tank fire. The reinforcements are arriving, and there's just no way with double army supply. Clem is not going to drop this game 5 from here, and it's going to be Clem's match point advantage heading into the next game of the map. That will be, as herO obviously was 0-2 down, really got the momentum back on his side, but Clem able to reset a little bit after that game 4. This game 5 looking very solid and eating some fungals right now, but even with eating fungals, I don't think it's enough to truly lose them this. The Infestors only have so much energy. There really is just, a few too many Marines for these Infestors to handle on their own. GG's, and we are going to go to Game 5 with Clem being in the lead of the series once more. Game number 6 will be on Golden Wall. What a cool map for Game 6 then. Let's get into it then, guys, straight away into our 6th game of the series and look to see whether it's Clem or herO advancing through. And when I say Clem or herO, Clem to take it 4-2, or herO to take us to at least a Game 7. 2 Game 7s in one day would be lovely, but let's see what we get as we jump in. It's going to be in the bottom right side. The blue Zerg, who's now down and up again. There's a herO up against the red Terran. Bottom left, Team Liquid's Clem. Tracks coming through, Hatch and the drone coming about, gas on the way as well. Just got ourselves the Overlord producing through for the moment. herO purposely doesn't make Banes versus new strat as versus Clem. Yeah, the style he played there was just Ling Infestor. Like, it's a purposeful choice. You skip Banes throughout the entire game to basically afford Infestors and to get fast Ultras with a very early Carapace upgrade. We saw how effective it could be in the previous game. But yeah, this time he was honestly just not quite ready for that drop in, and killing the 4th base was kind of a big deal. So not quite being ready for that, and then obviously he had a really good run by. It just, the run by did not do enough, and Clem didn't turn around. I think the run by needs to hit sooner, because if the run by hits earlier, before Clem is set up and positioned on the base, I think Clem turns around to go clean it up. Whereas in this case, Clem was already set up, and he's like, well, I'm just going to stim forward and attack you then, because you don't have a lot of stuff, because loads of your Lings are on the other side of the map, right? So, yeah, I think Clem just making some good decisions, and herO maybe a little bit off with when the run-bys needed to hit and the distractions had to come through. Didn't quite get those where they needed to be in time at the end of the day, I think, is what we can really summarize it as. Hatchery comes down on the right side, 3rd base coming online. No funky positioning of bases here yet, no early gold base. no one mining out the minerals to play the bottom half of the map, which is a possibility on this one as well. We're coming back around the other side. A couple of drones going to take some shots. We'll get a grenade off. CC's building. Queen's on the way. We got the hatchery added as well. And there's the gold base on location from Clem. So greedy third against a Zerg player who's played gasless. So it works. I imagine that's why he's done this, right? Does he have that info? Hasn't been in the main. Maybe just the timing of the third base and so on, though. Yeah, I think he's just very aware of the timing of things here, and so Clem is like, cool. If you're not going to have an early link speed, I can just take my third on location on the gold, and so Clem is going to be responding to kind of greed with greed. I like it for Clem because I feel like getting to a gold base early as a Terran is going to be so lovely. And like I said, there's just nothing that Reynor can currently do to really stop that. I mean, link speed is going to be able to start soon. We're at 60 gas. Rework is mining the 1 gas that just got built up in the natural recently. Ripper taking a couple of shots. Queen's gathering together. The Hellions still on the way. Evo Chamber being added on. Take a double Evo Chamber. Link speed building. So yeah, both those Evo Chambers coming up. Drones on the way. Looking pretty cozy there for the moment as the Queens gather together right now. And yeah, Banshee and Cloaking continue to just come on through. We get this all settled. Link speed building again. The drones and the Queen coming about. Just going to be seeing the Hellions and the Reaper just joining up. Queen's going to throw down a few more creep tumors. Poke on the way. The Banshee coming about there. I see a couple of barracks coming through. The Hellions are going to step forward, hit the Queens for a couple of moments. Again, link speed joining up. It's going to be having the lab building through. Spores coming about. Everything looking very regular, but of course, it's going to be one of the slower paced games. This is a map, maybe not a map, but a scenario where you maybe do want to try and dive in with the Hellions because there's a lot of time where link speed's just not there. But at the same time, because you've taken that super forward gold base early as Clem, like if this was another scenario where Clem hadn't responded to greed with greed, I think he would have been more aggressive with the Hellions. But because of the way that he's playing, he wants to make sure these Hellions stay alive because there's so much value to making sure his gold base isn't denied. And what denies his gold base is losing the Hellions and opening up the counterattacks, right? Hellions are going to do a very neat trick there. Friendly fire the Reaper. He saw where the creep tumor was. Friendly fire on the Reaper. The splash damage gets rid of the creep tumor. It's a nice kill without having to scan and does deny an active tumor. Very nicely done. A very cute little play from Clem. There's 1-1 upgrades and the stim continue to come about for a moment or so. Just going to be seeing a couple of barracks still added on. Both players in that build-up phase of this game right now. Clem just trying to deny creep. Reynor trying to establish it. Reynor, because he's playing this right side, is just going to go to the top right base. One of the best parts of this map here from the Zerg now is going to be that these 4 bases obviously coming down in a line. It's very hard to push into any of them as the Terran with the main on. Like, none of these bases are positioned forward, and that's going to be a question mark as to which base Clem aims for later in the game. And if you can really get to any, like, you can push the top right side, but it puts you in a very scary alleyway that you can be surrounded on as well. As the Hellions and the Queens still join up together. And just pulling back through. Gather up for the moment. Hellions going to get after a couple of those creep tumors. And just firing, a few drones going down. Now that Bread's coming about, Baneling Nest coming through, about halfway done. The additional Lings coming in as well. Still got the 1-1 upgrades. Combat Shield, Marine Medevac building online for the moment. Roaches join in. Melee upgrades coming up. Just going to be seeing the drones building. A lot of Marines building through the armory coming about, pushing to the center. What am I going to burrow for the moment? Bat's going to fight. A couple of Roaches going down. Widow Mine's going to get some decent connections. Roach is going to be a bit tankier against those, but we're not really looking to play for these Roaches for the most part. Just the Carapace helping them be on the map right now. The main idea is going to be that Baneling speed and getting up to that. So it's going to be Bane speed. It is going to be melee upgrades finishing and continuing from this point. And we do have an Infestation pick coming online to start giving us some additional tech as well. We're just going to go straight to Hive. Do we add a couple Infestors? Reynor doesn't have the gas for Infestors right now. Morphing Ravagers as he tries to set up against this. Clem's just already having that army supply lead. Is going to start taking this fight. Widow Mines will begin to burrow. Big fight for Clem. Feels very favorable for him. A lot of units just went down, and his units just stand strong and tight. Fire going to fight. A couple of Roaches still coming through. The Queen's going to be there as well. And he's going to trade. A couple of Queens taking damage still. The Widow Mines yet to fire those ones further back, and I will say as well that these Marines are starting to get a little low. There's the reinforcement wave though. So right now having enough to push through this. Bane speed done, but no Banelings left on the map. Trying to Corrosive Bile down the Widow Mines to avoid that splash. Roaches and the Queen still gathering up. 2-2 melee upgrades coming online. Ling Roach Ravager building as well. Marine step forward, a couple of the Roaches going down. The Zerglings dropping. Medevac sitting overhead. Roach Ravager still hanging around there. The Marine's going to stem back. More Biles. Into place. Another Corrosive Bile hitting a mine. Obviously, it's funny because this is mostly Roaches, but the mines are doing good work. They're cleaning up the Lings that do get in front, and if a Roach does walk into the mines, the splash damage is helping. And behind this is now moving towards his 4th base, remember, so he is getting toward base 4. This is not just a big 3-base shove that needs to win out. It was, 8 racks. It was commitment to kind of pushing forward, but Clem happy to kind of start macroing behind it a little bit too. So Reynor is right to just be only just hanging on, but he needs to start doing better now that Clem is heading towards his 4th. It's definitely going to become an issue. Obviously, again, Clem was powered up off that gold base early as well, giving him an extra little bit of oomph in this game. Fire coming back through. The Overlord's going to be right there. The Ling's going down. Queens and Roaches moving about a little bit also. It's going to be seeing the Corrosive Bile trying to land in toward the Medevacs. More Biles. Banes pull back. Still seeing the concussive shells. The vehicle plating coming up as well. Stepping back into this, Marines and Marauders stepping back again. The Banes now having to fight in off creep, not ideal. Some of them even getting slowed up by that concussive shells right now. As we see the rest of the bio still standing there. A couple of Banelings going down, they just can't reach this army. There's not enough of them, even with a little bit of a creep launching pad. Clem pulls back again. 10 supply lead now for Clem. It's been a very long kind of wrestle between these two on the supplies. It's been pretty close throughout, but I really think right now the lack of Banes is becoming more of a problem, especially as there's just more and more bio. The Roach Ravager seems to be doing less and less. And don't forget, those Roaches don't have missile upgrades either. It's only melee upgrades in this game for Reynor, so the Roach Ravager is not hitting as hard as you might think it is. And that's definitely a problem. Pulling back once again, another Widow Mine shot goes off, Overseer goes down. Queen's falling, still got some Banes, a new round of them. Can they break through? Can they actually reach those units? So far, it really still seems like the answer to that is no. Overseer flying in overhead, the Ling Bane Roach still pushing forward. Ravager stepping through as well. Just going to be seeing another Corrosive Bile coming down toward those mines. 3-3 coming through. Bio pulling back. Roach Ravager still going to be there. Bit more back and forth. We are just going to be seeing the Bio still stepping through. The Medevacs overhead healing. Man, this Bio's been orange health the whole way through. Maybe it's a sign that Clem is on fire with the micro, because he is really being good at just keeping this engagement going. You know, we've been watching this position on the map. Just remember, Clem's set up the 4th base behind this. He's macroing. He's, you know, adding on 3-3. He's doing very, very well for himself so far. Couple of Banes again just do not manage to reach. He steps through and then splits against the bars. I thought he was just going to run through, but he does a beautiful split instead. Now about a 15-ish supply lead, so again, it's been a very slow-going scenario. Reynor's done a great job, by the way. He's actually gotten to Hive. He's actually gotten to +3 upgrades behind this. I don't think that's easy to do in a scenario that gets as drawn out as this. You probably don't expect someone to kind of feel the ability to get a Hive up and online. But at the end of the day, it is going to help him. Actually being able to match the upgrades is a big factor. I think Roach going to be there. Bio pulling back. Couple of Banes lifting. The 3-3 upgrades coming through. The Lings are building on. A hatchery build coming up. Can we survive as Reynor? Couple of Biles not actually really helping much. The Widowmine does get a shot off. We've got Libs showing up as well. It's just more issues for Reynor. Like, Libs are not something he's ready to deal with at all. He's got Vipers, though. I tell you what, some Parasitic Bombs on the Medivacs and bringing those low HP Medivacs down. Wow, beautiful splits. Instant splits. He doesn't even lose the low HP Medivacs in the clump. Bio now jumping in toward the main base. A little drop over there as wow. Clem right-clicks this hatchery. He's going to get it. Just about gets away alive. Medivac still boosting through. Another couple of Biles. The Liberator is just going to relocate itself. We'll eat another Bile, but I don't think there's enough to kill it. Yeah, we needed 2. That was only 1. Command center to the upper left corner. That's a lot of units in production. I mean, Clem's going to go towards the 5th base. Remember, his gold is obviously mined out from early in this game because he's been having it for so long, so getting that top left is important. You have to get it quickly. I mean, it just feels like Clem. We're back here. We've been in this position. We may as well camera hotkey this as an observer because all the fights have happened around here, but this one is different than the rest because this time you truly see Clem is beginning to punch on through and take this out. The Dio continues to step forward. The Ravagers and Roaches going down. The Overseer falling. The +3 melee upgrade is going to be denied. And there's just no hope, right? A couple of Biles will force Clem back rather than just standing there and trading with the Zerglings. As the Lings try and run in, they're running into mines, and game is called. Clem gets a victory, 4-2. Nicely done. And very well handled. I mean, just constant pressure, keeping it going. Found himself back on his feet, restabilized the mental game after, you know, being 2-0 up and losing out to get to 2-2. Clem takes this one. And Clem goes to the grand finals, which means we actually know what's coming up basically for the rest of the day. It's ZVZ between Reynor and Serral in the lower bracket final, and the winner plays Clem in a ZVT. So we know exactly what's coming. We know what's going to happen next. And that's what we're going to get into in a few moments. Thank you so much, Angel Just Sama, for the Prime sub. Again, if you're enjoying the stream today, don't forget you can Prime sub. You can support the channel on Twitch by following as well. And it is September. It is money off subs. And if you gift 5 subs, there will be at least 1 extra gifted sub added for free. So if you're thinking of supporting anytime soon, support now while those offers are on. Make the most of it, get more money out of it, and help to support StarCraft. Obviously, we're just casting some replays today, but we do a lot of running our own tournaments, making sure events are happening, making sure all the gaps in the StarCraft 2 calendar are filled with events. So if you like the sound of that, if you like StarCraft, you want to see more, consider supporting the stream. All of it helps us to keep on running events, casting events, and all the rest. Thank you, Cake Machine, for the 17-month resub on Prime. Gonna run some ads, guys, and we will ready up for Zerg versus Zerg. Reynor versus Serral, and it's a matchup that I do think Serral has struggled in lately. Like, truly, this has been the Reynor kind of matchup as of late. The last few times they've played, it's always been 3-0 in the winner bracket of this event as well. That's why Serral's in the lower bracket to begin with. And then you have, you know, the EWC match where I think Reynor should have won as well. So, yeah, I mean, Serral had a crazy winning streak, I believe, going into that EWC match, but the last 2 times they've met, most recently, I really do think Reynor's been the better ZVZ so far. So, we'll see what happens, and we'll get that ready to go. Reynor, Serral, ZVZ coming on up. Alright, what's up, Alopis Gaming, as well for the 6-month resub on the Prime. Thank you so much as well. Alrighty. Yeah, we'll give it about 30 to 60 seconds, and we'll be off and away. Yeah, guys, these games are from Saturday. I wasn't here. So we're obviously just catching back up on it, and I'm getting to watch the games for the first time, which is always nice as well. I'd rather watch them casting than just watch them, you know? It's more fun for me. But yeah, 2 best of 7s left for us. Where are we at? Alright, 15-ish seconds. And we'll kick this off. Yeah, thank you for joining us, guys. Appreciate it. Viewership was pretty crazy, honestly. Like 800 viewers casting some replays that pretty much everyone casted this weekend already. I'm genuinely impressed. Kind of wild. Plus on, I guess, plus YouTube, we had like 1,000 people just watching. That is kind of bonkers for a replay cast. All right, let's go. Like I say, best of 7s. We've got lots to get through, so we're not going to slow down. We're just going to go and get into it. We're going to start up on, I believe, Ultra Love for game number 1. Again, the last time they met, it was a shocking scenario where Serral, he really did just lose hard. Like, it was a 3-0, and he was just out there. He was not feeling it. He was not there in the mental game. So let's see what happens this time. In the top right side, the blue Zerg from Basilisk. It is going to be Reynor. And in the bottom left-hand corner, the red Zerg, also from Basilisk, of course, is Serral, who will get the chance to play the ZVT Grand Finals against Clem. You know what? I will kind of biasly cheer on Serral here, just because we just saw Clem versus Reynor. So yeah, we just saw Clem versus Reynor, so I'm kind of into just seeing Clem. I mean, you can never complain about Clem Serral. It happens so rarely, but also, like, you know, if we just seen Clem Serral, I'd also like to see Clem Reynor next as well, right? So I'm going to have a little bit of bias towards Serral just for the matchup I want to see in the finals, but honestly, I win for a good TVZ no matter what, because one of the craziest things about these guys is even just coming out that last series. If Reynor played Clem again now in this next match, I feel like he's going to approach it with a different kind of, you know, fire, a different approach, a different set of builds maybe. I think he's going to pick up on the things that worked, knock away the things that didn't, and I feel like it's going to have a lot of freshness to it as well, so exciting stuff. First, we've got to get through the ZVZ. Hatch, gas, and spawn and pool all coming up and online. A couple of drones on the way through as we get settled into the opening game of best of 7, sorry, not best of 5. Will there be some PTR games today? No, we're just casting this Maestros event. Yeah, the rumors that I've heard rumbling is that PTR is not going to be PTR for very long, so it's not really worth PTR cupping it up right now. So, yeah. But tomorrow's Liu Cup, and they played on the PTR last week, so I'm sure they'll play on the PTR probably tomorrow, if that's the case. It might even be live soon. Is kind of what I heard from a couple people, maybe, possibly, but not 100% sure. I don't have direct contacts. I'm just gleaming information from people here and there. So, yeah, the consensus is that we'll probably have a new patch live very soon. So, kind of just probably waiting for that rather than running more PTR cups. If stuff's already set, then yeah. So yeah, that's why I decided to catch up on these replays today, because I wanted to do this at some point. So better to do it now before the new patch is live or something. May as well do it today. So yeah, anyways, let's get to the ZVZ. We do have a bit of a difference. We do have a bit of a difference here. The melee upgrade is coming through, so the melee upgrade coming about. Just going to be seeing the ling speed building. Going to be seeing the hatchery coming online, a couple of drones coming up. Going to see the ling speed coming about. Just going to be having Serral going to be going ling speed, whereas obviously going to be the melee upgrade coming on this side from Reynor. So yeah, it's going to be melee then ling speed, and that means you're going to have some very powerful lings here as herO when you get to that. Serral's just going to go straight into the Roach Roaring though, which is kind of nice. It's interesting, right? Because in this case, you'd actually really like to have a couple of Banes. Because if you have some Banelings, what you can do is then you can just blow up the Ling still, and they don't necessarily get a chance to use their melee upgrade as much. But going straight at Roaches, I don't really hate either. You can see Reynor's going to throw down a Roach Run, but he's just spamming Lings right now. So he's going to have a lot of Lings here very soon. There's a couple of Overlords, the drones will gather up, the Zerglings are going to join about. It's going to see Ling Speed, melee upgrade, all coming through for now. And Roach Run halfway done, hatching the Lings building. Bane Nest will build, Roaches producing, +1 missile starting up, melee upgrade on the way. Just gonna be seeing that Bane Nest still building, Roaches on the way through. Few Zerglings still stepping across. As we have the Lings just gathering down that bottom left side. Roaches will gather, Lings will gather. OVs are producing. So Overlord's coming about, Bane Nest coming through. We're going to see this big fight still going to happen here as Reynor tries to commit in, but I honestly think Serral's has done a good job of just getting enough units up. The Roaches are protected by a few Lings, the Queens help to buffer. There's no big surround on those Roaches, and Serral has plenty. That's a good defense. And that's a great scenario, because he was already ahead in workers, and now Reynor's playing missile and carapace upgrades. Serral's just going to make Ling Roach an attack. So Serral's just going to run across the map and go for this. Now, if Reynor can defend this, he's going to be on equal drones, and then with a massive upgrade lead. But defending this might be difficult when Serral's up at 50 supply, and I will have a couple of Banelings as well, so if Reynor makes Lings defensively, they're not going to do much, and he is still very Ling heavy, so yeah, this is looking very scary. Serral just picking his moment to go across the map and send it. 10 more Lings producing, just going to be seeing the Banes coming up, the Overlords coming about as well. These Zerglings gathered together. Lings will be moving around there. More Lings into the center. Missile and carapace upgrades on the way. Big push. Missiles does finish for Reynor, so you'll have one upgrade there. Carapace not done just yet. Serral just morphing a bunch of Banes. And oh, the Banes connect already on a big group of Lings that were chasing up over there. Reynor didn't realize it. So the Bane's already getting a good start, man. Serral's army is worth so much more right now. Double the gas of value, 1,000 mineral value more. As the Banelings are just going to threaten, and these few Ravagers are just on their own to the side. There's not enough Roaches to protect them, so those high-value units are going to be exposed, cleaned up, and denied. And Serral looking good on this attack through for the moment. Couple corrosive bars just going to go. Oh, not just zone. They're going to hit the Overlords and the units that were building as well, so gets a cancel and a couple Overlords out of it. Great biles. As Serral still looking pretty reasonable. It's only about an 8 army supply lead. Upgrades might start to put some work in here for Reynor as the Lings come out. They come around the other side. Does Serral just have enough? Ravager's obviously looking good as well. Love the biles, looking for denials on the eggs, but doesn't get enough. The Lings around here from Serral is absolutely enough, though. That actually is going to be all he needs. Roaches are so powerful when you've got Lings to tank for them. Like, Roaches versus Roaches is, you know, blah, blah, blah. But Ling versus Roach can be so good. Like, if you have enough Roaches behind Lings that are successfully, camping, absolutely huge. Wow, great game number 1. Serral gets a map win. I feel like that's so big for him because I actually think for once Serral's in this kind of interesting position where like he actually does need a bit of momentum, behind Reynor or against Reynor. Like things have not gone well against him lately. Seen Serral take the opening map. I think that's a big deal actually. So pretty big start. All right, we will take a couple of seconds, jump into game number 2, guys. I'm just going to run a minute of ads, and then we'll hopefully have a bit of clear air, unless we get some strangely long ZVZ to get through just a couple of games back-to-back or so would be nice. I'm trying to manipulate the ads as best we can. As we jump into game 2. Yeah, let's do it. Incorporeal. A little afraid of starting the ZVZ when the ads are still on, because you know, CVZ can be kind of dangerous quickly. It's not like PVZ where we really do sit around for 3 or 4 minutes. But yeah, let's get to this. Let's see what happens as we go into the bottom right-hand corner. Best of 7 and up 1 is going to be the red Zerg player, Serral. He takes the lead on that first map, and now from Ultra Love to Incorporeal for game number 2. Top left, our blue Zergy is going to be herO. Game 2 of the series as we get this up and running. Overlord's coming about. We get set to roll. Yeah, game 2 of this series. Let's see what happens. herO down a game. Serral up by a map. Drones hatch. All building through, getting settled in. For a couple of moments here. For the moment. And yeah, we see what's going to take place as we just have the extractor building up as well. Again, this is the lower bracket final, Clem in the grand final. So winner of this advances to play a Clem ZVT. Now, I'm pretty sure I checked this correctly as well, so just to let you guys know ahead of time, and maybe someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure this event, because I don't want to check Wikipedia again, because spoilers, I'm pretty sure this event does have a reset match, so the grand final is also best of 7, but if the player from the lower bracket wins, they then have to replay a best of 3, I think, or a best of 5 maybe? It's one or the other. I think it's a best of 3. So, just letting you guys know that just getting to the grand final, you are still going to be the underdog because Clem has gone through that upper bracket undefeated. They will give him 2 lives. Personally, I don't like this format. I don't think it works well in StarCraft 2 at all. But that's the choice that they make for their format here. They do the reset match. It doesn't mean we have the potential of not just a best of 7 final, but you know, if one of the Zergies was to beat Clem, the rematch or the reset match as well. Best of 7, then best of 3. Thank you guys, awesome. So if that's the case, that will happen. Obviously, if Clem just wins the best of 7, that doesn't happen. So just saying that out there now, just to, again, print the picture of, you know, being in this lower bracket final is already a little bit of a disadvantage. Again, Serral was put here by Reynor. Reynor was put here by Clem, obviously, as we just saw. He just lost that upper bracket final. So I like the winner to start upper map. Yeah, I think in StarCraft 2 it's much better. I think being up one map is way less of an advantage than having to... It feels so silly that you can win a best of 7 just to lose a best of 3, you know? Yeah, like what if you go 4-0-1-2, you know? You go 5-2 in the grand finals and you lose. Like, it's so, like, it just doesn't make any sense. I don't like it. And you can argue that you can go 3-3 in the finals and it's a, you know, that's a draw, but you know, you lose because the other guy started up 1-0 and that doesn't make sense. I feel like that's way less impactful than some of the scenarios that can build out from a, you know, from the, you know, this matchup. I think this works well if it's like best of 3, for example. I think if it's best of 3, like for some reason, if your finals best of 3 and you rematch best of 3, I think it would be fine. But I don't like the best of 7 into a best of 3, so yeah. So I think either just do no advantage, your advantage is resting a series. I like doing the 1-0 advantage. I think those either options of those is fine. I don't like the reset match, but that's also just my choice. And I'll tell you what Reynor doesn't like is losing his 3rd hatchery. That's not fun. Bayness about to finish up from Serral. Roachron as well behind it. Might just say, cool, got the 3rd hatch. And I can just punish you on the follow-up to this. Reynor starts a missile upgrade. If he doesn't get the 3rd hatch in return here, then Serral really probably can just outproduce him and shove himself across the map. So we'll see what happens. I'm just going to see those Zerglings wrapping around. The Queen going to get surrounded. I think Bane's still gathering up. Queen and the Bane's joining up together as well. You already lost to be in the loser's bracket. Yeah, I don't disagree. You already lost to be in the loser's bracket, but I mean, you already lost in the loser's bracket, but then to me, it doesn't make sense in StarCraft 2, which is so much about racial matchups as well and so on. that you can play someone you've never met in the tournament, and you lost a completely different matchup to someone else that in this case you're already going to get revenge on, and it just because you lost that ZVZ in the upper bracket, you now have to win 2 TVZs in that. And like I say, like, I think it works to some extent, but I just don't think it should be best of 3 after a best of 7. Like, if you want to make it fair, make it 2 best of 7s, right? You know? But when the finals is typically like a longer series than the rest of the bracket, I don't think that we should then reset to a best of 3. That seems so... I actually find it anti-hype for someone to win like a best of 7 to then play a best of 3. Like, to me, it just takes it away. You replay maps in this series, which I don't think is very fun either. It's something that's very unprepared for in StarCraft, to replay a map in a series. I'm very against it. So, I mean, like I say, it's just opinion. This is a heavily debated thing, so... Yeah, this is a heavily debated topic. Some people like it one way, some people like it the other. I don't know what the players prefer, actually. It's interesting. Probably changes depending on who you ask and how often they're in the winner bracket or not. Lings and Roach are stepping up. A couple of Lings stepping around. We will see the Roachling just chasing down a Zergling there. Reynor gets back to the 3rd hatchery. The supplies are good for Serral because it's even supply, but he's ahead a few drones. Reynor's still droning, though. I mean, TLDR, what's really happening here is that it's pretty even across the board. There's some differences. Reynor has a faster +1 missiles. He's going to have a faster Roach speed, but he's going to have a slightly worse economy. And I think the differences in the upgrade times and so, for the most part, I think Serral's going to be okay with it. He's also now, Serral, going to fall down on supply because he builds the Spire. So, the other thing is if he successfully gets to mutas, the upgrade disadvantage is going to mean less. Now, because he's going Roaches +1 and Roach speed, I imagine his plan is to build 5 or 6 mutas, cause chaos with them, cause trouble, and move around. And then obviously just kind of build Roaches behind it. Sorry, I got distracted reading something. My brain couldn't pick up on where I was at. I was like, what was I saying? Yes, so I think 5 to 6 mutas, like a handful of mutas, clear Overlords, clear map vision, and then probably just back to Roaches. You can see he starts +2 missiles as well, so Serral is not serious about making a ton of mutas at all. There's just going to be a few mutas, and that will make up for some of the difference, and it will definitely take map control away, and then it's very difficult for Reynor to know where exactly Serral is going to be coming from. Roaches join up. Overseer is moving about. The Drop Lord is coming with a few Roaches, so Reynor actually going to get a bit of aggression onto the other side of the map. Again, +2 missiles coming through. The Hydrogen coming up. Roaches still producing by. Got that +2 missiles coming along. A little bit of a fight, but you can't fight this as Reynor. The muta damage that's going to happen for free throughout the entirety of this is just going to be too much. Drop Lord in the main base. Serral's already on his way to deal with it. Pulls the drones in case it's Banes. Deals with the Bane run by on the left side. Beautiful defense from Serral all across the board. Wow, absolute shutdown. He's starting to kill Overlords with the mutas as well. Reynor's going to be supply blocked. As the Queen might get back onto that Drop Lord as well. It's already low HP. Good start. Now, it's only 5 mutas, so it's mostly going to be Roaches from here on out from Serral. Reynor's already starting to build Hydras. It gets interesting. Okay, you can already see Serral's a step ahead of what's going on. So, the Hydras are a good unit. They are more powerful than Roaches, but they're expensive to build. What typically happens is Roach Hydra is not a bad comp, but you would be better off playing Roach Ravager. But because there's some mutas, you would rather have the Hydras for some anti-air. The problem is if you build Hydras, your opponent who just kind of builds pure Roach, and especially Roach Bane, is going to have a very powerful one-punch army. And the Hydras don't really have the maneuverability to kind of get away from that and to kind of change the kind of way of things. So I do like Serral's army comp coming up here as they both max out. Upgrades are going to even out as well for the most part. Carapace is on the way from Reynor, but I think we have a big fight before Carapace is done with +2 missiles each. And like I say, I just like Serral's army because Serral's army is going to be worth so much more than Reynor's army right now. You can see it already in the gas count because of all the Banes that have been built. And he's still got more Banes building. Bane speed about to be done. Reynor runs out over here. I mean, Serral's going to split and look to take a fight from a concave. The thing is, the Banes don't even need to hit the Hydras. If the Banes splash on the Roaches and take down a lot of the Roach HP, then Serral's Roaches will win out from there, and then his Roaches will clean up the Hydras after. A lot of the Hydras are pulled back, dealing with the Mutas. I don't think Serral's too worried about that. That's the Roaches trying to split to minimize this Baneling splash damage, but right now Serral is running through. Oh, the rocks are going to get dropped. That's a fun one. Oh my goodness, the rocks get dropped in a moment of chaos. Oh, that was a little bit scary. Serral is not going to be able to get the collapsing effect he's looking for. And he is on a timer because you can see the Lurker Den starting from Reynor. If Reynor gets to Lurkers, it's going to be absolutely huge, right? So if you can get to Lurkers, they are going to be massive defensively, but you have to get there, and Serral is going to know that Reynor is teching, and so he's going to try and press the issue, but he doesn't make it work here, but he is up to the top side. Banes running into a mineral line, finds himself 8 drones. Serral still close to being maxed out. Another 16 Banes on the way. Adds his own Infestation Pit on. So he can go to his own hive. He could probably get to Vipers as an answer to Lurkers short term. Eventually, it's difficult to play against Lurkers long term, though. Oh, the burrow. Gonna give Serral the chance to get behind the army on the left, and he gets in for the right-hand side. And this is the power of the Mutas, by the way. Because the Mutas cleaned out the Overlords, Reynor had no idea where this army was at, and he loses the right side base, and he's gonna lose the left side base, and he's just gonna try and clean this army up ASAP and try and make something of this, because he's going to become a 2-base Zerg in the next couple of moments and essentially be towards all-in territory for having lost 2 bases back-to-back, losing drones still. The problem is, how do you all-in when you're running back to deal with these Roaches? Like, these Roaches are on a suicide mission, but it's going to be an extremely successful suicide mission as they run all the way back. Roach Ravager Hydra going to be right there as well. Wow, that was so nice. Just Reynor not knowing about the burrow, walks straight over those Roaches, the map control not being there, so he misses the army on the right side. And that's exactly why those Mutas are so good. You might look at this game and say, did the Mutas really do much? Yeah, they harassed a bit. Yeah, they turned Reynor around once or twice. Was it really? Yes. That play right there alone probably made the Mutas worthwhile. And it's because those Overlords are cleaned up. Now the Mutas are dead, you should be respreading those Overlords. I mean, especially because Reynor has Overlord speed, right? So he should absolutely be respreading the Overlords and retaking map control, but he's clearly too caught up in the moment and trying to fight. He's not gotten to that point. Lurkers are ready, though, and that's going to make it more difficult for Serral to attack in. Serral did get the Infestation Pit, but nothing came of it just yet. He tries to take this fight. He's just going to run the Banes forward. I mean, the Banes are getting hit by the Lurkers, but they're not dying in time. They are splashing onto the army. Reynor with no economy behind this to rebuild with. Serral already has 18 Roaches on the way. The Spinecrawler is helping. The few Lurkers have been good, do not get me wrong. But I just don't know if they're going to be enough. Army supplies are still pretty close. The only chance Reynor really has is if he can jump on units as they're spawning, and Serral never gets kind of congregate, gathered together with everything all at once. I just don't think that's going to happen. Serral's coming down with plenty of Roaches. He's got enough to just dive through onto the Lurkers. GG says Reynor, and Serral will take a second game. Mutas, the kings of that one. And Serral takes a 2-0 lead in this best-of-7 lower bracket final. So Serral a 2-0 lead. And we will move ourselves into a game 3 here with, Serral just taking a good advantage. Now, Reynor was down 0-2 already in this series. Already today in the earlier series against Clem. We'll see how he fares 0-2 down against Serral, see if he can bounce back from that. We'll get right to it. Like I say, I want to keep these games rolling along and underway and operational. So bringing this straight back through. In the bottom left corner, the red Zerg player up 2-0. Playing Persephone here for map 3. This is Serral. On top left, our blue Zergy is going to be Reynor. What's up, Papa Mitch? How you doing, mate? 123-month resub at the tier 2. 10 years and more. Crazy. Appreciate it, dude. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, as always, for the support. $123 is crazy. It is, yeah. It's a pretty wild start. Well, hatcheries gases, pools coming down. First minute or so is nothing too crazy. And pretty regular in that regard just for now. Nothing too wild at all just yet. Overlord moving through. Again, a couple of drones coming about. Hatch, gas, and pool coming over. Queen's building, Overlord on the way. Lings coming up and about. Might take a couple moments. It's going to take a second to catch my breath and catch my voice. Back to back best of sevens is a little draining, but we'll get there. I'm excited. I mean, the finals being a TVZ guaranteed is awesome as well. Clem TVZ is always super fun to watch. I like I say, I'm kind of a bit biased. I want to see Clem Serral. So Serral being up 2-0 has me a little excited too, but ZVZ is a ferocious matchup, and it can definitely switch and flip on a dime, so I think... yeah, we'll see what will happen. The Ling's going to move about, other Ling's going over. How's that Bane Nest coming over? Ling speed building. Let's see those Lings moving around. Baneling Nest is going to finish up very shortly. Hatchery coming through. It's going to see the extra Lings building, Ling speed being done. I see that evolution chamber building. And hatchery coming online. The roach run producing through as well. And that Ling is just going to go and jump on toward the hatchery. Baneling coming across. Just going to threaten the Lings. First real game where we're seeing a little bit back and forth Ling Bane. There's nothing too crazy going around this time, although Serral has that cheeky little roach roaring on the way up, so might be looking to try and figure out what to do. Something's going to come about. Roach roaring coming up. Missile upgrade coming online. And the lab building. Drones coming. A chamber going by as well. It's going to be seeing how Ling just on moving about. I thought that Roach roaring was going to be something sneaky, but it's not. I'll tell you what is fun is Reynor gets this +1 missile upgrade. This is something which I feel like Reynor's had a lot of success for lately. Or a lot of success with lately, right? This +1 missiles. Getting it quick and early in the game is why you find a lot of success against Solar in recent events in RSL Season 1, I believe it was. I think it was where Solar also found a lot of success against Reynor. Like, this fast upgrade is powerful. If you don't get punished for going into it, then you have just a super fast +1. You can hit some timings. You can see no lair. The idea now is to just absolutely zip, zap, zoom onto a bunch of roaches. So we're going to do exactly that. And then we're going to shove, and we're just going to go with the +1 advantage. Now, obviously, if this doesn't work and do enough damage, then you're against a roach speed. Your opponent will catch up on the +1, and you've got no lair, so, you know, there's going to be problems there. 3 roaches gather up, get rid of the Zergling, taking that down. Moon. What's up, I am Mentos as well. Thank you so much. 47-month resub, using up the Prime. Appreciate the Prime sub, as always, mate. Thank you so much for priming us up. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Units gathering up. We have got the units coming across the map. The Ravagers morphing in. +1 missiles going to be a part of this as well. Roach Bane gathering. We settle on forward. A couple of Ravagers begin to morph on through. And we'll see Reynor committing in. Now he's only up about 10 army supply, but the Ravagers are going to be, you know, a lot of value right here as well. Banes and Serral will try and get good connections. They're not going to find too much. The Spine Crawl is a very good place. Just going to be seeing a couple more corrosive vials, chasing those units back. The vials back and forth as Serral looks for the defense here, and I think he's going to get it. The Spine really is doing work. The extra lings, though, might have something to say. Serral's reinforcing roaches feel like a eternity away as you see the Ravager going to get picked off again. Another couple of Ravagers coming through. Just going to be seeing... honestly, okay, Reynor kind of kept this going a bit longer than I thought. Serral is moments from the +1 missiles kicking in. That will help a lot because it also makes the lings two-shottable. Obviously means that you're clearing out the lings like, you know, so much more quickly. That's obviously a big deal, as we will see. Yeah, nice. You'll see that Overlord patrolling, and that's exactly why it makes it more difficult to land the biles in a moment, and so we actually don't lose an Overlord there. So a cute little play from Serral that pays off as well. Clean Roach Ravager still producing through. The Lair is on the way about. You get that all on the way about as well. Spire coming through. Drones and the Overseer coming. Queen is on the way. Spire and the Overlord coming, sorry. So yeah, Spire from Serral. He says, I've defended. I've got the Lair way sooner than you because he knows that Reynor was committed. So he thinks he can get away with just going into Mutas. And I don't disagree. If Reynor's not going to attack him again, I think he does have a free pathway to Mutalisks right now. And if he does that, I like this a lot. I feel like someone who can get a few Mutas out in a Roach-based game is almost always going to get some good advantages from them. Like, yes, it's an investment, but man, it's so hard to shut down 5 or 6 Mutas even without overly, you know, reacting. And even if you overreact, spore up everywhere, those Mutas can still find value. If nothing else, they push the map control back. I say, it depends what Reynor does, because Reynor's back to building Roaches only at 57 drones. And so if he just sends it soon, he's building a few more drones now. I was thinking if he just kind of committed soon and just kind of fully sent it, then, yeah, maybe there would have been an opportunity to kind of go. It's building through +2 missiles, Overlord speed, Roach speed coming online. I like it for Serral. Like I say, I like the count that we're getting to for the moment here. Serral straight to that +2 missiles as well, so he's even getting a good advantage on the ground as well. Here is just going to jump onto the Overseer. We do have the Hydra Den building up. I'm going to be about halfway done, so Reynor prepares against the Mutas. Those Mutas just going to come swinging straight across. Overlord going to take some damage, begins to go down. Going to get cleaned up there already. As we now swing across to another Overlord. Another little pick off. Our Roach is still joining up together as well. And yeah, +2 missiles, bailing speed, a little bit of everything coming through. Serral just doing a lot of what he did last time. What Reynor doesn't do this time, though, is he doesn't attack into Serral early. He doesn't give the Mutas a chance to push that Roach army back. He doesn't get as caught off by the Mutas. They're not going to find as much damage right off the bat. They get a few drones here, but that's about that. So yeah, just I think so far a better response from Reynor. He also sits on a lower drone count, so he's going to have a large army. I mean, you see, Serral's going to have a large army too, especially because he's got 26 Banelings on the way up right now. Oh, that Ling Roach Ravage is still coming through. We get rid of a couple creep tumors over here. Okay, so we'll jump onto the extractor. Uh-oh, Serral gets jumped on. He's not ready to fight here. The Banelings are nowhere to be seen. He's completely outnumbered on the Roaches. Horrible fight for Serral. What a jump from Reynor. Seeing the opportunity. He's down an upgrade, but it doesn't matter when you have the numbers like that. As now he's just going to chase straight across the map, and Serral is reeling away, trying to get out of there for the moment. The extra Roach is coming through. Infestation Pit about to finish. Power Pace upgrade coming online as well. Going to see the couple of Mutas will get rid of an Extractor. So at least they're still being annoying, but yeah, that was a great moment for Reynor. Got a lot of value out of that. Look at that army graph. You can see the dip for Serral as he loses a chunk and has to replace it as quickly as he can. A lot of units. Roach Bane over on the left-hand side. Just going to step through. I mean, the Banes need to connect nicely, but it only takes a few Banelings to ruin the rest of the Banelings' day. As Reynor will lose his 4th base. Serral able to make that play already. See Serral diving through again. This time, once he gets his Banes active. A lot of the Banes getting stuck in the middle of these Roaches, mind you. Trying to chase for the Hydras, which obviously take bonus damage off the Banes because they're light, flimsy units that can get taken down quickly. Serral winning this fight a little bit. Reynor is going to start getting some value on the pushback. Serral is a 4-base Zerg behind this, remember, so he's got a good economy. Hive on the way, Burrow coming up. I love where Serral is at right now. Feels very, very comfortable at the moment as the Roach Hydra gathering up once again. Those Infestors join, the rest of the army coming over, a couple of corrosive piles. Gonna begin to come straight through right there. There's another couple of piles come straight down. Just attacking on forward, Roach Ravager making a play, a couple more piles. Some Roaches will take some damage. And just keep on pushing through. Another pile or so, just gonna hit between the Ravagers. Roach Ravager. Still trying to push through there. I mean, we go back and forth. I think at this point, Serral probably doesn't have enough to break through. He's on his way to that Hive Tech with the Vipers in production, though, so he's going to take an advantage off of that. See the Infestors for Serral will be, for Reynor will be fun to see what they can add. A couple of good fungus converts to change a lot. Good splash damage, lock units down, maybe get corrosive bowels to connect because the units are slowed moving. Big opportunities there in general as the Hydra Viper still building. Spinecrawler coming up. You see the Viper there going to go in after the hatchery and just make our way straight onto that. The couple of Hydras coming through. The Overlord taking some damage. And Roach Hydra still gathering around Ravagers as well. A couple of Infestors back to the center. Army of Serral out down on the bottom side of the map. As upgrades continue through. 3 additional Spinecrawlers building in right here. So step through, Roach is going to take some hits, going to go back and forth, a couple Hydras getting jumped on as well. It's a lot of units pushing straight into this. Reynor has the better army right now, it seems, and Serral, a lot of his supply is in production. He is getting absolutely swarmed from both sides. Serral trying to run out of there to the right, but he's losing the units as he goes. What a swing around from Reynor, who he wasn't allowed a 4th base, but was able to take some good fights, and it is just good fights. Able to kind of give him the chance here, and in the end, Serral just does not have the numbers to stand up against it. This hatchery will go down. Reynor's starting to peel back to deal with units as they begin to reinforce. The Viper goes down, not really adding much at all. And Serral going to try and burrow up, but there are going to be fungals available that can help. I mean, Serral is down almost 40 supply. Looks like Reynor is going to make his mark on this series and get himself going a little bit. After being down 0-2, once again, he's going to find himself a little bit of grease in his machinery, and he's going to get some Hogsword up and get himself a map, and maybe ready to play this series now. As you can see, Serral is still just getting bullied. His reinforcements are not making the difference right here. I don't think they're going to anytime soon either. Still plenty of Roaches just coming in on either side currently. There's a couple more Roaches get knocked away at. And Serral is very much so in trouble. Reynor, again, just finding the chance here on this game 3. Was not convinced it was going to happen at first, but we got there. We are making it happen now. GG's. We tap out, and we are going to be heading to game number 4 with Reynor on the board. No longer going to be denied a map in this series. Like I say, just takes 2 maps and he gets going a little bit. You know, I start up at, do this from game number 1, Reynor. It's going to make it easier to win these series. As we ready ourselves up for game number 4. It looks as though we're going to Tokamak for 4th map of this series, so we'll get that underway in a second. And kick this one off and see where we go. Perfecto. Guys, give me a moment or two. Alright, let's head into Tokamak as we get this underway and we get this started on up. Into action we go. As we kick off and load in. It is going to be in the top right-hand side, the blue Zerg player who is only down one game now. Reynor coming up against his teammate, both Basilisk members here in this lower bracket final, looking to represent in the grand final today. Reynor battles Serral in the bottom left corner as well, of course. Let's get this up and running. Come on. Series just keep delivering, man. No one's getting washed over just yet. 2-1 for Serral currently. Clem versus Zerg grand finale after this. Drones coming about, hatchery coming through. It's going to be seeing the extractor going to be the next step of this. So hatch gas and seemingly spawning pool going to be our options for now. Hatch, pool, gas. Nothing really crazy. We take a couple moments and see where the CVZ will diverge. Obviously, well, the time you just mirror up and see where we go, but we'll see where things kind of pull apart soon. How's everyone feeling in the chat? How's everyone doing? Enjoying the games? Like I say, appreciate you joining me. Didn't really know how many people wanted to come and watch a whole bunch of games that were played a few days ago, but glad to give you guys some action that apparently not everyone's seen, so well, yeah, that's why we do it. That's why we do it. Appreciate you all. And like I say, we've got a fun week, so it's going to be Leo League Cup tomorrow. And then Thursday, we're going to have a Team Liquid map contest qualifier, so we'll get our first peek at some of the new maps. And then on Friday, we're going to have ourselves WardiTV Mondays brought forward, because I'm not here on Monday next week. So then I'm away Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and we'll be back next week, Tuesday, with WardiTV Team Liquid map contest tournament. I think it's 14. Crazy we're so far along on that. And yeah, we're going to be back with that $2,500 event. A lot of the top players will be playing. And it's all on the new map, so look forward to that. Should be a ton of fun. Very exciting. There's a couple of Lings take on a couple of Lings. You see the Bane Nest coming about, the Ling Speed coming up. Yeah, Bane Nest is building on in. Ling's going to fight, Bane Nest coming through, and it's going to be a little bit of a difference then. There's obviously the Serral Roachron built in the back, so he's making it look like he just wants to play a back and forth Ling Bane, but he's stacking up the money to play the big Roach Bush. Roach run about to finish, couple Overlords coming through, the Queen on its way. That Roach run from Reynor on the way as well. He's going to go with that missile upgrade nice and quickly once again. Let's see if we can find a defense against Serral's Roach Shove. That is going to come early in this one. So we get that up, get that rolling. More Roaches continue to produce along then. So we get that set up. We got that going for now. Roaches will pull up, Lings to the upper right-hand side. And again, we're just going to have ourselves the Roach Roan building through. Roaches and Banes All building across for the moment. A couple of spines will go down, so we're going to drop those into position. Spines building, Roach Bane coming up. And all the units coming from Serral. I mean, Reynol's not wrong to get the spine started. He's going to need everything he can to defend. He cancels the upgrade, by the way, so he does cancel that to afford a few more roaches as soon as possible. That's the right call, but his first couple of roaches getting caught. The Ling's getting us around there. And the couple on the left side are very exposed as well. Banelings looking scary. Those drones don't have anywhere really good to split to, but then Serral also says the Lings will deal with that. I don't need to waste my Banelings on lowly drones. So he actually keeps the Banes alive for a while. He actually probably should have just gone for the drones. Oh, he's going to get them anyway. Bang. Baneling connects. Serral's going to lose out at the end, though. The reinforcements looking good as the roaches come across. And that is going to be cleanup from Reynor. So Reynor defends, but he's down 16 drones coming out of this. Starts an Evo chamber. I love it. Serral starts a spine crawl. He's just like, he's instantly recognizing, right, I lost a lot of units at the end there. Let's make sure I didn't over-drone. Let's make sure I'm not in danger. Get the spine crawler up and give myself a road to defend if necessary. So moving straight in with that. Getting that underway. Roaches still producing, +1 missiles coming around. And missiles on both sides. The roaches coming about, lag coming up, overlords on the way as we see the roaches getting after a couple of zerglings there already. So straight in on that. Get some work done. And that's the +1 missiles, the roaches coming through, the lab building. It's going to see the few extra roaches popping out still, and we continue to gather together. It's going to have the a few extra roaches, a couple of Lings producing. Game really settles into a fun position considering that it felt like Serral did a lot early. I felt like Serral came out in a good position too, but yeah, I mean, looking at this now, numbers even up. I mean, Serral still has a worker lead. Serral also has a lair and roach. Okay, so Serral's actually very far ahead because Reynor is essentially three base hatch only all in, whereas Serral is 3 base lair, roach speed on the way, and the army supply is pretty darn even. Even like the fact that Serral has a couple of Ravagers ready to partake in this upcoming fight as well. The roach is going to split apart a little to get ready to come through. And this Roach Ravager army looking for the chance to dive on in. A couple of roaches already going to come in from either side. Good concave from Serral. Reynor probably feels like he has to do something because he is committed on the hatch-only tech. Serral supply is kind of staying strong right now. The couple of Banes that are here are just trying to find their way through. A lot of Ravagers from Reynor, but the Battle's not doing too much to really disturb Serral's defense. Obviously, Ravagers on their own do kind of deal good damage. But yeah, Serral just going to step through a lot of these battles, does not take any hits. As the reinforcements come through, I think Serral really is just going to be fine. I mean, Reynor is reinforcing as well. Serral also soon going to have himself a roach speed, which gives him a little bit of extra mobility, and also gives him the ability to chase down, and then these units cannot get away, right? They will be guaranteed to die as long as Serral has the numbers, and you can see the Ravagers definitely do not want to die. Serral knows the situation. He's going to dive on them. Reynor knows it as well. He stops running, and he just lets the Ravagers try and get a few more shots off. But Serral is going to overwhelm him a little bit here. And 54 to 46 army supply in the game. Serral still up 9 drones, has been this whole time. And there is the last starting now from Reynor as he starts to try and fix the problem of the tech issue that he's found himself in so far. +2 missiles building up. Roaches on the way, Queen on the way. Hatchery will drop down onto the 4th base. See up around the top. It's going to be seeing the Overlord going down. And we have ourselves the Overlord speed +2 missiles. We'll continue to build on through. Chamber finishes in the back. Again, +2 missiles, Overlord speed. Bow upgrade will continue to come around as well. Roach speed is building. Carapace on the way. Reynor trying to, again, just play catch-up here. Yeah, supplies, again, are pretty similar. Reynor's caught up in drones. It's really just the tech, and also the upgrades. Obviously, he's going to be down +1 missiles to +2 missiles soon. That's not going to be fun. Serral even going to invest into something in claws, so gives himself more advantages to get done with roaches. Again, roach speed finally on the way from Reynor. Really is going to maybe open up being able to be back on the map, but Serral's getting a drop a load. So he's going to open up some harassment opportunities, but honestly, as long as the supplies stay close, I always feel like, you know, any player in this matchup between Serral and Reynor, whoever is, you know, maybe looking down a bit, if the supplies are close, I always feel like there's a bit of a chance, right? There's always that comeback potential. We've seen these guys continuously pull off ridiculous defenses and turnarounds against each other in their careers. So yeah, I like Serral's position. Not enough to say that he's going to come out and win this one just yet. Roach Ravager coming back through. Just going to be seeing now Serral going to be the one to partake in creating some action. Throws of Battles scatter themselves. Doesn't really get anything. Roach Ravager numbers very good there. And the Roach Ravager getting pushed back. Another bile into the center of the Roaches. The Ravager still having to pull back away from this. Taking a few more moments. +2 missiles coming up. The Roaches get after the Queen, taking that down. The drones there taking big damage as well. Couple of loads, a few more Roaches back up. We pull back the other way. +2 missiles coming around. Fight, so still kind of up in supply overall. He's a few drones ahead at this point, which is very nice. Does back away from that battle. He just doesn't have as much Roach, and especially because he's the aggressor, he's still kind of waiting on Roaches showing up. He's got drop laws moving around. Can't really kind of commit to the fight long term just yet, but overall is still looking pretty darn successful. Just gonna see those few Roaches getting after a couple of drones again. More shots again, just Roaches chasing, gonna get that Ravager. We do see Spine Crawlers building on mass here. 3 Spines coming up. We have the Roaches on, +2 Carapace coming up as well. So bring that +2 Carapace all the way through. Couple more shots coming about. The drop load coming running on by. Serral still trying to find opportunities to jump on this army of Reynor, and is this truly one of them? Trying to find the way around right now. A couple more bows dropping in here. And just see the army coming back around over to the left. Roach Ravager looking to connect on in. Queen gonna hit the drop lord. A bit more damage being done on this one. +2 Carapace, not far from finishing the Roaches and Ravagers. Just gonna step forward here. A few more Corrosive Bows coming about. Did those bows just land on a corpse and split it in half? That's what it looked like. I think it might have just been the timing of things, but it looked kind of crazy. Ooh, Serral eats some biles as well. I don't know if they're tasty enough to go for that. Step up, the Roach is still going down. Got the rest of the Ravagers in from that right side. The Roaches have to step away already. Ravager still stepping through. Another couple of biles coming down. Just going to be still pushing on in. It's going to be seeing these armies committing. A couple of Spine Crawlers connecting. Roach is taking damage. Reynor with a big shove in, but he's just not going to have enough value to just keep going is the problem, right? Stops to contaminate on the hatchery, trying to block some lava as he goes, but Serral is just already up. Still 10 drones ahead. Still army supply ahead. Has a Carapace upgrade at edge as well. Obviously, Reynor now down without a 4th base is not going to be pretty as Serral does defend and hold on and keeps this game under his control for the moment. Roaches power up. The few extra Ravages coming in. We'll see the rest of the Roaches coming through. Get the tunneling claws out from Reynor. I mean, that'd be great if he really was in a position to maybe set up any harass. I mean, if this was a couple minutes ago and he had tunneling claws, I like it a lot because then it opens the door for him to kind of create opportunities for himself. Serral's dropping again. Overseer taking some shots. Hatchery still taking hits as well. Hatchery will go down. Just maybe seeing the Roaches still coming about. Tunneling claws coming over. Plenty of Roaches coming about. Ravages on the way too. Serral is just maxed out. I mean, it's been a weird game because I feel like, in my eyes, Serral's been kind of very comfortably in position this whole game. But Reynor's had some good chances to at least even the game out, and he's kept it competitive. But I think this is kind of my expected result, which is that right now Serral is looking very good. And at this point, I feel like Serral's going to win out. And like I said, it's kind of weird because I feel like this was kind of coming the whole time. But Reynor's just doing what Reynor does and doing what both these guys do in CVZ, which is the resilience and the ability to stay alive in this matchup is incredible. In a mirror matchup, like, you feel as though a lot of the time, you know, because it's mirrored, it's meant to be if one guy has the advantage, it really should kind of snowball. But again, Reynor's doing a great job of holding on. It's just, in the end, it's falling apart. It's not quite going to be enough. Spines coming through, Roach Ravager coming up. Army going to come around from that right-hand side. Roach is still going to run forward there. He's going to be seeing a couple of battles coming in. Roach is taking some shots. See the Roach Ravager pulling back away. A couple more spines. It's going to be coming on through. Serral again recognizing he knows he's ahead. He's just going to guarantee Reynor can't make one big shove to win. Maybe even just Spines to defend against some burrowed Roaches here and there. Going to catch a few burrowed Roaches there. Gets one kill as the rest turn around. And plenty more Roaches coming over. Groove Spines coming up. Roach Ravager still coming through. A few more shots coming in. Corrosive Valves dropping down. Ravager taking the chance to just dive on through that. A couple more Corrosive Valves coming into play again. Roach is going to get onto that Spore Crawler. Trying to pick away at that already. Just trying to get a little bit more value. I mean, again, Serral is still sitting maxed out. He's taking enough trades to keep Reynor from kind of catching back up or anything. And obviously, Reynor only 36 workers, only allowed 3 bases. Serral sitting on 5. It's getting to be kind of an impossible comeback at this point. Gonna shoot a couple times, Ravager Biles. Like I say, I mean, kind of feels like we're going through the the niceties of this one. Serral has significantly more setup in this game, and maybe Serral could really butcher a fight to a point where Reynor could come back. The army supplies are close. Serral just has so much setup behind him. This fight was good. He dove on half the army. He's going to even still play cautiously. He has eaten a few bars, but GG just gets caught. Serral is not going to be made to play this out any further. Reynor does tap out, and Serral does get this map win. That did feel like it was looming for a hot second or two there, to be honest. We get there in the end. Alrighty. Game number 5, guys, is going to be on Sandworm. I like seeing this map. I really do. I'm just going to give it a moment and we'll kick off and get going. Alrighty, guys, so, like I said, game 5 of this coming through in a moment. We'll get that set up to go. Let's go into Sandworm. Perfect. Alright. Let's kick it off. Thank you for your patience, guys. Just had to sort something quickly as we go into game 5. Best 7. Serral is really doing well for himself, considering he talked a lot about, the last couple of series have been very Reynor focused in this matchup. Reynor on the top right, up blue Zerg. Reynor blue Zerg as we get him on match point. Now he needs to win. So Reynor in a must-win situation. This is obviously lower bracket final, so if you lose this, you are out. No more chances. Serral just needs this one map win to get through to the grand finale. And a chance to play against Clem for the Maestros of the Game Championship. Match coming down and gets settled here. Take a couple of moments. I'm gonna hatch. Gas and pool coming up. Couple dronies on the way out. Get settled in and take a few moments. And get ready to roll. Any results so far? So yeah, if you just joined us, this is what's happened so far today in terms of what we've covered, because obviously not linked in the bracket, but Serral went 4-3 against herO, and then Clem went 4-2 against Reynor. So Reynor dropped to the lower bracket final. Serral was already in the lower bracket, so they meet now. It's currently 3-1, and Clem is in the grand final, waiting for the winner of this series to come and match him. Couple lings moving through, stepping across and around, a couple queens and drones coming about, link speed coming up for a few moments as we get settled in. Get a lot of that up and rolling for the moment, so we get a lot of that coming through for now. And drone down the right side, going to drop into the hatch. The wing is going to go on that hatchery as well, as you see the Overlord taking a few more shots. Queen's going to be there. That's going to drop the Baneling Nest out at the front. And again, hatch, Bane Nest, ling speed will continue to come through for the moment as we see a couple lings back around the other side. Eight Zerglings building up, make it 14. It's going to be Ling Bane on both sides. It's been, one game I think so far we've had a little bit of Ling Bane versus Ling Bane really come about. There's going to be a second game where it transpires. So get into a bit of this here and see what we can do. As yeah, plenty of lings on the way. Most few lings starting to come out right now. Getting across for the moment. I see a few lings running about each other. I'm going to see a few lings getting a wrap around on that hatchery as well, so able to come straight through with this. And just have a couple of Banes connecting. Serral did get a third hatch kill in one of the earlier games of this series. If that happened again, that would be amazing. Reynor is getting the defense, though. The couple of Banes still alive should be more than enough. Push this back the other way. Roach run completing. A few more drones coming up. 7 roaches producing through as the Baneling connects, and a few lings going down. A few more lings coming up as well. Roachron still producing. We just have everything settling. Overlord about to finish as well. Hey, what's up, M0K? Thanks so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate it. As our Lingbane gathers. Being going to be right there. We're going to go back and forth. The Baneling going to get targeted down. Is going to fall. The Ling's moving through. Going to get jumped on as well. You see the Roaches also going to come back around and just try and get something going as Reynor attacks across the map. But he doesn't have that much army supply. Serral has a ton of units because he's building off of only 43 workers. No lair on the way from him. Serral's the one looking to be the aggressor here, and Reynor not quite caught onto that, so steps away now. I see the missile upgrades continue to come through. See the Roach Speed continue to come about. The +1 missile upgrade coming about as well. Roaches continue to chase one way then the other. We've seen a few Roaches going back and forth. A few more Roaches still gathering up. Just for the moment. Continue to get that on the way. And a lot of this setup continuing through as well. And Roach be coming up on both sides. Missile upgrade coming about. Roaches producing. Overseer Lings coming through as well. All those Roaches coming through as the Roach is going to take a chance to jump onto a set of rocks here for the moment. Just going to get straight onto this. Serral is still ahead on workers, but Reynor has just spammed up units. Obviously, bad off Roach speed. No attack upgrade for him, though. So as Serral hits missiles, it's already an advantage in this upcoming fight that Serral is going to be able to latch onto pretty easily. And really kind of walk in for a big favor. Ooh, Reynor gets by with the Lings, though. So Reynor gets by with a few Lings into the main base. Chaos will ensue. I don't know if he can really push in at the front again, especially against the Concave that is a good amount of Roaches. We'll just dodge that barrel last second, but yeah, I mean, he has the +1, and that really does go a long way in this. The Ravager advantage in, Reynor's favor. I'd like it if Reynor really just had a few more units, but I just don't know if it's enough right now. That Spine in the back will begin to help. A couple Banes do connect as well. Serral trying to keep this under control. He is dipping a little bit in army supply. Barrel's now going onto the Spine Crawler. Not enough to kill it just yet, though. And as Serral's reinforcements showing up, I think we're going to start seeing again the power of the +1, and these units starting to really stand their ground. The army supply difference is wavering into Serral's favor a little bit. It's closing a little from what it was. It was about 15, then it was about 10. We're staying about 10 now, and you can just see that the reinforcements aren't showing up in time from Reynor. The Ravagers are gone as well, so one of the advantages he had with those units, gone, wiped out, not accessible any longer. And that is going to be a defense from Serral, who, remember, is up the upgrade already, so he's just ahead in this game. Full stop. Reynor's getting the Evo Chamber to get +1 started. Serral could start +2 right now. He has a ton of minerals to spend. gets a couple of drones on and tries to reestablish a bit more of a comfortable drone advantage than, what he ended up with here. Going to try and take the gold base again. So just going to drop that hatchery down. I'm going to attempt to take this as a fourth in these next few moments. See it coming back across. A couple of queens going to get underneath. +1 missiles. Spire building through. Those few roaches are going to get themselves onto a set of rocks here and we'll begin to take that down, open up that space. Yeah, like Reynor going for the Spire. He's definitely not in the best position, right? So something like a Spire could be kind of the trickery that maybe gives you openings a game. There's also the world where Serral just attacks you sometime soon with the upgrade advantage and the Spire isn't really done enough and you just kind of fall over and die. But, I mean, to be fair, like, again, you look back to this, look at this game, look back to the last game. It was a similar scenario where it definitely felt like Serral had an edge and an advantage. But it took a long time to realize that and to really push that through to a winning position. This is a very similar situation right now again as this Overseer flies overhead. And we'll see the hatchery finishing up on the goal. I mean, again, Serral definitely has advantages. The fourth base ready to play. The upgrades in his favor. Hydrogen on the way, so he begins to prep for the mutas to some extent as well now. He has less army supply right now. Starts the upgrade lead, but may not want to rush into a fight. You bait him into a bile or two, sure, but I don't think Serral wants to end up in a major kind of overall fight just yet. I think he's happier waiting for. Probably at this point, +2 to finish. You'll also soon have Burrow and Tunneling Claws. That gives you more options to play with, right? More harassment opportunities, more ways to play around the map. Reynor runs all the way across, chasing this army down, and gets a couple shots off. Nothing too major, though, overall. Nicely handled for the moment. More roaches hitting through, a couple throws of Biles landing. Roaches taking some shots. Let's see the Roach Ravager pressing forward there. A couple more hits coming through in the next couple of moments. Continue to come around for now as we just get aggressive. Again, a little bit of back and forth. More throws of battles coming through. A couple more shots coming about. Just going to see a few hits coming about right now. We are going to whack our way in. Serral hits himself. Serral hits Reynor in the face with the gold base being denied. And then again, he's just all over the place with a couple of roaches here and there. Reynor just can't get out on the map soon enough, can't take position early enough to kind of put himself in good positions. Roaches coming through, upgrades continuing to build. Trying to get ourselves forward with a couple of biles. The station pit is finishing soon from Serral. Another advantage you can maybe latch onto here as he does end up taking this fight. Upgrade advantage again, +2 to +1 is nice, and the Hydras do provide good DPS as long as they don't start getting hit. That's when they get overrun. Roach is going to pop up on the run by at the same time. Now the mutas coming across. They're going to sit overhead. The mutas have been a very a non-issue so far. And Serral comes out of this at 160 to 115 supply. And I do think our ZVZ, with that kind of being seen, is very much so on its way to coming to a close. Again, +2, +1 on the way about. Roach Ravager on the way through. I think we have ourselves a GG kind of coming in very shortly at this point. I mean, Reynor's going to give it a shot. He's 50 supply down a base. Down drones, down army. Evening up upgrades. Might even have an upgrade lead for a few moments with the carapace. It's going to be close. I mean, Serral's not far from his own carapace, and carapace is typically less influential than missiles, so if Serral's missing that, it's not really the end of the world or anything. But Ravager splitting apart. We're going to step ourselves in. Going to come straight through. The unit's already taking some hits, getting pushed back a little bit, getting bullied here. Bit the Ravagers are just doomed, and Reynor knows it. GG's! He is eliminated. Third place for Reynor, and Serral will advance through to play Clem in a grand final matchup. It's going to be a best of 7, and Clem, again, if Clem doesn't win, so if Serral wins the best of 7, there is a rematch, but we'll talk about that if the series starts to get to that point, if Serral gets to a match point. Will not confuse you guys, just in case it doesn't even matter in the end, so that's what's coming up, guys. I'm going to take a quick 2 or 3 minutes, and when we come back, it is going to be grand final time. Clem Serral, best of 7 at the very least. I'll see you guys in just a few. Welcome back, guys. Let's dive into the finals. Clem, Serral, it's the best of 7. Probably say it all again in 2 seconds when we get in game. We're going to start up on Grezvan. I imagine this is a Clem map pick because it's a pretty good map for the Terrans. It's good for the 8 racks, it's good for a longer game. Let's see how it's all going to go as we kick off this grand final of Maestros of the game. $20,000 tournament. This final is played offline in Paris. And we are here covering it a few days later because I was busy a few days ago. So, in the top left-hand side, the red Zerg player is going to be Serral, taking on the blue Terran. In the bottom right side, Team Liquid's Clem. Yeah, Grezvan, one of the maps that's obviously not part of the current map pool, has been brought back in for just this event. Obviously, anyone running the tournament can pick their map pool pretty much. And they brought in some of the old maps for some of the maps they didn't feel like was good in the current map pool. So, Grezvan, one of these ones brought back. I do think for DVZ, like I say, it's a pretty nice Terran map. I wonder what was vetoed. I wonder what Serral maybe wanted to play on the least overall. Good question. We'll see what map's missing in the series if we get far enough. Obviously, we'll see how many games we get out of it as well. To kick off here. Commence on the low ground, just a Reaper opening, nothing too crazy just yet. Always a treat when we get to watch Serral and Clem. If you do end up liking the series, don't forget if you're on the YouTube, like and subscribe. Appreciate it, and it helps a whole bunch. And yeah, we wait for this Reaper to give us some of the first action of our grand final. And again, this is a best of 7, but if Clem wins, it's over, he wins. Because he came from the winner bracket. But if Serral wins, we rematch a best of 3. So we do a best of 3. I forgot what I've been calling it, but best of 3 decider series. Because that would be Clem essentially losing his winner bracket life and then getting revived. Patrick going to swap over to the reactor, and Barracks moves to the side. The Zerglings will get onto the Reaper. I'm just going to loop around. Nice dodge with the Lingers trying to get around the bottom, then trying to get a catch. Would have been neat. SCVs, a couple of Hellions still building up. Tech Lab on the way, CC on the way. Got a lot of that ready as the Queens continue to build through as well. Add a couple of drones on top of everything else. And that Reaper going to get turned around by a few Queens at the front. On top of everything else as well. The Hellions still stepping forward. Looking to make their way through. Liberator in production from Clem. So kind of choosing the Liberator Hellion harassment. It used to be really kind of the Clem build. He is so good at repositioning the Liberator again and again and again, making it super difficult for the opponent to ever escape away from damage of that Liberator. Stimback building. Racks on the way. Reactor coming up. One Ling just taking a little nibble in, and there's the Liberator showing up. Queen's gonna get some damage, and Clem knows that's a reposition moment. He's actually gonna siege up in a place where the Queens can still hit it, but only one of those Queens. He can't hit the Queen back, and the Queen on the high ground will combine for the kill. Only 2 drones going down. The Hellions obviously trying to make their move, not getting in either. And so Clem doesn't get too much out of this so far. A couple more barracks on the way, 1-1 upgrades, and a stim pack building on through. Evo chamber coming up, hatch on the way through. Get a few more drones, the overlords, etc. Building about for now. And the Queen and the Carapace coming online. Extractors, creep tumors, all spreading onto the map. Still got those 1-1 upgrades coming up from Clem as well, so slight lead on that. At least on the attack, maybe on the Carapace. Clem's a little bit behind on the armor, but yeah, nothing really overly kind of dramatic. And you can see that Serral is obviously rushing up in towards that infestation pit, so again, a little bit more Ling Infester. They're really believing in this Ling Infester style lately, and we've seen a lot of it the last few days. I mean, we don't see a lot of European ZVT, I think, is the issue, and so when we do get to see some European ZVT, this is clearly a style that these guys have been enjoying. That said, Shin cranked this out the other day as well. We just don't see a lot of TVZ in general. But yeah, this has been popular the last little while, and the Infestors are starting up. And we're just going to bypass Banelings to help us afford the Infestors, get to a fast Hive, get to fast Ultras with great upgrades, and just try and power through from there. Marines are going to hit. The Queen's going to be there defensively. A few Lings trying to get through, and the Hellions will hold their own. Medevac's gathering up in the Hive, building. Lings and Infestors continue to come about. It's going to be seeing the Lings trying to move through once again. Marines are going to get there for the Zergling. 1-1 upgrades and combat shields coming about. Factory on the way. Hellions are going to be there to take the Zerglings as well. Just going to be taking position. A few Hellions morphing into Hellbats. Hellbats will take forward a chance to jump onto the creep tumors. So we're going to take the creep tumors. The Queen's still going to come through. Lings are going to get a run by. The Marines are in a good position. Oh! Fungal's going to catch as well, and a bunch of the Marines in the front are just going to go down to the Fungal, so good connections from Serral. Like I say, the run by on the other side, it looked like it had a good enough surround, clearly not. It didn't do too much in the end, but it maybe did distract Clem and allow that Fungal to come off, and Serral gets the pushback on the front door, which is obviously one of the major points of this to begin with. Clem is going to start reinforcing, feeling as though he can continue to press the issue. There's a 5-Rax Clem who's adding on a 4th base. I think Grezvan does split quite nicely if you want to end up playing a later game, if you want to end up playing kind of a longer scenario here, so that's definitely a factor as well. Marines pulling through, a couple Lings going down, the Infestors. Getting some shots off toward those Marines maybe. Lings running by again, same situation of what we just seen. Clem pushing at the front, Serral counter-attacking, looking to try and take Clem's attention away a little bit as the Widow might as well go off. A few Lings going down, Queens getting low, not a lot of transfusion energy remaining for those Queens, and that's why Clem is clearly very into kind of just continue to push here, feeling like he's so close to breaking through, but he has to lift and leave. A new Infestor with energy showed up. I think he's not wrong to be getting out, and he just dodges that Fungal as well. Serral with the bare minimum needed for defense here, as he will just about hang on in without losing all too much. This high ground drop from Clem is nice, obviously one of the positions you can always play. You're pushing in the center, this high ground base becomes an issue. Clem sits here through the, basically kind of eats the Fungal growth to try and right-click the hatchery, but the transfusion will save it. There's not a lot of Queen energy, but what was there was enough to drop a transfuse, and we do save the hatchery. It's going to be a big factor as the Marines come back around from the top side. Zergling's going to get peeled away again. 2-2 upgrades, drilling claws, all building up. Got the Liberators on the way, add those Marines on also. We'll continue to bring a lot of this up and online for the moment as we see the Liberator sieging again. Just going to be seeing the Lings getting a wrap around, Marines in trouble. Widowmine's trying to fight their way through as the Lings continue to run across. Good Widowmine shot, grabs a bunch of Zerglings. Big push. The Liberators coming through the center. A couple Lib sieging. Widowmines burrowing. The Widowmine shots going off. The Widowmines on the other side. Connecting on a few of the Lings as well. Serral again, this style. Always looking to counterattack. Always looking to make the Terran run around and turn the other way. Because you're not making Banes, you have a very high Ling count, so you can kind of get away with always having a good amount of Lings running the other side. As long as they're finding some meaningful damage. And so far we are. 19 workers is definitely it. And Clem not able to fully reinforce, so the army at the front is being pushed back. Liberators are a fun position holder, but they're not going to do too much against the Lings running in. It does help to zone the Infestors a lot, but in this case, didn't do too much. The Infestors able to get their connections. I like that Lib on the high ground, doing some damage as well. Going to force a Queen transfusion, actually going to get a Queen kill. Kind of a big deal, because I do feel like the Queens have done a lot to keep this kind of game sturdy. Now we're going to lose a bunch of them there as Serral loses track of things for a moment, loses a few drones as well, and Clem still pressing into the middle of the map, looking good for the moment. Well, Ultra's on the way. The Liberators continue to set up. Liberator really doing work on that high ground before, and now the Liberators doing work on this defense as well. It's not pretty work, you know, it's overkill on these Zerglings, but each Ling that goes down is one less Ling that's left harassing you. And Clem does begin to stabilize, and look at the position he's drawing out into. Good work account on either side. Work accounts are fine. And Clem is up like 30, 40 army supply. That was not a pretty moment. He runs in here and loses a bunch. But, okay, I mean, that really brings him down a notch. It was really looking good for Clem. He loses a lot all at once. To give Serral maybe a little bit more life again in a situation I do think was, yeah, maybe a little bit problematic for Serral, starting to be at least. Now, I think Serral still behind a little, but a much more manageable amount of behind, so... It's just these Libs showing up every time. The Widowmines get burrowed too, gonna hit the Lings, then lifts up, low HP medevac for the units inside, drops into the Lib zones, inviting the units to chase him in and let those Liberators do damage. Medevac goes down, but Clem swapped the medevacs around in terms of which one had the most Marines inside. Those couple of Ultras are low. Nice fungal gonna catch. The Ultras will both fall. Oh, and the Liberators nearly getting the Infestor. Not quite getting two shots on the same one. So the Infestor's gonna live there. Now we start getting the Infestors. Now we start shooting those down. But a mine's gonna go off. We really could do is just clearing those up so Clem doesn't get to use them again. Take away some of that Terran efficiency as the drop in the back of this mineral line, trying to come through for a little bit of extra damage. We load up, we drop down. Where are we going to go? I do not know. 3-3 upgrades still building up on the engineering base as well. A couple of Queens are going to be right there. Ultra, Infesta, +3 melee, all coming up also. So again, a lot of stuff on the way. The Liberator is doing a good job picking through the Queens. Great damage being done. 12 drones down. The Zerglings will eventually play cleanup, but man, these Liberators have done so much. This Liberator has 38, 39 kills. Oh my god, 41, 42. What is going on? I mean, Liberator is still going as well, by the way. See it in the bottom right. He has still got kills racking up over here. He's just sat there. Will go down with 49 kills on him. Ridiculous amount of damage from that Liberator. Don't get me wrong, it's 49 kills, and a lot of them were Lings and so, but hey, it adds up, man. 49 is 49. As the chase here, Overseer trying to set off the Widowmine to friendly fire a little bit. Serral still trailing in supply, and Clem does look as though, to me at least, I think that he's got this game in control. And that, I mean, control is a weird word because it's actually a very sloppy, messy, scrappy game that's all over the place. I think the sloppiness and scrappiness is trending in Clem's favor. Serral is still a 6-base Zerg though. Hatcheries are all up, just needs to get them operational. Only 60 drones is the issue there. And does he have enough breathing room to get a few more drones out is the problem, because Clem is constantly throwing units at him. Every time that Clem throws units at Serral, he has to rebuild more units. That means you don't get a chance to drone. And Serral feels like he's barely hanging on in there. So yeah, it becomes a pretty problematic situation. Widowmine will burrow. Zergling's gonna eat that Widowmine shot. That's a massive connection. I'm gonna love that. If nothing else, this drop was worth it just for the amount of Lings he got to clean up. Spores will relocate. The Marines will... I love this from Clem. He knows the Lings want to get rid of the mines, right? So he's just unloading and just hitting the Lings as they try and get rid of the mines with the detection available. And Clem just knowing he can get a few more kills. Oh, jumping up to the high ground, finding some freebies there. Nice fungal gets a medevac on the bottom side. 30 Lings, 2 Ultras all coming up. Biohook on the way through. Liberator's producing. Fester's coming around. Fungal lands, medevac's going to be taking a connection. Medevac's going to boost up to the top, unloading, going after the creep tumors here. The Riz are set. You see the Ultras trying to dive through. Vax loading up over here as well. We pull back over. We just have ourselves this Bioforce continue to fight and glance. Ultra's taking some shots. I mean, Clem holding the middle of the map. Again, this middle of the map area is one of the big issues on Grezvan for the Zergs. The Terran can just control this area and take so much map control because of it. And that really has been true in this situation as well. There's no doubt that Clem has absolutely benefited from, you know, this location and being able to jump to that high ground base that Serral's trying to mine from. Ultra's going to come across the other side, and the Lings will get down to the SCVs, trying to repair the planetary up. The planetary will go down. You see just in the corner of the screen there as the Obs is trying to show us the units that are running back over, and for good reason, because those units have a chance to catch some Ultras. Like, Clem can replace the base, but now there's another massive run by. Again, Serral knows he's not in a pretty position. What can he do? What could, you know, win him this game? Maybe still chaos, right? Like I said before, Clem's not really in control of this game. Just it's trending in his favor, if that makes sense. And so the less, you know, the more chaos you can, you know, put into place, the less chance there is of Clem kind of gaining control of the advantage and Clem really just maybe making mistakes and the game, you know, flipping the other direction. That's why it's called chaos, because crazy things can happen, such as Serral maybe getting into a good position. And we just killed 47 SCVs. Now, Clem's still on 50 workers. That's how good an economy he had. Obviously, he's cranking out SCVs as we go. But his economy was very solid, so this was step one for Serral to maybe giving himself a chance or an opportunity. He's lurking infestors around the map. That's going to be opportunity as well. It's going to take a lot of little things that need to be big things, really. I mean, like I say, it's about looking for all of the little opportunities that could become big opportunities. Serral needs to probably hit on a few to see success here. The problem is, I wonder if Clem is just taking a bit too much control, something that really has not necessarily been the case in this game. Because he's got Ghosts out now, right? The Liberate count's still reasonable. Serral runs in here. I don't actually think that Planetary's going to fall. Even if he left the Lings there, I think it survives. I think running away with a few Lings is probably worth it, but the mistake's already made. You commit onto the Planetary, you lose most of the Lings, and you don't get the kill is never a good sign. And Serral is just down 60 army supply at this point in time. Clem does look as though he is going to capitalize on this first opening game, and I mean, if this is how this series is going to play, it's going to be fun, because this was chaotic, it was everywhere, obviously very, very busy, lots going on. See a few Marines unloading on the left-hand side. The Zerglings want to run in, try and chase after said Marines. Clem just dropping around. Keeping Serral busy means that Serral can't throw the run-bys either, give Clem more of a chance to get more of his units ready. There's not finding many EMPs there, just the EMP on the Infestor in the front. It felt like Ghost maybe could have found more. As we chase forward, obviously Snipes available too, so you've got to be very cautious about that. Try and keep out of position. Another fungal is going to come down. The Marines getting caught again. 9 drones going down at the moment. Focus are good against these smaller drops. The problem is, how do you get the Infestors into play when Clem is going to be so good at hitting those EMPs? He's now pushing forward, getting some snipes off as well. Bigger army to the bottom left. This time Serral has nothing nearby. Did catch a fungal on a few of those frontline units, so does get a bit of a cleanup, but that's a hatchery down. I mean, we've obviously already talked about Serral's position. It's obvious that, you know, any sort of negative for Serral right now is probably one he cannot really truly afford to play through. And losing one of the hatcheries that has a lot of minerals remaining on it isn't exactly benefiting him right now. He's now got long-distance mining drones in a game where he's still trying to play catch-up of 40 supply. And at this point, catch-up on tech as well, right? Like, realistically here, as that Infestor is lurking, I think Clem saw it, yeah. As it is possible to see burrowed units. It's not super obvious, but it is possible. But yeah, I think, I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, I forgot what I was saying. I think, yeah, the army is just better for Clem. Like, he's got libs and ghosts. Like, his army is very comfortably what it wants to be. Serral at this point, like, he's got Infestors, but realistically, he probably needs something extra. Maybe, like, you know, a couple of Vipers even as well. I mean, I don't know what really fixes this, because I think this position is probably just too poor overall. But yeah, TLDR, Serral's army just does not match up to Clem's, as you see here. Ultras head banging their way into the Terran force is not going to provide an answer. And Clem is going to take game 1 of the best of 7, and I'm sure the crowd and Paris goes wild. Seeing their hometown French boy on stage. And getting a 1-0 lead over the GOAT in the grand finals of this Maestros tournament. Game 2 going to be coming up. We're going to head to Persephone for a second map of this series, so we'll get straight into probably in a minute. Just give the ads a little bit of time to roll out. And we get into this game 2 of the grand finals. Again, best of 7. If Serral wins, we do have a the makeup match, the rematch of a best of 3. Or the reset match. That's what I'm trying to think. I really can't think of what this is. The reset match. If Serral wins, we reset to a best of 3. Because that would be Clem losing his winner bracket life that he has not lost yet. So that is Clem's advantage from the winner bracket. Go to Persephone for game 2. Yeah, fun game. This is the same map order as what we had in the earlier series with Clem Reynor, by the way. Grezvan into Persephone. So I imagine this is the same kind of situation where what happened earlier with Clem versus Reynor. Clem picks Grezvan as map 1. Serral picks Persephone as map 2. So Clem wins his map. And to be fair, you know, if I'm Serral and I kind of play Clem into a crazy kind of situation on a map that is his #1 map pick out of this entire pool bar 1 veto, then I'm pretty okay with that as Serral, right? Like, this was the map that Clem was most likely to win because it's the map he most wanted to play on. Where this gets problematic is if you now lose on your map pick, because then, you know, the same logic that you're feeling okay about then flips and it does not feel okay to kind of have it go wrong here. And then you're 0-2 down and back onto a Clem map pick most likely. And that becomes obviously a little bit interesting. So, Serral bottom left, Clem upper left. Game number 2 of the BO7 grand final here in the Maestros of the game. Again, shout out to WardiTV. Putting this on, big crowdfunding effort. Shout out to the French scene in general. I mean, the crowdfunding for this event was crazy. It wasn't just the prize pool they raised the production costs for the live event. They sold out on tickets super quickly as well. I think on the first day of it being announced, all the tickets for the live event sold out. There is absolutely no denying that the French scene is absolutely bonkers. And extremely passionate, one of the most passionate scenes. That's why they had so many good French players, because the French scene has been, you know, always so well supported by, you know, in the past Gaming, now WardiTV. I mean, when I was, you know, when I was full-time in StarCraft 2, but in my earlier years, I casted a lot of the Gaming events as well. Like the Underdogs events was the French-only tournament that happened every month, and we casted that a whole bunch of the time. It was very fun. It was the first time, you know, probably one of the first tournaments I saw Clem in. And seeing him rise through the ranks of the French scene there, to kind of becoming a world champion, is probably one of the coolest things I've seen in StarCraft, because I'm not going to say I was there for the very first days of Clem, right? But, like, you know, we did see him playing in, you know, the local French scene, essentially, and climbing all the way to, you know, the world championship level is kind of crazy. So, yeah, shout out to the French scene, shout out to the guys that put this event together. It's been a fantastic one. My only regret is that I've been so busy this month, we've not been able to cast all of it, obviously. I've had pretty good reasons, but yeah, unfortunately a lot of the days didn't line up. We missed the group stages. We only casted the playoffs live, but we did catch up on some of the group games. Obviously, casting this one from replays today. This happened on Saturday while I was away, so that's why we're playing catch-up. Anyways, enough about me, more about the game. Third hat-trick coming down. Drone, link speed all coming up as well. Rubik throwing a couple of grenades on in there. Is the casting live? Yes. I'm live. It's just the games we played on Saturday. I have no idea what the results are, though. I made sure not to watch, and I just asked for the replay pack, and it came through. So I have no idea what happens. So for me, this is just me getting to watch the games and casting it. Obviously, the games did happen a few days ago, though. Thanks for coming about. We get ourselves the Queen on the way. A couple of Hellions coming through. Orbital and Command Center coming online as well. As the Queen just going to sit there and kind of push the Reaper around for a few moments. So again, pushed one way and the other. A couple more shots from the Queen. Hellion, Starport, Command Center all coming online. And the Queen's going to get back onto the Reaper again there. There's the third hatchery. We'll be finishing up very soon. So link speed completes. Queen's still in production. We get the Overlord on the way through. Third hatch about to be done. Starport is going to be coming online in just a couple of moments. Queen's dropping the creep down as we just see the Banshee and the Orbital all on the way up. Queen stepping over. Hellion's going to take a couple of shots. Hellion is going to come around the bottom side. Just going to see the Queen's going to be right there. Banshee cloaking, setting up for the moment. Barracks gonna go and drop down onto the reactor. We do see a couple of barracks of production. Just cancelled Stim. Not sure if that's a... I did just see Stim on the way, right? There is a barracks on a tech lab, yeah. Looks like he's just prioritizing a couple of other things. Probably was a little bit gas shy for the Banshee, I think. So, cancels the Stim, gets the Banshee started. And I imagine Stim's not going to be far behind. Back on 100 gas now. Taking extra gas on the natural. That's Stim coming up. So yeah, just a bit of a rearrange in terms of the order of things from Clem. Nothing really too crazy we need to shout and scream about. We are all good for the moment. The Banshee sat in that bottom left side. Going to gather together. Uh-oh, Ling's going to run by. Serral's so good with these timings. So often when you see Serral taking games off Clem, it really is just through the deadliness of kind of knowing exactly when to run in to just deal max damage. He doesn't get a load of SCVs, but he also doesn't lose a load of Lings, right? He gets a scout up the ramp. He forces the SCVs to pull significantly away from the natural early in the game. It's just a really, really nice timing. Position good here. Loses 2 drones, but the Banshee pushed back very quickly. Not letting this go too far, not having to pull an entire mineral line of his own. Look at that income advantage. Look at that dip. And that really is just Clem pulling the SCVs. The Ling's about to show up again. I'm not sure if they're going to have the same look a second time. No, they really are. There's a few Marines from the high ground, and that's the beautiful... That kind of is the beauty of it as well. Is that because he didn't get SCVs before, he still got away with the Lings, and so they come back in. More lost mine time. These SCVs are just AFK. Hello! Serral's in the mineral line, and these SCVs survived probably because Serral was not expecting them to be out of position. Otherwise, I think those things might have actually found a shot too. I mean, they look like they derped out a little bit. Oh, we do lose 1 Queen as the Overseer is just a second late to spawn to start pushing the Banshees back. But we do push back after 1 Queen goes down. Still like Clem's getting nothing out of this for the moment. 1-1 on the way. Stimpack about to finish. Still got the melee and carapace upgrades coming through as well. Infestation Pit is coming online, finishing very shortly as the Spore helps to deflect those Banshees. Queen's still nearby. Hellions are going to be there. Crypt Tumor's dropping. As you see, the Zerglings looking for a chance to dive onto the Hellion force. Hellion Carapace all coming online. Again, Lings, Queens, Infestors. Building for the moment. Those are some Brood War SCVs, yeah. Slacking on their job. Get to it, Clem. Get your SCVs mining, huh? Yeah. The mechanics of these SC2 players, they can't even set a rally point, you know? Unbelievable. Alright, Hive coming up. Lings and Infestors all on the way. We have that melee upgrade on. Lings are going to wrap and kill those Hellions the moment they step onto creep. Serral just pounces and denies. Oh, look who's back! It's the same set of Zerglings. My goodness, man. Sickening run-bys. You know, Serral doesn't get a lot of love as being, like... Serral is a very fast player, but he's not, like, flashy fast like Reynor was. You know, everyone thinks about, oh, a guy that does run-bys, it's like, oh, that's Reynor, right? Like, he's fast, he's all over the map. Serral's not like that, but man, when he counters, it's so precise a lot of the time, right? Like, he's so precise at when he needs to be on the other side and when he needs to be doing multiple things, and I think that's why people don't kind of say that Serral is super fast a lot of the time, because it's not like he's constantly trying, because he doesn't need to constantly try. Like, when he tries, he usually just succeeds, and he's having a great time this game with these run-bys. It's just a few Lings every time, but they are absolutely delivering so far. As you will see, Drilling Claws and Combat Shield coming online. The 1-1 upgrades will be finishing fairly soon. Medevacs lift off. Marines coming back to the center. And yeah, 2-2 upgrades coming about. Burrow on the way. Adrenal Glands in production. Things are going to take a run at the front here. Bio going to get jumped on. Siege Tank going to be taking some damage. But not enough. At the same time, Serral wins the fight on the bottom right-hand side, so as this run-by maybe fails a little bit, doesn't do as much as he might like, he does win elsewhere as Clem's busy paying attention. He does not lift those units up or evacuate them effectively, so... Serral is just back to the same kind of Ling Infestor style, looking for the fungals here, but will not be close enough just yet. I'm going to try and unload to the low ground, but once again, just going to get forced away. Serral going to take a moment to heal up in the healing shrine as well, just accidentally with a couple of Lings that were damaged. Clem's ready to just drop the 4th base down. We're entering another macro game at this point in time. Drilling Claws coming up. +2/+2 upgrades on the way out. Combat Shield building through. The Sensor Tower, Widow Mines, Tech Labs all coming online as the Ultra Cavern is moments away. So Serral really is not far from hitting kind of his dream army here in this game. You know, if you're playing this style, your dream army is just to survive through to the Ultras. And that's what you've been kind of dreaming of getting to. You know, it's not going to be the best army we've ever seen, but it's going to be a very solid army to work with for a while. So I can imagine that is a little bit of a factor. See those drones getting pushed back, Marines coming back through, and a couple of lifts. +2 melee, +2 carapace, add the chitinous plane on as well, add the spire, add the Bane nest. There's a little wrap around. Just gonna get after those rocks, clean that up. Medevac still gathering in the center. Spear spread is okay for Serral, right? It's pushing towards the middle, but it's not super far in front of his bases. I'd say both are kind of okay with the creep. Like, Clem will be okay with where it's at. Serral probably wants it to be a bit further out to feel a lot safer, but that's also actually asking for a luxury when you're playing against someone like Clem. And, yep, we second that fungal, and that's going to be all those Marines going down, so all it takes is a fungal, and you have a good catch, and you get the cleanup. Just need to drop the second one to make sure they're locked in place long enough and make sure it overlaps so you can't just lift up and get out of there as the Terran. Ghosts and Libs on the way once more. I mean, we know what late game TVZ looks like. It's Ghost Lib against... In this case, it's oftentimes more what the Zerg builds to make it look a bit different, right? In this case, it's linking faster into fast ultras. So the fact that Clem's already hitting Ghosts, already hitting Liberators, to me, I feel like he's getting to the army I want to see him have against this sort of style of Serral. Let's see what Serral can do, because the difference in this game and the last is, A, the map layout is going to make it much more difficult for Clem to just push into a super annoying place and to really kind of punish that position and to, you know, drop to the high ground and everything. That's what Gresvan was great for. But here on Persephone, you can't really do that same thing, so it's going to be much harder for Clem to take advantage of his army. Serral has a lot of attacking pathways. If Clem's moving down the right, Serral has usually a clear pathway up the left with run-bys and so on. So there's a lot of ways in which Serral, I think, can make this work. I love this as well. Drop lords in the main base ain't exposed from that left-hand side. The drop lords just come through, and it's going to start causing chaos. And again, right now, you just want to disrupt Clem. You don't want to let him sit around with the whole army. You're actually going to see these lings, well, pretty deadly as well. Not even +3 melee, just adrenal glands, I believe. And they shred through a barracks there. And it pulls, look at how much army of Clem pulls back to the main to deal with that. I honestly think way too much. Serral does not find the chance to strike just yet, but there is an opening. Like, this right side base is pretty weak at the moment. You can see the lings turn around, they get the mine. And CC is not a planetary, so it can lift away. We get some SCVs overall from this set of attacks. Serral is kind of okay with it. Resources lost is still even, and anytime you're getting rid of Terran economy, you're slowing down what they can do to mine out the map. Serral is keeping the map control for himself, and so he is mining the map very comfortably. And, you know, ZVT is a war of attrition at the end of the day, right? It's who can mine more and trade better. And obviously, you know, usually it's the Zerg that mines more, it's the Terran that trades better, and it's about how those numbers then match up at the end of it all. Right now, Serral is trading great, and he's absolutely setting up to mine more. That said, Clem 5 base setup, once he secures this, is going to be very strong. I love this fake Dropper Lord play. Can actually run in over on the right-hand side with these Lings and Banes. There's a few units there, but not enough to get everything, and the Banes turn back into the Ghosts. I love it. We actually get a couple Ghosts. Oh, but he didn't send enough Banes to the Planetary. And so he did not have what he needed to actually knock the Planetary down. So that base lives, and that's a mistake for Serral. Anytime you're blowing up a Planetary to 5% health, that is every single Bane there is a waste. Like, a couple of them probably got SCVs as well, but all the rest, completely wasted, because that Planetary is going to get repaired up. That's not a big deal. Yeah, that's unlucky for Serral, who really probably wanted a little bit more than that. And it was actually, it looked like, it's because he split Banes away to get the Ghost, which seemed like a good idea. And he did get a Ghost or two. But yeah, obviously, maybe not worth it for not getting the Planetary. Serral's rich enough that right now you can't look at that and be like, wow, there it is, that's it, that's the game split. No. It's not like that, but like, you know, you do that multiple times. I mean, that's a lost fight. So you can't have that happen again and again, as the Banes do hit the tanks here a little bit. Fungal's coming down kind of late on. The Ultras don't really feel good about just, you know, committing into that attack any longer. They have a couple Ghosts coming through as well. Creep Team is being cleaned up. Still got 3-3 upgrades on the way through as well. Here's Caduceus Reactor is also coming online. Marine, Marauder, and Medevac and Mine continues to build through. The Lings gather up. This command center lifts off. Bio jumps onto this hatchery, going to take that down. Gold base going to be in a little bit of trouble here, as we do see the drones pulling away. Now Link Bane Ultra going to come up this other side. Gonna go for a little bit of a shove through as we see the +1 missiles, the +1 flyer carapace coming about as well. Ultra gonna get jumped on, Ultra gonna go down. Fungal's coming in, trying to protect these Ultras and trying to give especially the Infestors, a bit of a getaway. They burrow up in the end. The Ling's going to be there to try and help as well. 18 SCVs dead as Serral does get some worker damage. Clem's on 50 workers, but a massive army supply in comparison. And this becomes an interesting point now. If Clem is only on 50 workers and he sits on that, he will have at any point in time, while maxed out, more army supply than Serral. So is Serral okay with that? Does Serral want to sack some drones, have more army supply available? Can his army comp kind of deal with it? I mean, in a way, yes. Because with Fungals, you can kind of delay the entire power of the Terran army coming at you. Especially on this map layout as well, I think it's fine. So, it is interesting though, because like I say, if Clem does get his whole army to fight at the same time, and he doesn't get held back by Fungals, etc., by the spellcasters, that can be very problematic. We do see Serral stepping into his first few Corruptors, give himself an answer to the incoming Liberators. Lings go back up the left side. Planetary Fortress Liberator coming out here right now. Fire going to dive down. A couple of Widowmines looking to set up. Zergling's going to get jumped on. You see a couple of Ultras taking some hits. The Infestor Veins continue to come about. Bio going to try and take a dive onto that hatch on the left side. Good fungal growth. Gonna land immediately. The Medivacs overhead. Gonna try and do some lifting. Oh, nice grab on a hatchery there from Clem, but it cost him quite a few units. Clem still losing a couple of SCVs here and there, and these units are struggling to get away because the Corruptors intercepted the Medivacs. Uh-oh, we're gonna drop in and just do what we can. Clem trying to dive one way and the other, just trying to make something out of nothing here with these final few units. As always, Clem trying to get the absolute most out of everything possible. See our Lings and Banes gathering. Ultras joining up. There's the Infestor underneath. Mine. Let's step up. Clem spots this again. Great job. He's actually been pretty good at scanning a couple of the Infestors throughout this. Widowmine shot, firing. The Medivac's going to load up. We back away. Another Widowmine going to hit dead center on the Ling Bane. Start to look at the resources lost tab again. 6k difference really is still not bad for Serral. Especially because he is mining the gold base on the right side. That's obviously a shared base, in the sense that this base does not exist for both players. So if Serral mines that out, that's his one base advantage in the game. I also think it might be very difficult for Clem to mine the upper left side. If he does mine the upper left side, he's going to have to play a lot on the left side, and that's going to open up a lot of the right-sided attacks as well. So pulls the Ultras back. He's going to try and get away without being sniped. A few of the Lings got away there too. 30 additional Zerglings coming up, +2 missile upgrade on the way in. Marine, Marauder, Liberator. Still just the production tab from Clem here, is especially the Lib's going to be very annoying to deal with. Sieging up positions, especially on a map that is very kind of set up in terms of alleys, right? It's like, you know, each pathway is very much so a narrow pathway, so the Lib is going to really control those areas nicely. And this is exactly what Clem is playing for here, as Serral goes for a little bit of a dive forward up this right side. Feels like he can jump on this army. Speed zones help the Terran run. It also helps the Zerg to chase, so pick and choose your poison. And as we give up the position, we leave the Liberators behind. So the Corruptors get a couple of freebie kills. I say freebie kills, I mean, they're not really free because we had to kind of fight to kind of clear this position out. But they're going to be your leftovers that you can kind of chomp down on, which feels good. Resources are dead from Clem, by the way. There's no bank really left. Serral is mining significantly more, and that's kind of an issue when you're the Terran player and you obviously kind of relying on less SCVs. Your income at any point in time is going to be lower as well. So running out of money in the bank gets a little scary, and if Serral can win the next couple of fights, that could be huge, and the Infestors get massive Fungals off back-to-back. Banes are chasing through. This army is low HP. We have another Fungal available. Could catch the Medivacs, and it might just be worth it. We can't do much else, though. We're going to go onto the Healing Shrine. There's a few Banelings that can connect. Can it do enough? Not really. I don't love that Serral is still fighting that, but then the Corruptors show up going after the Medivacs. He did Serral send the rest of his units up top now, and they went to chase down reinforcements and also jump on towards just the bases that are over here in general. Chaos ensues once more. Chaos really is the word of this series so far. as it has been all over the place. Clem just doesn't have the rebuild, though. Like I said, if Serral wins the fight right now, Clem's going to struggle because he doesn't have money banked up to build with. And that's exactly what happens. And Serral gets big fungals, forces Clem back in a big way, and that's able to ensure that he gets himself a Game 2 victory, and we tie ourselves up 1-1 in this grand final. 2 20-minute games to start this series off. Banger so far. What's up, Dig Bick Minx? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 20-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. If you guys are enjoying the stream, consider supporting Prime, sub, etc. Help us out. We're working back to 500 subs after taking a little break. Help us out with that. We appreciate you as we will get ready for Game 3, which is going to be on Pylon. Alright, so let's go. Let's just go to Game 3. I think we've got to run ads, but I think we're okay. I'm going to keep moving. So we obviously had some long games today. I mean, long series. I mean, they are best of 7s. It's expected, but let's head into this. Let's jump through, as we are going to have ourselves in the bottom right-hand corner. Let's go down here. The blue Terran player to start us off is going to be Clem as we go to Game 3. And his lead has disappeared as Serral ties us up. Currently 1-1. Game number 3. Who will take the lead now? Will Clem retake it? Will Serral take it for the first time? Oh, I'm so excited that it's Clem Serral in the end. So awesome. Always fun to watch these guys play. Always an absolute delight. Hatch Castle Pool coming about. Barracks and SCV coming on up. We got that all on the way right now. Paper Orbital building up for the moment. We get that ready to go. Patch is coming up, full on the way. Peaceful few moments. I mean, you gotta take the peace when it's around, right? Because this so far already has been a series that is already pretty bonkers. And once they get going, they really do not stop. And that's the beauty of watching Serral versus Clem. These games are fast, there's a lot going on, there's so much happening. But jumping onto the extractor, and see the link speed coming through, a couple of queens coming about, extractor on the way, factory in the command center building, reactor coming by. Again, Clem force kind of catching the drone there for a little bit, put a bit of work in. What's up, Fnatic? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 60-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate the subs, guys. Appreciate the viewership. Like I said, I've mentioned this a couple times today, but it's great to see so many people here when... I mean, this was cast by so many people on Saturday. I really believe a lot of people probably already watched this, but the fact we're still at like 900 viewers. I know we're casting Serral and Clem and herO and Reynor. It's an amazing player list, right? But it's still amazing to see so many people just tuning in for some replays. So appreciate you guys. Thanks for watching. We've been about 1,000-ish viewers across YouTube and Twitch for the last hour or two. It's really sick. So thank you so much for watching. And like I said, just join us for some StarCraft. Whether you've seen it before and you just want to watch it again, or if you just didn't catch it on the weekend. I appreciate you guys. Drone will go down. There's been an ongoing fight, and in the end, so I was like, you know what, just take it. I don't think he just said take it. I think he just didn't get the extractor back down in time, and the Reaper got the block. So either way, this Reaper was not giving up on that drone, and Serral was probably not too upset to see it just go down and just to move on with things. As the Reaper and the Hellions will be there, a couple of Zerglings going down. We do get some grabs. A couple of Lings on the other side of the map. We already saw some Lings early move across and cause some trouble. Now a couple of SCVs go down with the Ling speed finish. We lose a Hellion. Reaper super low as well. That will not go down. That is going to be a nice little cleanup. And what's up, PT8os? Is that meant to be like potatoes? Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. First time seeing these, you're busy on Saturday? Well, hell yeah. I mean, that's why we do it as well, right? Not everyone watches everything live straight away. But, yeah, I mean, like I say, still surprising to see so many people out here. Hold that because we are killing drones. This felt like it was going to be a lot more than... I mean, now it's 6. It felt like it was going to be a lot more than that. Lings are catching Hellions on the other side again. Serral constantly just finding a way to be annoying with a few units. And what's funny is that the Hellions get away, but the Lings also don't die, so they also get away. So can pull those back, and that's actually really nice, because instead of just kind of chasing those Hellions and forgetting about the Lings, he maintains those Lings, and what that lets him do is he can justify just going into more drones. You know, instead of having to build a few Lings as a precautionary measure, he already has them, because he took care of them across the map, and brings them back home now, and that's actually a very cool little kind of, just like a very cool little minor play. I can see that a lot as the orbital lifts off. Gonna move to the third base and get that into position. Potatoes take on. Nice. What's up, Divin or... Sorry, Divin or not? Thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate you guys. There's a couple queens. We're going to get to our first Banshee here. Doesn't have Cloak just yet, as the Hellions are going to threaten the run by into the natural again. Got past the queens, hesitated for a second. The Lings did a great job of backing away from the Hellions for a few moments, now making it so that the Hellions have to fight the Lings with the queens nearby. We're only going to lose 2 drones, and that is really very, very good. Impact building. Carapace on the way. We had the Baneling Nest on. And drones still producing through. Zerglin's going to run back across, jump onto the orbital. A couple of SCVs going down. Just going to be seeing the Banshees are going to make their way back down the bottom as well. Just going to be seeing a couple of Lings getting jumped on. And yeah, Bane Nest, Evo Chamber. So playing different from what we've seen so far. Going to move away from the Ling Infester for this game 3 with the Baneling Nest coming online. He's going to get a drop a lot. It'll be fun to see what that can get done over the next few moments as a couple of barracks finish up. Again, the 1-1 upgrades and the stim pack coming through. Marine tank medevac all coming online. Total workers killed so far, 9 drones to 5 SCVs. So yeah, Clem got a fair amount, but he also lost 10 Hellions. And 10 Hellions is a bit more than you usually make. 8 is a very standard number. Sometimes you even go 6. If you want to really move into your bioplay sooner, you can go 4. The thing is, 10 Hellions is that real commitment. Like, that's a lot of minerals. And that will slow down the barracks and the production for the next phase of the game, because you build a few more Hellions than usual. So, yes, those worker kills are nice, but it's come at the cost of all of your map control, and it was more map control than you usually have had. So, yeah, it's one of those scenarios where it feels like Clem's done okay. I actually don't know if it was truly worthwhile overall. Bane speed building. Infestation Pit finished instant hive. I imagine we're just going to play Ling Bane into fast ultras here. And because we're playing Banes, we're probably not going to bother with the Infestors. This might just be the map layout. We might not feel like the Infestors can really get in good enough positions here. This little drop a load was just a few Lings that don't do much. That Banshee goes down instantly, coming back in there. Not sure what Clem saw of that, or if that was just a bit of a misclick, because that looked like it was doomed from the start. At least of what we saw from it. Still got the 1-1 upgrades, combat shield building. So a lot of Lings just massing on up. I mean, no surprises. Style gets a few more drones as well, just trying to comfortably extend his economy here. 1-1 combat shield building on through. The Ling Bane gathering in that upper left-hand side. The armory on the way, extra barracks on the way. Also adding in a center tower. Marine's going to run up. Marine's going to load back into the medevac. Just going to pull those back. Marine's on the left side. Going to run through as well. Bane's going to take some shots. Queen's going to become the target. So I wouldn't mind hit the Queen. I don't know if that was necessary in the end. Maybe could have lifted and, unburrowed and reburrowed it for some Banes running through. Infesta pops straight into trouble. Oh, that's not fun. First infestor goes down. We did build 3, so we have gotten some infestors up. As I say, the difference is we actually do have banelings this time. We're going to turn these, I think those are the lings from the Dropper Lord. Now Banes rolling through. Great pull away from Clem, though. Doesn't let much happen. Not many Marines left on the other side. Will drop off, unload into the main. And we'll see if he wants to do anything with this. It doesn't look like he's paying attention. He's running around elsewhere. Gets an extractor on the right side. Great position. Can fight those lings very efficiently. Would have been better if it wasn't the upgrade lead for Serral. Has the carapace at +2. Clem does not have 2-2 on the way. That is a major miss. The longer you wait for that, the tougher this is going to get. Starts it up as +3. Carapace is on the way. Actually starts +2 attack. No armor in sight still. Needs to get back to that and fix that up a little bit, because that is a long-term problem if you don't get on top of it. Obviously, being behind on upgrades is something that really does last throughout. Fungals land on some of these units. Bottom line shots going. Medevac's taking some pretty big hits as well. Good connections in there from those mines that actually work in Serral's favor a little bit, but some of them obviously killed Zerg too. Resources lost is favorable to Clem by only 400. It's not a crazy resources lost yet. Serral again finding good efficiency in this first 5,000 resources of the game. Something which Serral did in actually both of it, in a couple of the games earlier already as well. Trading well early. It's at this point that Clem starts to take fights that really do trade extremely well. Man, that'd be such a cool stat if someone, to see, the average resource loss difference at, each moment of a TVZ and see if there's, trends in players. Because then you can really see players who kind of, struggle early versus players who maybe struggle late and stuff. Okay, cool stat. Too much math and analysis for me to get into, though. We do see the Medivacs escaping away. The Ling's coming over. Bio going to get jumped on. We just have the 2-2 upgrades coming about. Another Widowmine shot hits the Lings. These Marines on the right side get rid of a few more Lings as well. Clem pushing Serral away. Man, Clem just suddenly has this massive supply lead. And I know Serral's about to hit a lot of good stuff. I feel like Serral's been a bit all over the place too, to be honest. He got the Hive, and what did we really do off of Hive? Nothing. He then added a Hydra Den. He decided to play Hydras, but there's no Lurker Den on the way. I don't know if this just started to get out of hand, and so you just went into kind of crisis management mode and switched his plan from what he was doing. This felt like it was just going to be fast ultras. We got such a fast Hive in this game. And to not have done really anything with it feels like such a wasted opportunity, but then, like I say, maybe something, if Serral's doing it and something's happened to make him feel as though he had to kind of change his plan and change his direction. Hey, these Fungals are landing nicely, these bio units are getting caught. I actually think Clem maybe could have pushed back up there, but maybe he's afraid of getting Fungaled one more time and he doesn't want to take the risk with the Infestors already sat nearby and Serral paying attention. He does come back up now, but there's more units here. The Widow Mines will not do too much. The Banes do go off on the mines, which is a little bit efficient for Clem because those mines are probably going to die anyway, so you didn't really need to crash Banes in for them. Cancer on the left side, that attempted 5th base. Again, you'll see in these games, Serral is constantly kind of without creep around the map. He has creep on the front of his bases just a teeny tiny bit, and that's about it. Clem's been so good at keeping that creep spread denied, not letting Serral retake control of the game at all, and just really pushing his issue, pushing the issue in his favor. The line shots here are going to go well into these Lings, and that's going to be a bit more value. Resources lost now, still only a 1,500 difference. So, and the tail end of this actually looks pretty good for Serral as he gets a few Medivacs caught up. Now only a 900 or 1,000 difference. So yeah, Serral is still taking some pretty good fights here across the board. Just needs to kind of free himself into a 5th base. The issue is you're playing against a 4-base Terran that already has 2 more command centers, one of them floating to a new base already. You are not set to play late game ZVT, right? Serral has fallen behind. He's been playing catch up, and while some of this situation here looks all right and okay, a lot of it really doesn't. A lot of it really doesn't. No adrenal glands yet. No. I was kind of wondering as well when he went fast Hive, if he had at least had adrenal, but never saw it coming through, and it's still not there. So yeah, he's missing the adrenal glands, which obviously would help as well. I think Serral just got flustered. I'm not sure at what point exactly this all fell apart, but just because, like I say, he wasn't even he was trading badly. I just really feel like the operation of kind of the way in which he built things was so interesting. Again, when Hive, never did anything with Hive. Obviously, missing adrenal glands could really help as well. Even still now, you're in a tough position as Serral. Get adrenal glands, your Lings at least are going to do a whole bunch more, so that's always going to be a benefit. But we're about to finish through 26 more Lings in production. We get the +3 melee coming out. Ling Hydra Gonna come across here. Ling's gonna run straight over. Widow Mines connect. A bunch of Lings go down. Bio stemming through. A couple of Queens gonna take some shots again. It's gonna be seen Bio Liberator still producing on in. 3-3 upgrades are coming about also just for the moment. Let's see if more Zerglings getting taken out here. And I like that Serral gets across the map to kind of force a fight a little bit. I mean, it's actually going to give, Clem a little bit of trouble. He's actually losing SCVs. He's got a lot of army across the map, split up in different places. I mean, now this is a question of who can kind of control the most armies and where. Army supplies are dead even coming into this. We are going to see a fungal onto the high ground to try and help Serral break through, potentially up into the main base. Professor's trying to lead that charge. There's 1 or 2 fungals left on those units, and Clem is supply blocked. Clem's army is starting to return from the other side of the map, and obviously Clem already lost a base here. Serral is coming out as the big victor of this base trading effect. These units, I think, are the only units left on this side of the map from Clem. Everything else is pulling back. But boy, does he need to, because, I mean, Serral has broken into his main base. He's going to camp production, but out of fungal growths. That's going to be a big factor here, again, especially as the reinforcements come back around. We also have some ghosts coming in from the other side, too. There are some more Zerglings showing up. If we get on top of these Hydras, that would be big. We're going to make a dive forward with these Hydras, going after the ghosts, going after everything else. Can they run away? Wow, has Serral done this? I think so. Wow, what a turnaround. What a move from Serral, just identifying the opportunity to get across the map and force something to happen. And Clem crumbling. This was a dominant game from Clem as well. Like I say, I didn't really know where exactly it all started to fall apart from Serral. I didn't love the order at which he started to build things. He struggled to get to 5 bases against a very well set Terran. And he just found this opportunity to go across the map, and he just about held Clem off well enough on the other side that Clem didn't do serious damage, and he had just enough here to break through. Clem says GG. What a turnaround from Serral, my goodness. Like, if you look at this game, let's just go back like 3 minutes. You know, it's a pretty relatively good point to just look where the game's at. You go back 3 minutes in this game, you're like, well, where do you see this game going in 3 minutes from now? Supplies? Even. Upgrades? Fine. Clem on his way to Ghost Liberator. Serral is just about on 5 bases. He's just about holding on. Terran's on 4 base. It was actually, I think, a little bit worse for Serral like a minute on from this point, where these fights have been okay for Clem. Like, the fights in general, Serral was doing well. Like, the resources lost stayed within 1,000 for a very long time. But, like, Clem sets up a 5th base. And if you're a Zerg that's not on his way to a 6th, kind of struggling, a 7 base map, like, right now, I hate this game for Serral. Like, this feels really ugly. Clem's just going to keep running around, having his way. Serral's only on 67 workers. And Serral just says, well, you know what? You've got a bunch of units over here. I don't know if he knew about these units over here or not, but he just decides, I'm going to go. Because I think Serral also realized, like, I can't just chase you around silly every single moment. And if you're just going to try and drop me around, let me see if you have a defense. And this moment to just choose to attack is really just, it just does so much. I mean, there's just not enough here. Clem has to lift up. Over here, you're going to get a base, sure. But then defensively, Serral actually has a good amount of Ling Hydra. These units cannot get out of Medivacs because Serral's doing a great job of jumping on them a lot of the time. He actually jumps on these units a little bit as well. I thought he actually got the mines there, but he didn't. I mean, because Clem's then, forced into chaos, these units sit around and don't do anything for ages. And obviously, Clem backs away because he doesn't feel like he can keep coming in, and that's because Serral is still cranking out units. And meanwhile, Clem's units are struggling to get joined up. It's just really an awesome time for Serral to attack, and I really do not disagree with what I said earlier. You know, sometimes the game suddenly swings, and you're like, whoa, did I misjudge this? No, looking back, I really would stand by the idea that I think Serral is in, very much so, a losing position 2 minutes before this game ends, and it's that one decision to go and attack, while Clem decides to move up and drop, and it's kind of because of the position on the map. Because Serral's not in front of his base defending, he's behind the Terran army. So he's like, you know what, you go drop, that's your only option, I'm already towards your base, so he's just going to go for it. Very cool. What a game. Serral takes the 2-1 advantage in this best of 7. Heading to Golden Wall for map number 4. Man, that's the Serral factor, just finding ways to win when it looks so difficult. Like I say, that was really a that was really a pretty crazy situation to fight your way out of. I'm not gonna lie, that really was something a little bit wild. All right, let's jump into Golden Wall, map number 4 of this series, and get this underway. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the red Zerg player who's going to be leading this 2-1. It is Serral. And the bottom right, our blue Terran is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. Alright, game 4. Golden Wall, such a fascinating map, so many options. Clem on this map earlier was playing against herO. He opened with a very slow gas, and with that he then decided to build his third base on location on the gold. So that earlier ZVT that we saw of Clem on this map was a bit of a greed versus greed game. We'll see what this one ends up being as we have the hatch, the pool. All coming about, the barracks coming in, SCV setting up. Take a few moments. Get ready to go, go, go. The pool coming by. I'm just going to be seeing the Overlord stepping across for a couple of moments, taking a little bit of time to get settled. Ripper on the way, orbital building. Man, this must have been a really crazy day of games for a live event as well. I'm so glad they got a good set of games. It's so scary when it's like, hey, we're going to host a one-day live event. There's going to be 4 series, you know? Even if just a couple of the series flop, it's like, ugh, you know, it just doesn't feel good. But these have all been kind of bangers. We're coming across to that bottom left-hand side. We're going to fight. We're going to take some shots, factoring the command center coming up. I'm just going to be seeing the hatchery and the drones building through. You can see Serral's mined out the bottom side of the map, so he's going to take the bottom side as his third base. That is, I think, the more standard way to play Golden Wall in ZVT. When we left this, I mean, we talked about this earlier. This map is from 2020. It was on the ladder. It's been here, you know, a couple of times here and there, but generally this map has not been, you know, played a lot lately, so... Of course, 2020 is still very much so in the Serral era of dominance. And, yeah, we'll see what he does here. We'll see what Clem does here. So, herO earlier took the bases just upwards. He expanded straight up the map. We'll see in this game as well, in this situation where I just don't think Clem is going to be taking a... Well, he could. I mean... So, Serral has got a gas. I mean, Clem maybe could go third on the gold. Obviously not against the Roach Warren, but... It's not Ling speed, so in that regard, in the terms of lack of Ling speed, he could. Couple Hellions on the way. What's up, I has Burrito? Thank you so much for the 46-month resub. Appreciate you. Evo Chamber from Serral as well. So he's just going to play Gasless into Roaches. Yeah, I mean, seems so. Thing is as well, Clem might not want to play the same way he played against Reynor, because Serral probably watched that series earlier too. Something else to think on. I mean, he's going to get the third CC finished up. Second Rax is done. We're already stimming it up as well. It's just kind of looking like a 2-1-1, but of 3 command centers, right? So going to get 16 Marines early, has a couple of Hellions. We just begin to get properly set up for the moment. And starport building through, the reactor being added on. Drones coming up. Evo Chamber, Roaches, Queen. Again, just a few little bits and pieces here and there. The Stim Pack and the Marine still building as well, so a little bit of everything coming online from now. Lair building on the main. So yeah, the Marines and the SCVs going about. Stim on the way through. A couple of refineries coming online as well. Factory. It's going to move over to the side, and the orbital will move out toward the middle of the map as well. He's going to get that. Overlord will go down. Just going to be seeing the Stim Pack coming through. Engineering Bay coming up. The barracks continuing along. Both engineering bays coming online, as we just have the lair, the drones, the roaches, all producing into play. Medevac's loaded with Marines, starting to head across. Country. I'm gonna go and be in control on this bottom side. I mean, Serral's just not ready to defend out in the front. No creep here. He's playing the roaches, so they just need to be, you know, collected together and in position. And right now they were not. Now they do step forward. The Marine's gonna try and unload. It's gonna be tough. The roaches move nicely, even without the roach speed. The creep spread it will help them just get into position a little bit sooner. Get into the correct kind of place. And as Marines load back into the medevacs once more for the moment. Couple Hellions gonna get in for some drones. Upgrade still building, combat shield coming through. Just gonna have ourselves the unload on the bottom side. Still got melee and carapace upgrades, link speed, and the roach speed. And step forward, half trade continue to build. The roaches take a bit more damage. Step back across once again here, and we just have the medevacs going to load back up. Back into the center. Baneling Nest is about to finish. And still got those few roaches tempted to kind of get involved, I feel like. I feel like they're very tempted to see if they can maybe get up to something here. Few Marines going to unload and get back on track the next moment or two. Roaches just come straight across, push those Marines away. Gonna unload once more. Roaches will actually end up in a little bit of trouble there. The Marines will actually outnumber a little, and especially if the Ravager's not quite joined up. Serral just needs to be careful. 1-1 upgrades coming in. Clem did take the gold base. He's not too afraid about the top side because he's going to be putting a lot of pressure on the bottom side. He saw that fungal coming. He tried to get away, just couldn't get far enough. Turns, fights, uses the medevac healing to try and sustain through it, and he does lift off and out of there. No attack upgrades from Serral, just carapace early, and he is going to switch it from the roaches into Ling Bane. So he's going to follow up a little differently, and with this roach attack here, is going to kind of force Clem to defend, but the tank is already in position. Clem is well set to be able to deal with this initially. Obviously, Serral's still playing around the bottom portion of the map. You expect Clem to maybe start pushing that here soon. Clem is adding on 2 more barracks, but he's also adding on a 4th command center, so he's going to go up to his 8 racks. But immediate 4th is something that Clem really does more than anyone else. I don't know why he was already on 6 racks, but yeah, this is a very Clem thing. Like, a lot of people, if they 8 racks, they're committed to the 8 racks. For Clem, he goes 8 racks, usually so fast to transition to the 4th. In this case, he's going 8 racks and instantly a 4th CC as well. So, just trying to find some real pushing power, but is absolutely happy if he doesn't get too much done, that he's going to have a base behind this that he can fall back to and feel very, very comfortable about. Marines load up, medevacs boost away, the Lings get there to chase, and obviously step 1 for Serral is making sure the little drops don't do much, and then figuring out this big army, which starts to come across the map right now. Bio, we're going to turn onto this natural here for a moment. The Ling's coming over, the Queen's going to be right there. Bio pushing down the bottom, Extractor in some trouble. We see the Infestor stepping across, Fungal Growth's coming down. Couple shots still continuing through. We are just going to be seeing Chorus of Bowels hitting the tank, but not getting rid of it. Clem with a good amount of units here still. Serral maybe going to have to look for another fight into this. Fungal Growth catches just the front few units. The Banelings will not be enough. They will not connect. Tank Fire and the Biopower is going to be good to knock those down. There are the Vipers a little bit late to this party, considering we just lost a bunch of the Banelings. Serral is back to just Roach Ling production. First Blinding Cloud comes in toward the front. Second one does hit the tank in the background, but Clem just says, well, if you've got no splash damage, I'm going to stand and fight. He does not even kite backwards, and Serral just says, GG. We tie it up 2 apiece, just like that. 2-2 in this final best of 7. Okay, alright. Just like that. It's 2-2. And we're going to get ready to rumble into game number 5. Let's go into Sandworm. Let's go directly into it, guys. As yeah, a shorter game. We already ran the ads, so we're actually good for once just to head straight into the next one. Take advantage of that. And yeah, 2-2 tied up. In the top right-hand corner, the red Zerg player is going to be Serral. bottom left-hand side, I believe Terran player, Clem. Sandworm here for map number 5. Again, best of 7. There is a reset match if Serral wins. So if Serral wins this best of 7, there's a best of 3 final series to determine the winner. If Clem wins this best of 7, he is the champion. So keep that in mind that it's a long way for Serral to win this, but step 1 would be getting 2 more maps in this best of 7 right now. Get into that reset match and then addressing the best of 3 from there. Hatch, gas, and pool. Coming up, Rax, SCV coming about. Yeah, these little teeth on Sandworm. Fun little feature because basically those are too small for like tanks, etc. to move through, but they're big enough for Marines and so to move through, so that's something to think on later in the game. That middle area of the map becomes a little bit of a complex one to maneuver around. It's not straightforward in the slightest. Order command coming up, Reaper in production, CC onto the natural. And we take a few moments here early to settle into a nice little cozy position. SCV going to scout up, sees the hatchery on the natural as well. A couple queens, a few lings, all on the way across. And the Reaper just begins to make a move out towards the upper right side of the map. So Reaper on a journey into the top right now. Queens on the way, drone and the Overlord on the way. Factoring command center building in return. Got a few lings coming about. Grenade on the drone. Drone gets bopped, becomes an extractor. It returns back again. Couple queens, couple drones continue to build through. Just see the Reaper continue to put some damage out. Extractor goes down. A couple drones are going to get pushed away. See the couple command centers building as well. Drones, queen, all on the way up. And the Reaper just going to be hanging around in the upper right side. Overlord overhead, coming about and chilling. Keep an eye on where that Reaper goes to. Hatchery has been placed. Starport is building from Clem as well, so nothing really surprising. 1-1-1, it's a triple CC. Our first few moments really do look pretty much like a normal... Oh, good old normal bit of Terran versus Zerg so far, to be honest. Drone starts, hatchery on the way. We have the starport, we have the command center. SCVs and the Hellions still building through. I'm just going to see the starport about to complete. The Hellions still build just for the moment. Hellion zips across to the other side. We are going to get rid of Creep Teamer there. Taking that down. Roach roaring. Finishing soon. The drone's on the way. Evo Chamber building. Queen, Overlord, and the rest. All coming up as the Reaper and the Hellions are going to be right there. Hellions are good to turn things around, though. Queen Banshee on the way about. Cloaking coming up. The Reaper and the Hellions again going to be there just to hit the Queens a couple of moments. And try and dive the natural, but the wall-off comes up and the defense is there. But don't have the roaches yet. So just trying to buy some time, and obviously walling off does negate the Hellions from accessing, so more than good enough. Banshees in this game good for Clem, because if Serral's going to play any sort of roach style, which he is, then just in case those roaches get aggressive, the Banshees are almost always going to be a kind of a catch there, where it's like, okay, well, you can deal damage, but I will always be able to counter damage your roaches unless you bring queens across the map, etc., unless it's super committed. So kind of forces that kind of aspect from Serral. So you can't just be like, oh, I'm gonna, half effort and attack across the other side. It doesn't really make sense. It doesn't really work. Thought he might have had a chance of that queen there, but would rather keep the Hellions alive and healthy as well, because I think he could have hit it and only taken maybe a Hellion loss and maybe another one got hit, but yeah, thought he'd prefer to keep it alive than he actually loses a Hellion anyway. Still keeping the majority on them up, looking to move around and catch creep spread wherever he can. This next expansion comes along as well. I see the Queen's actually finding the Banshee, gets some free shots off. Not right away, always nice. Banshee actually ends up cloaking up here. Hellions will fight, the Banshee going to fire. It's going to be seeing the Roaches and the Queens coming back around. We'll see the Queens continue to fight through. The Roaches are going to be there. Hellions taking some shots. Let's just see the Queens coming back around as well. And to the right side again, 1-1 upgrade. Stim pack continuing through. Waiting for that from Clem to get truly set up here on the Sunworm. Serral is on his way to his infestation pit. Roach speed on the way. Carapace upgrade building. Looking at the Ling speed, so again, those Roaches switching into kind of Ling Bane is what Serral's been all about in this couple of games recently. Gonna get back toward that right now as the Roaches gather. And we begin to step forward onto the map. A few Lings are going to take their chance onto some rocks over here as well. Just going to start nibbling up at those. And Reaper and the two Hellions around the right sides, just trying to take position. 1-1 upgrades in the Stim Pack building. We just have those upgrades all coming into place. A couple Infestors on the way out as well. We do see the Lings just taking the chance to nibble through some rocks, and the Hellions will get rid of a few Zerglings over here. The Roaches are still going to try and chase over as well. Again, Infestors building up. Lings, Roaches coming through. Hive on the way. Roach speed not far from being done. And again, it's all about I have access to his gold base here very shortly as we have more Marines plus 2 attack. Continuing to come online. And melee Carapace both building through. The Link speed about to complete. 5 more Roaches, couple of Ravages, the Hive on the way. It's another 8 racks map apparently, and Clem this time, this is a very committed 8 racks. Last game he built the 4th base preemptively, right? And just said, oh, 8 racks, well I'll get a 4th as well. This game he's just 8 racksing. So this game Clem is committing. Ultra Cavern, if Ultras get out with kindness, this ends. Like, you can't 8 racks into Ultras. So we are very close to Serral getting an answer, but the next minute or two where these Ultras are still setting up, upgrading, building, etc., still very important, and obviously nothing guaranteed just yet. Banshees fly forward, one goes down. Mistaken move from Clem as we do lose the 4th base that he was trying to build. So he does start the 4th. So same idea as what I was talking about in that last game where Clem, he 8 racks us, but he's so quick to get the 4th up. He's so ready to just back away into the macro game if he feels he needs to. It's very different from the 8 racks that most other players provide. Serral is looking to jump on that there, as we are going to see the Infestors looking forward to massive fungal, but there's just too many units to really run into that with. The thing is, you force a stim on everything, so just backing away is pretty good damage too. That's going to drain a lot of medevac energy. There's only 3 medevacs here, so these units, if they stim again, are going to be back to half HP straight away. And especially if you combine that with fungals, that starts to get very, very scary. So Serral going to be looking for the chance to capitalize on that if he can, but the tanks are going to do a lot of the zoning. That will keep Clem much safer. Clem didn't have combat shields yet, didn't realize that, but that's probably why some of those Marines are feeling so beaten up already. The lack of 10 HP does go a long way. Cancels the 4th base again, puts Clem into a bit more of an all-in committed position. He's going to start the 4th base one more time, so he still, wants to get it up. Yeah, no combat shield is a pretty big issue because it really means that this army is, missing hundreds of health that's meant to really have, and especially against units like fungal, Infestors with fungal, lacking HP could be the difference of these Marines dying or surviving. There's one big fungal coming down. We're going to hit another massive fungal into the center. Those Marines are covered in green goop, and Clem is going to be covered in losses after this one, I think, because that was a massive set of fungals. So many Marines going down. We're moments away from upgrades finishing. Now Lings on the other side going to clean out the siege tanks, so at least most of them. 1 tank remains. Corrosive Files will get that. The Roach Ravager strong against the Marines that remain as well. Combat shield finishes as Clem has probably already lost too much to keep this attack going. Lost the still no 4th base actually, so I don't know if that got cancelled again or if he just cancelled it himself and decided not to go for it. Yeah, the observers realized it now. He's like, wait, the 4th base isn't there. Yes, it's not there. And now Ultra's out. This game is done, guys. You do not 8 racks into Ultras and survive. This one, I think, is going to be all about Serral as he's going to move on to match point here in the initial best of 7. Remember, he has to win a reset match as well if he wins the best of 7. But yeah, he's looking good right now as Battles hit that siege tank, knocked that down. He's going to be up 3-2 against Clem. Couple Lings on the counterattack, still causing issues against Serral. So good, keeping things going all the way throughout, taxing Clem to every little inch that he can. Another fungal to end the game, and Serral with those massive fungals in the center is absolutely huge. I mean, this was a game a little bit lost on kind of everything else as well, though. Like, this was a little bit lost in the fact that, like, I mean, Clem's freaking attacking with, he's freaking attacking with no combat shields, you know? He's attacking just before upgrades. He's got so much that's so close that just wasn't there yet. And that's obviously going to cost you big time. And going to be a big part of the problem. Alright, guys, we're going to get directly into game number 6 of this series. We're going to be heading to Maganatha as we get this one up and running. No spoilers allowed, absolutely not. If you spoil anything in chat, you'll get permabanned. Because I've also not seen these games, so you would literally be spoiling my cast. Let's go Maganatha, yeah, let's go game 6. And now I've said this, I'm not going to read chat for a minute because I don't trust people not to be dicks. Alright, let's go in. We have ourselves in the top left-hand side, taking the lead of the series. If he wins this, he gets to the best of 3 that can then win him the tournament. This is Serral in the top left-hand side, up 3-2 in the best of 7. In the bottom right-hand side, if you lose this game, then you get a fresh best of 3 to work with. Our blue Terran player from Team Liquid is Clem. Can he win on Maganatha to keep this initial best of 7 alive? Give him the chance to win it all in a game 7 of the series. We'll go to the 2 racks. It's the first time all series that Clem is 2 raxed. So he's going to go for the Reapers here early. Mixing up those builds. Not a bad map for it. Gives him a few different ways to open and follow up. It keeps Serral on his toes, right? It keeps Serral in a position where he's figuring out and guessing and deciding what to, you know, what's coming up next as well. Again, Serral's probably aware that multi-racks openings are a thing for Clem. We obviously saw, again, I'm sure Serral watched the series earlier between between Reynor and Clem, so I'm sure he will have known that, you know, Clem's kind of bringing this build as one of the ones he's going to go to a couple of times in the series, perhaps. Going across, I'm getting a few Lings gathering up. Queen's on the way, Lings to be building, Reapers in production. It's going through, Lings take some damage. We'll just be seeing the drones pulling back a little bit as well. Queen gonna pop, Reaper gonna take a few shots, and we do have a push back initially. He's just gonna turn that away to the other direction. The couple of Reapers are gonna gather up. Both those Queens right there to hit those Reapers. And again, Factory, Reactor coming on through. We see the Link speed coming about. Queen is on the way. That Reaper goes up, obviously provides the high ground vision. Nicely done for a Link kill or 2. As Clem gets some value. Gets 2 Lings in total this game so far. Good defense from Serral. I was going to say, does he leave the opening to the natural to maybe let these Reapers do a little extra? He doesn't. He's very much so on top of it, and that is going to be a good little bit of defense. Hey, what's up, Dave? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 37-month resub as well, bud. Appreciated. Factory to the Reactor. So we will see Stimstein, we will see Hellienstein. It gives Clem some of the map control. He's been so good with the map control this series. He's been so good. There's not really been a game where the creep spread is all over the map and dominating and all of that. He's been very good at keeping on top of those things. Hasn't won him every game, obviously, but there's not really been a game where it's been like, man, Serral just dominated this one. The last game was actually maybe the most dominant, Serral with some good shutdowns, but it looks so much easier, obviously, when Clem makes mistakes like forgetting Combat Shield. You know, those are things which have major impact. Serral still did a lot of great things. Those run-bys have been great, not just last game, but all series long. And been a treat of a series so far. As Reaper Hellion will just poke onto the hatchery. Some damage being done, and the Zerglings around the back will take a couple shots as well. So the Reaper Hellion there will be able to get through, will be able to get some damage. And the Zerglings taking some hits. Queens are nearby, and the Queens will turn onto the Reaper Hellion. Pushing that away, a couple of Marines looking for an Overlord kill, meanwhile. Again, that Reaper Hellion all gathering up. Liberator on the way, a couple of Hellions coming through, plus one Marine and Stim all building as well. Reactor still producing. Queens joining together for the moment. Hellions and the Reapers join up. Just going to see the Queen's going to move over. Reaper Hellion going to take a couple of looks at this and decide we don't really want to do much just yet, so we can step away once more. The Queen's move into position. The Hellion Reaper gathers together. Again, Carapace coming online. A couple of Engineering Bays coming up. Hellions and the Reaper again turned away right there. The Ling's going to get a run by in as the Starport was trying to land on the reactor. Wall was open. The Marines are tucked into the corner, which is a saving grace here for Clem, but SCVs will drop, and that's going to be 5, 6 SCVs going down already, so a chunk of work is already dropping here. Good damage done right away for Serral. What a great run by that is. Just finds the Starport, swapping to the reactor, and absolutely makes the most of it. Liberator position is nice, and gets a few drones as the Spore comes in position to try and deny it. Now the Hellions are making a dive into the natural, and Clem looking for retribution. For his SCV's loss. He's already had 5 drone kills here. He's making up for a lot of the damage taken, to be fair. That Liberator also still extremely healthy. Hits the mineral line again. Going to get a few more drones because Serral is not realizing to pull the drones away soon enough. He actually loses the Queen first, which is the only reason he didn't see drones going down sooner. 7 kills. The Queen in the main base gets the KO to knock that Liberator out. But that is a lot of lost mining time, and it's a lot of workers going down. So Clem catches back up on some of the damage taken. Clem is only a 41 SCV Terran. Third base moving in position, so he does want more than 41 workers. Serral might actually be in trouble there. Ling's counterattacking may mean that those Hellions had a chance, I actually think, to run into that mineral line. They back away, respecting the Queens, but I think they could have killed drones, quite frankly, and Clem's still not going to find the opportunity to get close again because the Queens will be better positioned this time over. Those Extractors finishing, Infestation Pit coming through. Melee and the Carapace coming up. As you do see the rest of the Lings still coming online, just for now. Factory moves across to the reactor. Queens join. Hellions will get some creep tumors. Zerglings coming back across. Melee and the Carapace coming through. The Burrow coming up. 22 Lings in production currently. Serral is going to have held this all off then. We're once again back to that Infesta Ling style. So, Infesta's building, Ling's on the way. We got the Hive coming through as well. The Zerglings trying to make their way forward, and they get turned around immediately by siege tank fire. This tank's getting a few good shots off right off the bat. Medivacs load. Marines pull back in those. The Queen's coming through. There's one to grab. A couple of Hellions going to get a catch. Reapers going to be there again. Chased back as well. Marines still trying to push through. The Queen's going to get chased away. We've seen the Queen's getting jumped on. It's a nice fungal onto these Marines, but they take a turn. They actually hit down an Infesta. As they do just about get free of the fungal. The medevac lift is going to be okay. We do survive with the medevac. That is a 1 HP medevac that keeps 5 low HP Marines alive. Serral is so close to just getting that catch. That's crazy. Fire's still gathering. Medivacs overhead. The 2-2 on both sides. I've about to finish. Ling Infesta coming up. There's an Ultra Cavern coming through. Also, the few Zerglings want to get by onto that mineral line, hitting the SCVs for a couple of moments, taking an opportunity to get some damage done. Just a little bit of damage dealt. Now we back away again. 2-2 upgrade still ticking along. Marines on the way. 11 of them coming up right now. Add a Widow Mine onto that at the Medivacs in. Clem pushes up the left-hand side again. Going to go for another little shove here currently. Things run through. Bio going to get jumped on. The SCVs are going to pull across. I mean, the run by is decent, but we're mostly getting rid of Marines, and Clem is still on an okay supply count at this point of time. Still pushing up that left-hand side, and this is kind of I feel like we've seen this a couple times in the series where there's kind of this weak point with this build order where if you just lose a few too many Lings, if the counterattack hits but doesn't do enough, it happened with Reynor earlier, actually, when Clem was playing Reynor, where there's just that kind of moment where it's like, oh, yeah, if you try and counterattack but don't get enough out of it, you hit this kind of weird moment when you're just about to invest into Adrenal, Ultras, etc., but none of it's ready, and then you don't have quite enough Lings, and the Infestors aren't enough to really kind of carry you through that moment. This +2 carapace, a little bit of an edge, doesn't do enough either. I think this is a scary moment for Serral, and I don't know how he gets out of this, because he kind of needs Ultras, but he doesn't have the money to build Ultras, and the upgrades aren't ready yet either. Fungal's coming down, and I guess that's our answer, really. Get some good Fungals off, but it just isn't happening. Hellions surviving from the early game, so a Hellbatter 2 can come in and be effective as well. And obviously the Widow Mine is going to make it so tough to just run into this as a cluster. It's a good Fungal, and chaining Fungals right now with Medivacs running out of energy might just be the answer for Serral. Hatchery goes down, Clem lifts up, gets out of there, just gets the 4th base, and a 3-base Zerg is probably not going to be a pretty Zerg. I think Serral may have to face a Game 7 here. Is not going to get it done in this Game 6. At this rate, at least, because Clem is pounding reinforcements across the map. Again, like I say, a 3-base Zerg is not a pretty Zerg, and I do not think Serral's going to be loving where he is at right now. Faster comes through, nice fungal growth, lands on a few Marines. There's just no follow-up, right? Like, you need the Ultras here. If the Ultras are here, this army can't really run around like it's doing. These Marines don't do anywhere near as much. Serral's obviously waiting for those Ultras. They're seconds away. By then, this game's probably decided, and Serral is not even going to let the Ultras pop before he says GG. And Clem is going to take Game 6 to tie us 3-3 and set us up for quite the finale in a Game 7. Of course, it doesn't have to be the finale. If Serral wins, we go to a reset match. If Clem wins, then we do have a finale. So that's what this map comes down to. Let's go into Game 7. So many games. It's been a great day, no? I mean, like, in terms of, again, good best of 7s, I mean, I guess you put the best players in the world against each other, and they play a good series. Who would have thought? But yeah, I mean, getting to Game 7 here, incredible stuff. Like I say, if this guy in the top right wins, it's not the last series of the last game of the day, because if Serral wins this map, we will get a reset best of 3. Because he came from the lower bracket, he must win this best of 7, then the best of 3 reset match. Meanwhile, if Clem in the bottom left-hand corner wins, he wins the tournament. So that is what is on the line here in this Game 7. Intense moment. What's up, Thor is Beer? Thank you for the 12-month resub. Thank you so much, Loki Cobra 1611, 3-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you guys. Game 7 here between Clem and Serral. Doesn't usually get much better than this. Like I say, we will have games after this if Serral wins, though. So we kind of have to cheer on Serral, right? Surely we have to cheer on the man who is potentially going to give us another best of 3. I like that idea. I'm into it. I'm into it. Barracks at home, just the one. No multi-racks for this 7th game of the series. Hatch, gas, and pool coming through. We get set up. And what a day of games. It's been a long-ass stream, no? 6.5 hours already? Ah, yeah, I thought it might be long, but you know what? The games have been great as well. We haven't actually had like a super mega long game, you know? Like we haven't had that 40-minute epic. I was thinking with Serral herO, Serral's Terran maybe, or Clem. You know, there is always potential for some super long games, right? Not really gone to that, but we've also not really had any games that were just whiffs either, right? We haven't really had any games that were just like, boom, bang, it's done. It's been a fun, really fun set of games. Let's see what our final gives us here as the SCV patrolling at the front. Queen's on the way, Link Speed on the way out. Factory building, command center coming through, and we're able to poke the drone over to the right-hand side. Gonna see our CC's coming up. Just gonna be seeing triple CC the build. And Link Speed just building up. A couple drones on the way. We have hops, a few Zerglings gathering. And starport building. Just gonna see our CC going up. The orbital coming through. Only being quiet because my voice is drained a bit from awesome games all day. Taking a moment because, yeah, the way these two have been playing, there's been some crazy kind of fire going on. Like, it's just been back and forth, bang, bang, pow, pow. Went into building, Banshee and the Hellions coming through. Got a couple queens coming up on the side of Serral. I'm just dictating a little bit of what's on the production tab, but as far as the map goes, there's a lot of tank positions on this map that we can maybe watch out for as well. Maybe Clem tries to take advantage of some of those. Get tanks in position, have the Marines dropped up to the high ground that the tanks can then protect. Queens gather, Banshee cloaking coming up, Hellions coming through. The Reaper just going to be there. The couple Lings coming about. The Queens will position themselves. Let's see if he's set onto the natural after a little run-by. Gets a couple of SCVs. Again, cannot stress enough how good the run-bys have been from Serral all day. Banshee obviously moves up. We'll see if we can find some damage. More barracks from Clem. No mech all series long. Boo. Say some people in the crowd, but I don't mind that. Let's just have the Banshee, the Marine, cloaking on the end of that production tab, and the Hellions obviously going to look for some openings here, look for some opportunities. Serral's lair not far from being done. We're once again kind of playing just lair with nothing else coming up just yet. Not even the fast Evo chamber for the +1 carapace this time, so I do wonder what the goal is this time from Serral. Like, there's no Baneling Nest to start up Bane speed the moment left finishes. Yo, 6 drones from the Hellions, but the Banshee gets the Queen with the cloak up there. We got another drone. Hellions coming about. Just going to be seeing the Overseers in production. What are we doing off this last, Serral? Extra extractors coming down now. Don't love losing those drones. Hydra Den. Ooh! How spicy. A Hydra Den off the fastest, not even like a super fast lair, but just off of nothing else. Double Evo chamber comes along. Queens are going to turn and fight. Queen's going to look to try and get a wraparound on the Hellions. Banshee will shoot. Queen will go down. That's a nice catch. We are going to get rid of the Hellions, Mandy. Obviously, we cancelled and rebuilt this base once already. Can the Banshees force a second cancel? I imagine Queen show up to get this low HP Banshee sooner rather than later. There's an Overseer as well, so I think this hatchery should be okay. I can't imagine Clem's going to want to risk it. Loses one Banshee. He did risk it. He lost a Banshee for it. +1 missiles, +1 carapace. Coming up. A Station Pit is on its way, so we see where this is going. Missile upgrades. Probably just, what, Ling Lurker and then a late Baneling Nest? Cool way to play Game 7. How it's Serral in a must-win game. Trying to do something. He's going to get that. Overlord just going to be taken down. Just going to see the few queens gathering. And these Marines push through those queens. I don't think so is the answer. I think there's too many queens. The Hydras show up as well. There's not enough Marines to kind of stim through the Hydras just yet. We're going to add on the Infestors. We're going to add on the Lings. Marine stim. Going through. A couple of creep teamers going down. Hydra going to chase the Marines. Going to be pushed back. Marines stimming through the Hydras. It's going to be pushed away. Oh, what a fungal though! That fungal was perfectly placed. He preemptively put that fungal exactly where the Marines were going to run to. They ran right into it. Marines fighting, Widowmine going off. It's going to be seeing the Lings, the Hydras coming over, Queens. Setting up as well, the 2-2 upgrades, the Marines still gathering, Widowmine coming across as well. But that was a massive shutdown from Serral that's going to really push things a little bit in his favor. Marines step up, a couple of crew tumors being picked away out. The Hydras going to get pushed back. A couple drones still going down here. He's just going to gather a few more Lings going down. We still see the 2-2 upgrades and the again, Lurker Den coming up, I think, is the main thing for me. If we can get to Lurkers, this game really stabilizes a lot for Serral. Runs across here, is going to get underneath that Banshee. It runs in time. And 2-2 upgrades coming about. Just going to be seeing the Marine Marauder Medevac coming over. We do have our Hydras +2/+2. Seismic Spines all building. Extra Lurkers on the way. Hydras stepping up. A couple of Infestors coming about. Well, Hydra's going to step there. Going to be seeing the damage being done. The Lurker's there. It's another nice fungal, and you're caught in Lurker range. Another fungal as well. The fungals are chaining right now from Serral, and he is pushing this back. 2-2 upgrades still coming around. We are going to see Seismic Spines coming through still. Like I say, that's going to give the Lurkers even more range and more defense. I don't think Clem's going to break through now. He's a 4-base Terran. He's in no rush to kind of break through either. But it does mean that Serral is holding into the composition that he's been aiming for throughout this game. Fire comes across, a couple of creep teams are going to get jumped on. It's going to be having the Zergling still going to take some damage. I'm just going to be there to fight back against the Bio again. Can the Lurkers help enough? The Lurkers not really helping on the left side, but they're helping against the reinforced units that are arriving. And that extra bit of range is a massive factor. I'm just going to still be there. Bio getting pushed back the other direction. 8 more Hydras coming up. Add in some Lings. Serral is continuing to just survive now. The Ghosts are coming in from Clem, so he is prepping for this next stage of the game. Getting to the Ghosts and getting to the point where you can. I mean, at this point with Lurkers out, you probably do just need Ghosts to really fight them. Fun stuff from Serral, just again bypassing the Banelings all the way through to just Ling Lurker. A lot of close moments, but that's what the Fungals have been for, to help out. And man, he's had some great Fungals as well. In the game, this game where we've actually not had as much kind of counter-attacking from Serral, has been a lot more patient and passive from him in that regard. Kind of crazy. 12 mines went down in this game. Resources lost is actually favorable to Serral. And that's really the Fungals. The Fungals are making this so you can actually trade efficiently compared to the usual TVZ, which is that the Terran trades efficiently every single time. Oh, Hydra's are going to surge forwards as we see the opportunity. A Fungal comes down, and again, those Marines are going to get caught. So many lurkers chasing, but honestly, the Hydras right now are looking good. Lurker shots, Ghost gonna snipe, Lurker's still taking damage. Circling's taking a few more shots, we will chase in. Hydras, Lings, Infestors coming up. Continue to push through for the moment, the medevac's pulling back. Couple of depots taking damage, just gonna be seeing the depots going down. And this position now from Serral's looking scary because Clem's got a base up in the skies. And this Game 7 might be just getting a little bit out of reach. Can Serral keep advancing these lurkers, or is it a bit risky now with the Ghost coming out? It's a good question, right? Can we actually hold this position? You could have an Infestor showing up, but like I say, Ghosts do change this. I think more importantly, the Liberators are coming, and that's going to help to really hold defensively. Serral catches Clem again. It's a massive set of lurker shots into those units that were fungled. Clem losing once more. The efficiency that Serral is finding with this army is unreal for this matchup. It just doesn't happen like this. And he is just finding great fungals, great lurker positions, and this time he hits the fungal just to cancel up a couple snipes. We're going to eat a Widowmine shot moving through, but Serral is obviously feeling eager to claim Game 7 and to reset this series to a best of 3, it seems. Lurkers will get after the depots. Lurkers on the bottom side going to go after the planetary mineral line. 3-3 upgrades continuing to produce from Clem. So he's at least going to get to 3-3, but I'm not sure it matters, man. These fungals have been so good. The Hydras dart through. We're going to get rid of that Liberator. The Lurkers are seemingly untouchable right now. Couple more shots coming across. Just going to be seeing the Hydras going to surge down the right side again. Going to jump onto the few units that were over here. Going to maybe go for the planetary, or do we just want to focus on units once more? Clem loaded up. I don't think he quite knows what he wants to do in this. As the Hydras get after the planetary fortress, the SCV still takes some more damage. Planetary will indeed go down. I mean, Clem's not mining off of enough bases, obviously, and this one is absolutely going to be Serral's as GG gets called, and we go to the reset series. Serral and Clem will play one more best of 3. Serral gets Game 7. So again, the reason for this reset series is because the rules of the tournament is that, well, the idea is that basically because Clem never lost in the winner's bracket, this is his first loss, so he still has a second life. So they will play a best of 3 to determine what happens from here. So let's throw up some ads and we'll get straight into our final match. Best of 3, Clem Serral, the rematch games coming up. In just a moment. Alright guys, just taking a moment and we'll get this going. Where are we at? Oh, we're already a minute. Oh, perfect. Let's do this. Oh, we can go. Let's go. So, I'm not sure what the veto process is or whatever, but we're going to start on Golden Wall for this best of 3. I imagine it's just a normal veto. So let's go into it. So, Serral wins. Serral wins the first series 4-3. We now reset into a best of 3, and now anyone who wins the best of 3 wins. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. In the bottom left-hand side, our blue Zerg player is Serral. He takes on the Red Terran. In the bottom right-hand corner, it's Clem. Alright, so we reset into this final best of 3. What a day of games they had in this event, huh? Games have been awesome. Cannot wait to answer all the YouTube comments about why there's a best of 3 after, even though we said it 7 times already and explained what might happen and what is happening. Always happens. Whoever's listening without audio right now is so confused. All right. Yeah, again, I don't really like this the reset match way of kind of giving the advantage to the winner bracket player. It's kind of crazy to me that I guess people were asking for like why I don't like it earlier, but I was just thinking of it now, and this is maybe the better way to describe it. For Serral to win the grand finals, he must win 6 maps, whereas all Clem needs to do to win the grand finals is potentially win 2 maps, right? Like, there's such a crazy disparity to me. So, yeah. It's, I don't really love that. But, it's not my tournament, so I just wanted to say, because a couple of people were asking earlier, and I feel like that's where it kind of feels kind of crazy, you know? But, like I say, this is a format that does exist. Double eliminations do use this. It's more I think this is more common in, like, fighting game communities and stuff. Like, those kind of games. But, yeah, it's not being used too much in StarCraft, but like I say, I mean, logically it makes sense. Clem never lost a life, now he has lost a life. And so they're both on their last life, right? So, yeah, I mean, the thing is with double elimination, there's always going to be some argument some way or another. It's really a preference thing. So, yeah, some people will think it's silly, some people will think it's the fairest way. So, yeah. Anyways, away we go. Commands that are coming about, reactor in the factory coming through. We just get the hatch and the drones coming in. As the Reaper hangs about on the low ground, just going to be seeing that gold mineral line getting taken early from Clem. So super quick 3cc onto the gold. As he didn't do this against Serral in the earlier portion of this series. I'm going to call it the same series, guys. He didn't do this in the earlier portion of the series, but what he did do it in was the match against Reynor. He went for that super quick gold, and he's feeling confident to do it again here. And Serral is going for the later gas, so it is going to work out. It's something he's going to be able to get away with. Drone just going to sit there. A couple of queens. Gathering up. The roach drone settling down. So it's going to be roaches once again. This is how Serral set up last time as well. So went for the gasless into roaches. Aliens join up. Starport coming through. We got the command center going about as well. Aliens and the Reaper just going to settle down. Going to step forward a moment or two. And the Hellions is going to shoot, and we're going to see the Queen stepping forward there. So, Queen steps up. She's going to be seeing the Banshee coming in. Reaper and the Hellions will take a few more shots. Kovi's producing through. Drones on the way. A couple of the extractors coming about. We get the barracks coming up. I have the Hellions down to the bottom. So Hellions and Reaper down to the south. So I see the roaches joining. We'll see the roaches going to be there for that defense. Push this back. Settle this down. Going to get picked up. Going to be able to grab that as the Banshee able to get a grab. The Hellions are going to look to run through there. The Reaper coming over as well. He's going to drop a grenade, bop the Queens back a little. As, yeah, the engineering bay is on the way up, so Clem just going to continue into that full bio play. Serral hitting the lair here very shortly. Sacrifice, Roach Speed all coming up. We are going to see the 1-1 upgrades coming through as well, so just bringing all of that about. Stim on the way in as we speak here. And we'll see if these Banshees can get through for anything. So far, no success, and well, a couple of shots on the Queens until the Overseer shows up. Plum positions them nicely to get away without trouble. Helene's trying to run by. Roaches are going to be right there. Helene's get through. A couple of drones begin to go down. Banshee's going to sit overhead. Roach is taking some damage. So we've seen the Nidus network going down on the front. So just going to get that going. Banshee back over into the center. Roach is getting pushed away. Get those upgrades rolling. Get the missiles building. Just sets up on his gold, and we'll set the tanks here. 5 racks currently. He is going to go 4th base before extra barracks, so we've seen him kind of going 8 racks into that 4th a few times already today. It's not going to be the case this time around. Instead, we'd rather take the command center early, and I think in general Clem's happy to play a long game on this map. If this goes split, I think he's pretty okay about it. We've obviously seen very active games that have gone late, but we've not seen like a super late kind of drawn out game. Serral obviously doesn't really care about that. He's going to throw the Nidus down in the Nidus corner. This was a corner of the map that the Nidus networks were always very cheeky to get into. So the Nidus network comes down. Clem it's going to get messy. He has to cancel the 4th base. He was not there in time to deny this Nidus. He is going to target it down and just kill the roaches that arrive, which is not going to be too many in comparison to what it could have been. So I like the fact he continued to target down that depot. Oh, sorry, the Nidus. The roaches running into the natural will do damage as well, as Clem is going to get rid of these roaches in the main. Do we get enough up? Like I say, we are dealing with the roaches in the natural as we speak there. The Ravagers, Clem stimming through, dodging over to the sides. And I feel like these Marines are doing better than Serral would like them to be doing. Gonna get tank sieged up, and now the reinforced Marines that they've dealt with the roaches on the natural. Queen's transfusing to try and bring units back up to HP. Not happening. Nidus goes down. Second Nidus in trouble. And that is going to be a cleanup. Medevac Marine on the way through, as we see extra roaches coming about. +2 attack upgrade building. Honestly, not a bad cleanup from Clem. Resources loss is going to be heavily in Clem's favor already. 3.6 to 5k. It's a bit different to what we've been seeing all day long, because we have seen Clem just in general kind of has been not trading as well as Serral, which is kind of wild for ZVT, but the way that Serral's been playing has been very efficient. Obviously, Serral now going to use these Nidus to reposition. Clem sends a few units across the map to cause some trouble. Force a couple of units to be over here to deal with this. Serral does deny the gold base mining for a little bit of time, but Clem is on his way over to deal with this. 1 tank sieged up. Corrosive Vials drop straight to it. The Marines will stem forward, looking after the Roach Ravager. Queen's going to be on that high ground. A couple more Vials coming on through. 2-2 upgrades coming up. And yeah, Overlords and everything else coming by as well. Marines are going to stem in over on the left-hand side, going to go after the gold base. Just going to try and grab that straight away. Hatchery is going to fall. The Roach is still going to be right there. The Queen stepping through too. I mean, this is a major push from Clem, and right now he's just trading with the Roaches. These Roaches are just not in good enough numbers to actually compete with these Marines. With the units on the right side, they might be. The units on the right side couldn't catch up, and now we drop across into the natural, and you can see where the problems are going to continue to come around, as Serral has to run all over the place to try and play catch-up with Clem's army. And meanwhile, Clem, rebuilding that 4th base he had to cancel earlier, and recovering very nicely from the initial attempts of Nidus aggression that Serral threw his way. So we really do start to recover here. The Roach Ravager coming back over. Marines going to unload. There's the rest of Clem's army in the center already. Equal army supply when you're playing against Roaches, and there's no magical kind of units in this either from Serral. Like, it's Roach Ravager, there's no Infestors, there's nothing that's going to be like, here we are, this is going to be how I win this out of nowhere. Equal supply in this scenario is pretty grim, to say the least, as Clem presses on forward. He's very soon going to have +2 attack, which is going to make it even more favorable for him in these Roach fights. This gold base is, first of all, out of position. No, it's too far right, I think. It's going to get cancelled any which way, so it doesn't really matter. Some more Marines moving around. We do see the medevac still overhead. Roach Ravager army. And he's just running around silly everywhere. I like that Serral tries a counterattack through the top side, but again, you're asking for a lot out of very little here at the moment, and that's obviously not really ideal. STV is going to be in some trouble. I'm going to take some shots. That isn't the main. I mean, to be fair, this is what Serral has to do. Like, he's playing a worse composition. He has to try and out-position and try and force Clem out of position and make him make mistakes and try and overwhelm him, and maybe that's starting to happen here. The Roach is jumping on a couple of the tanks at the front. Marines in the main base are going to do way too much, though. All of those units go down, so as far as we've, as much as we've had success in the front, disaster in the main is what it comes down to in the end. And I think it's fair to say that this one is fast approaching, most likely. Well, you know, I mean, supply-wise, Clem lost a lot of SCVs here. Do I believe it? I don't think I believe that Clem's just going to waltz across the map and win. Because actually, Serral has not bad supply, right? The Roach Ravager has... It's done work. Like, it's a messy game. 61 to 45 workers. Clem still has a gold mining. Serral does not have that. He has a 4-base Zerg, though, moving to a 5th in the top left. Clem's gold is mined out a little bit as well, but he has a 4th, so... Knock down this Nidus network. I think my concern truly stands. If we actually see a straight-up fight, I still really prefer Clem's army. I mean, we add on some Infestors now as Serral, and I think that's one of the best things he could have done, because something just to accompany this Roach Ravager feels necessary. There's surely just no way we can make this work out as just you know what I mean? There's no way I think we make this work out as just Roaches and Ravagers. Or there's much less chance that you've got to do so much with the Roach Ravager to make it work, whereas the Infestors maybe just give you a chance otherwise, as the Roach is counterattacking again. And that's why Serral keeps running around the map like this. And obviously a few Marauders coming in now going to do good work against Roaches as well. Clem is going to have a lot of units on this bottom side, looking to press forwards. The first Infestors are out and are looking for their first opening fungals. So Clem sees it. He dodges back with the major group of Marines. This hatch is in trouble, so there goes one base for Serral almost definitely. He pulls the drones. He knows he can't fight this. A few Marines target fire down the Infestors. 2 out of 3 go down. There's a couple, sorry, there's actually must have been 4 because there's 2 in the back still. They do stay alive and pull back for the moment as Clem pushes through. Now army supply swinging into Clem's favor. Runs up into a fungal though, and that's exactly what Serral needs. That's the benefit of having built those Infestors to try and give you the opportunity and try and give you the chance. Clem steps up to this high ground. Bio still coming across the map. Another fungal going down. Roach Ravager in trouble. Bio still stimming on through. A lot of these units are arriving low on HP because they must have stimmed a lot or something across the other side, gotten caught in some battles. Clem up about 20 army supply. Obviously has to rally across the other side though, so it's taken a lot for him to get over here and to win this out. But he might just be doing it. Those tanks in the background are doing so much work as they are putting so much damage onto those Roaches. Serral is going to call GG and Clem is going to take game 1 of this final map. Final series, not final map. So Clem goes up 1-0 in the final series as we are going to go to Sandworm for game number 2. If Clem wins this game, he will win this best of 3 and hence win this entire tournament. It's so weird calling it a best of 3 right now. So weird. Alright, let's go into Sandworm, guys. It's going to be the 9th map of this series at this point. Thought Serral was surviving, but he tapped. Maybe he thought Clem's macro was better. I think Clem's macro was better at that point, just in terms of like the bases he still had set up, but also I think just the fact that at that point as well, Serral's only building pure Roaches into Marine Marauder tank. And he has no way to get, like, he can't kill the tanks in the back as well, so he's just, I think he just knows it's going too wrong. Like, he already lost that base. He had a base coming up top left, but... you guys think he left a little early? I don't think so. Let me take the quick rewind. Let me have a look. Let me have a peek. Sorry, I'm just peeking through different moments of the game. I mean, when Serral leaves the game, he's down 30 army supply. Clem is still sat in front of his base with 2 full HP siege tanks, a bunch of marauders. Like, Serral's about to lose every single Ravager that he has. This was 100% a GG moment. 100%. Clem has, like, 10 plus bio units on the ground versus 2 Ravagers and a couple of Queens, with siege tanks behind and reinforcements coming across the map, against only Roaches in production. It's over. It is over. I mean, he could have tried to stay in, but if he tries to stay in, what happens is Clem just stims at his base and he's going to lose the bottom side hatchery. I actually don't know. If he stays in, I just think he just loses anyway. Yeah, interesting stuff, because obviously Serral is, plays the map a second time, plays a similar opening, but this time plays the Nidus. He just doesn't, at the end of the day, he just doesn't get enough done with the Niduses to really give him a great advantage, and he does a lot running Roaches around the map, but at a point in the game where Clem can survive Roaches running around and causing chaos. Even though they do make a lot of chaos happening. Again, chaos has really been the word of this series. I use it so much because it's what's happening every time. So we really do get through and just cause trouble and mayhem around the map, and that really leaves Clem in an okay position because it's chaotic, but he's got the better army eventually, because Serral is working with Roach Ravager and eventually the 4 Infestors. It's obviously problematic, as we are going to see the swap of Extractors there is going to get him the Extractor down again. He's going to see the Reaper showing up, and just going to pull around this side. Serral yet to take a hatchery. Actually swaps over to the reactor. Barrack's going to move it down for a second or two here on Sandworm. Interesting maps. Golden Wall under Sandworm. I mean, I guess you play a best of 3, you get a bunch of vetoes each, right? 3 vetoes each. I guess it makes sense. Like, you take away the ones you know are very good, Sandworm and Golden Wall. Like, kind of probably in the middle of the veto process, I think. I don't think anyone's looking at these maps and saying, yep, that's definitely super good for that race, I'm getting rid of it. And I don't think either of them are so uncomfortable on these maps they don't want to play them either, so not surprising they kind of come out in kind of the best of 3 portion, I guess. Sandworm has been a big 8 racks map in the past, so that's definitely been a factor. We saw Clem 8 racks in this map earlier. He did lose this map early, remember, Clem. He won Golden Wall earlier when this was first played in the series. He did lose on Sandworm, as that was the game where he forgot combat shows. That was the very messy game, where he just wasn't really set to do anything. As Runby shows up, forces the Hellions to turn around. Serral forces those SCVs to go running for a couple of moments, and will continue to chase down the Reaper and the Hellion there. So Clem saves the SCVs, a little bit of lost mine time, but it does cost him some of his early game map control. Already down 1 Hellion, 1 Reaper. Lost 7 Lings. I like it for Serral. Honestly, like, gives you a teeny bit of eco damage, but more importantly, I think you're already kind of stopping Clem taking full map control. Good job from Clem to get this Hellion away. Serral knows as well, time to disengage. New Hellions are due to arrive any second now. As you just see Tech Lab coming about. Cloak coming up. Lings on the way through. Queens are going to gather. Still got the Overlord just hanging overhead. Just take a couple of moments, guys. Been a fun stream. We've had 7 hours of content so far for this our last game. Just want to take a quick moment before we do wrap up to say thanks to everyone for watching. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Great viewership compared to what I expected. I thought we'd have like 200 or 300 viewers today, so sitting at 1,000-ish is incredible. So thank you so much. As Serral just hit in for 6 SCVs of damage. Another nice run by, man. All series long, Serral's run-bys have been so freaking good. Colleen's trying to run by, looking to get into a mineral line. Will not be allowed, as Clem does not find any counter damage, and Serral makes a pretty good defensive play for himself so far, putting himself into a good position to begin with here. Not a bad starting point for now. One's going to fight, Queen going to be there. A couple of Banshees begin to move across the map. Going to come straight across. Stimpak, 1-1 upgrades. All building into place. The base coming up from Serral on the other side. Banshee's going to shoot. Lings take some damage. And a couple of queens right there, just going to push the Hellions back the other direction. Look, she's make their bid into the natural. There is a spore there already. And melee upgrades all building through. We get ourselves the infestation bit coming up. A couple of Marines going to go in after the Overlord. As we see, drones going down. So Clem does get some value back, gets a bit of damage back to the other side. It's equal work account now as Serral, throughout this series, I feel like has never been kind of getting to super crazy work accounts super quickly. That might just be how this kind of Ling Infestor style works, where you can't get away with building too many workers too soon. You have to always make sure you've got enough Lings on the map. Because there's not been any games where Serral has been super quick to 80 drones or anything, right? So, heading into this again now, we do see the Hive coming up. First Infestors on the way out. Again, the whole idea is you get to super fast Ultras here, and that's exactly what Serral wants to aim for. And just going to completely bypass the Bane lanes, use the Infestors to lock things down. Clem's had success. He's had failures against this build all day, so it really is potential to go either way. The Ling run by into the natural expansion Marine tank. Going to get jumped on immediately there. A few Marines going to stim it up as well. That's going to be a good defense from Clem. He loses a little unit or two. He kills a few Lings, pushes it back before eco damage is done. And he gets to stay on the map with his main two dropships. Combat Shield coming in much more swiftly this time around. As our Marines gather and the Zerglings start to take some hit. That's the Infestor, and Clem sees it, so confirming what's going on, although I think he probably had a good idea. Like I said, this has been the go-to a lot of the day. And by the way, isn't it true we get to cast so much TVZ? I feel like I've not casted this much TVZ in freaking ages. It's so rare we get to cast, like, what today's going to be 6 plus 7 plus so far 2. Like 15 maps of TVZ. It just doesn't happen, man. Crazy. Love it. Alright, a couple of fungals to drop down. The Lings want to try and get toward that Marine medevac force. A couple of Infestors coming about. More Lings on the way. Plus 2 Carapaces coming through. Spore Crawler going to fire. And that Banshee or 2 is going to take some damage as well. Hatchery will take a few more shots. Final Claws, Combat Shield, all coming up. Plus 2 coming into play. Adrenal Glands coming around. There's the Ultraless Cavern. Starts up as well. A couple of barracks building up. I see 3 racks on the way through. He's pushing the right side again. Keeping those Hellions alive more from the Hellbats gives you a few moments. This is where it gets scary for Serral, I think. And I think this is where Serral has to be very careful that he doesn't lose too many Lings countering without success. Because this is just the moment where you're on your way to those Ultras, but you're not there yet. The Adrenal Glands is being invested into, but it's not here yet. With those few Hellbats just able to kind of soften up some Zerglings as well, it can go very nicely. Siege Tank in a good position too from Clem, utilizing that well. He is moving in toward Widow Mines. Otherwise, the fungal growth comes across, lands on a few Marines. Here come the Lings from every which angle, and that's probably just a lift and leave with the medevacs. I don't think you stick around there. Top side of the map though, 5th hatchery going down. There's actually the 4th base, but or the 5th, because it's going to be the 5th base if we retake it at this point. The right side becomes the 4th. And Serral goes down a base to the drop up on that side. Supply blocked as well. Down in workers. It does feel like the setup's looking good for Clem, but we're also very close to Serral reaching what he wants to be at in this game, which is with the Ultras, the Infestors, and the Lings all out. And that's going to be where we see a little bit of a power spike from Serral, and also a little bit of a chance to grab himself and kind of reconfigure, because it's going to be at that stage where we're going to be able to say, right, well, I've got what I need. You're going to need the right response against me, so Clem, you have to stop and start building some ghosts. Start building some liberators. That's what, Serral is basically suggesting to Clem right now, and that should give Serral a little bit of kind of time himself to recover and reset. Gonna line step through. Overseers are going to be there. A few Lings are going to get in toward a few rocks, as we do have the Lings continue to move about. A couple of Widow Mines going off and some Zerglings retargeting onto the Infestor. Love that. That's a guaranteed KO. As the Lings are going to start darting on through. Got to be careful of those Infestors. The Banshee is going to get one. Good fungal growth. Kills the Banshee before it's more of a problem, but we do get one Infestor still. Lings for the wraparound onto the bio. Not quite going to find it. Marine Marauder Medevac still building. They actually get this hatchery on the right side. Oh my goodness. Serral just became a 3-base Zerg. He's trying to get the gold up. But Clem is starting to just be all over the place a little bit, and I think we're going to see some of these little kind of earlier game factors starting to really kind of come back and counter Serral a little here. Widow Mines are going to burrow, bio pulling away. Widow Mines connecting, bio pulling back, Infestors getting blown up. Just going to be seeing the Ultralisks Gonna get grabbed as well. Easy pickoffs for the Bio Army to take those Ultras down so far. Getting caught up in the center of the map. That's not where Ultras want to be. This isn't really where Ultras want to be either, as they are going to start taking some heavy hits. Woodermine's connecting. Last Ultra goes down. The Zerglings are falling. Serral's supply is not looking good. Medivacs load up. Medivacs retreat. Fungal Growth catching what it can. Zerglings are going to try and run through and try and just catch some of the tanks here, but they're not going to find too much. Clem is regathering his forces and resetting and healing up a little bit as well now, so getting back on track in that regard. A bit more Bio still stepping through. Clem keeping the pressure up. Again, the issue for Serral right now is he's not really kept Ultras alive, so the scarier part of the army is not really growing in numbers. And there's only one Infestor on the map, so you've got to rebuild 2 Infestors. I mean, it's just so much expensive losses, so many expensive losses so far for Serral. In a day where he's traded so well, now Clem is trading more efficiently. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's not weird. It's just we've seen Serral trade extremely well all day, and this is not one of those times, unfortunately, as we're going to be seeing a couple transfusions coming down on the Ultras. Serral is fighting for his tournament life here as he tries to push the Bio Army back, running by with Lings on the other side, trying once again to find an opportunity and find an opening. Not going to make it happen just yet, though. 3-3 upgrades continue to come through, as Clem will step ever closer to being even more well set up against this. The +3 carapace will finish. That might give the Ultras a bit of a reprieve here. Obviously, having, super tanky Ultras is going to make your life a little easier, and we really are not far away from that happening. The rest of that Ling Ultra still coming about. Upgrades coming online. Bio Liberator coming up as well. Just going to see a few of those Bio units stepping away. Nice Fungal, going to grab a few of those Bio units, a few of those Medivacs. Going to try and get back. Nice Fungal locking some units down, giving Serral maybe a little bit of trade value that he needed. But the mines don't do too badly. The Ultras being big old tanky boys for the rest of the army there. I'm afraid, man, because we are getting to the point of Ghosts. We're getting to the point of Liberators. This is where Clem should look better than ever before in this match. And it already feels like he's been doing very well. So you have the tech on, and it really feels like you've got an issue here as Serral. Bio loading up, Bio pulling away. A couple Queens getting busy. The Lings are going to get active onto those Marauders too. Dropping into the main. Lings have to turn and run. This is going to see the Ultra Cavern immediately in trouble as well. Spawning pool next to fall. Faster Ultra all on the way out. Ghosts, Liberators, extra starport coming through too. But the Liberator sets up. We are going to be seeing that starting to ping through the Ultras, so Ultras taking some hits. The Bio pulling back. Another set of Woodermines doing their thing. Serral's now down 50 supply, but that's a massive fungal topside. Well, okay. there goes some supply back in Serral's favor in a big way. What a turning point that was all of a sudden. I mean, Serral's still down, just not as much as he was. It was a great little catch, and Serral is going to need a few more great little catches if he wants to stay in this. He's actually sending it. I wonder if he just feels like this is his moment where he's not really set up well enough to kind of play it long term. He's losing the base topside during this, by the way. I just don't think you can attack in with Ultras against these Ghosts, not so haphazardly as this. Plantry doesn't go down. We do get most of the Ultras out, but like I say, Serral is in trouble on the top. He keeps the hatch alive. The Queen's going to have to fight against that Liberator, which is eventually probably going to go down. It does. Just about. Serral is actually going to lose maybe another Ultra in the center. It's being hunted down. Clem coming back across the other side, rebounding supply so quickly. And that's the economy of a Terran player that's not really being caught. Great scans, catches the Infestors, and now you got those Ghosts. I mean, this part of the map is absolutely broken. GG, well played, and grats. Clem wins the Maestros of the game in front of his home French crowd. I can only imagine. I'm going to watch the clips of the win, because I can only imagine the crowd goes crazy, and Clem celebrates with the French guys in a pretty big way. So I'm looking forward to looking at that, because yeah, obviously we didn't get to watch it live, and this was me just finding out what happened for the first time. GG's, Clem turned it up a little bit in those final 2 games and really looked good at the end. GG's. The last best of 3 is super underwhelming. I think it's, it's a stamina thing, right? You're asking these guys to go into maps 8, maps 9. I think it's you're playing on maps you've played before, and there's going to be a few more mind games when that happens as well. Your absolute best strategy for the map might have already been used, and so do you do something different? I think Sunburn was not a good map for Serral to play this style on. I think this map is so rough to try and get Ultras around on. But yeah, GG's, I mean, great series overall. Can't really complain about that. Guys, I gotta wrap it up and go. Been a long one. Appreciate you all. If you've enjoyed the stream, like and subscribe on the YouTube, follow on the Twitch. If you really enjoy, you want to support further, you can Prime sub. It is September. We are still on this last day of the 5 gifted subs. Gives 1 extra sub. So if you want to feeling generous, you want to support and want to help me keep on casting and doing StarCraft stuff, do consider supporting. We're kind of trying to get back to 500 subs right now, so if you want to help us out with that, greatly appreciated. Otherwise, have a great rest of your day. I'm going to run you guys into some ads to wrap us up. Appreciate you all, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for the League Cup. I'll see you guys in just a few. Didn't they have a crazy game on Golden Wall in the last best of 3? I wouldn't say it was crazy. I actually... It was kind of crazy because Serral was attacking everywhere, but only because he failed the Nidus efforts. I actually think Clem was in pretty good control of that game. Like, Serral... it was maybe insane because Serral survived when he maybe should have just been dead, but I personally, I was never really worried for Clem. Because it felt like Clem's army was always just better. And Serral did a lot to kind of extend his army's life cycle. I don't know if it was super crazy, though, at the end. I kind of just felt like it maybe got closer than it should have done. Yeah, maybe it got closer than it should have done. Maybe I didn't respect enough. Anyways, I'm going to wrap it up, guys. I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'll see you later. Bye.